We are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel.
My system allows me to copy talents. Part 1. Chapter 1, Rebirth. Beep. 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 What's that sound ringing in my head? Arrow mumbled in a soft voice. Is it the chime of the bells of the heaven? He mumbled while trying to figure out the identity of the sound. At first it sounded like the chimes of bells, but as he continued to listen further, the sound started to become rather annoying. Erg. Stop it already. Arrow woke up to the sounds of the alarm clock. In a state of sleep deprivation, he found himself in a room which seemed like it belonged to a child. Am I not dead yet? He mumbled in disbelief while looking at his surrounding. Everything around him was rather familiar and strange at the same time. In front of him, the wall was decorated by posters of iconic football players. Portraits of Pele, Maradona, Iniesta, Dzeko, Hana, Shinji Kagawa, Kurosaki Mira were among the posters. But what stood out the most among those posters was the two posters which were bigger than the rest. The two posters were pasted side by side, each of them flaunting their Ballon d'Or. One was the picture of Cristiano Ronaldo in Real Madrid's jersey, while the other was the picture of Andres Messi in Barcelona's jersey. Even when I want to die, I can't stop thinking of football, huh? While looking at the poster in front of him, he mumbled while revealing a gentle smile. Whatever. I'm sure it must be a dream. It must be a flashback of the past. Yeah, it must be a flashback that I'm witnessing before I leave this world. Reassuring himself that he was just having flashbacks of the past, he closed his eyes, awaiting for his consciousness to fade away. He kept his eyes closed and patiently waited for his consciousness to fade away. Tick. 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 The clock continued to tick, but his consciousness wasn't fading. In fact, it didn't seem like it would fade any time sooner. Huh? What's happening? Why is my consciousness not fading away? He mumbled with a slight irritation. I'm sure that I died. So why is my consciousness still not fading away? Just like Hiro had mentioned, he indeed had already died. He died after committing suicide. At the age of 27, when his last hope of becoming a professional football player was shattered by the jealousy of some rowdy teenagers, he had committed suicide by walking in front of the moving truck. Hiro, who used to love football more than anything else from his early childhood, was considered a genius of football. From an early age he showed great interest in football. And to back his interest, he was exceptionally gifted as well. His father, a football enthusiast, used to have lots of items related to football in their home. He collected every World Cup ball, various jerseys and posters of great footballers. Even his interest in football started when his father was playing with him. At the age of 1, his father playfully tossed a football towards him, even though he couldn't kick the ball because he hadn't learned to walk yet. He headed the ball with his head while walking on his 4 legs. That act shocked his father and made him smile. He jokingly said that he would be the greatest footballer in the planet. And he continued to toss the ball towards him, and every time he tossed the ball towards him he would head the ball towards his father. Oh yes, seeing him only heading the ball, his father started to teach him how to kick the ball. Lost in his enthusiasm, his father forgot that his son was still a kid who hadn't learned to walk yet. However, he would still try to kick the ball with his feet. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't kick the ball. And as he grew older, his interest in football only deepened. Wherever he went he carried his football. Even a stray bottle that was left stranded on the road looked like a football from his perspective. He would kick the bottle with acute precision into the garbage bin, while imagining himself taking a free kick for the country at the World Cup. Witnessing his enthusiasm, his father assumed that he would grow up to be a great footballer one day. And he sure did live up to his expectations until something bad happened to him. His father, being a football enthusiast himself, provided him with everything he needed to train himself. However, every time his father would take him to buy a new jersey or boot, his mother would scold them both. After all, they belonged to a middle-class family. And lower middle-class family, to be more precise. The money his parents earned were barely enough to cover the rent and groceries. So football was a luxury to them. However, his father would still save some money by skipping his meals and transportation fee to fulfill his wishes. The collection of football antiques he held dear was something his father was proud of and had collected during his younger days, before his birth. His father used to have enough money to fulfill his hobby before his birth. But after his birth, everything changed in the family. The expenses shot up and the situation got even more tight. But his father never blamed him. Instead, he gave up on his hobby of collecting football items. He gave up on his hobby of watching football on the stadium. In fact, he even gave up on watching football on television. Instead, he started to work longer hours and often worked overtime. However, he would still make time for him and teach him how to play football. His father himself used to be a footballer, although he never made it to pro because of his lack of talent. Still, he gave his all and tried to make it pro with all his might. Unlike his father, Ero showed great potential from his early days. Even when playing with the kids his age in elementary school, he used to easily dribble past every player on the field. Whenever he played, there used to be crowds of spectators to cheer him. His ball awareness, his skill, his pace, his handling, his passing, his dribbling, his first touch, everything was top-notch. Watching him play was similar to that of watching a god play football. And because of that exact same reason, he used to be called by various nicknames in his early years. Some of those nicknames included Alien, Spider-Man, Genius, and most prominently he was referred to as the Little God. But all of that changed when he tore his ligaments during his middle school tournament. The injury was a serious one, which could most probably never heal. The doctor warned him that he could never play football again when he tore his ligament at the age of 13. Devastated by the news, he wept like a kid. He felt as if the sky had fallen upon him when the doctor mentioned he could never play football again. His parents begged the doctor to come up with some kind of solutions to let him continue playing football. The doctor, giving in to their tears, suggested a surgery. However, the success rate of the surgery was less than 10% and the surgery costed a lot. It was more than they could afford. Even if they saved for more than 2 or 3 years, they wouldn't still be able to afford the cost of the surgery. But despite that, they took several loans from several banks. And even when that wasn't enough, they took loans from vicious loan sharks to cover the expense for the surgery, just to keep his dream alive. After collecting enough money for surgery, he went to surgery to heal his legs. The operation lasted for more than 6 hours. But still, the surgery was a failure. They couldn't cure him completely. However, they cured him enough to let him continue to play football. After that surgery, he underwent several rehabilitation therapy to heal his legs. Finally, after a whole year of rehabilitation, he could finally play football once again. However, after that injury, he could never be the same again. Although his spatial awareness and creativity was still top-notch, his body couldn't move the way he wanted it to move. It felt as if he had lost meaning to his life. The same crowds of spectators who used to bombard the sidelines and praise him for his plays, booed him and deemed him as a failure after his terrible performances. As the time passed, the crowds dissipated. Less and less people came to watch him play. As much bad as he felt, he also felt relieved upon the decrease in the number of crowds. Less crowds meant lesser criticism. He knew that it wasn't the right type of mindset to make it a pro. But he still couldn't help himself. After all, the harsh criticism pierced his heart like a sharp knife and distracted him. The same teammates who used to sing his praise turned against him after he lost his abilities. They started to ignore him and taunt him. Although he paid no attention towards their taunts, he couldn't completely ignore it either. While enduring harsh criticism from everyone, he relentlessly trained himself, while keeping his dreams of making pro alive. Chapter 2. 2014 World Cup. Even after more than an hour, he couldn't feel his consciousness fading away. The sudden sound of goals startled him. He startlingly opened his eyes. The sound came from the room above him. Even after waiting for more than an hour for his consciousness to fade away, everything felt so real to him. Neither was vision getting clouded nor was his body disintegrating. He could vividly feel everything around him. Running his fingers through his face, he noticed something odd. Why is my skin so smooth? And why do I feel that I've shrunken in size? As he ran his fingers through his face, several questions popped up in his mind. The room was dimly lit by the table lamp beside his bed. Nothing was making sense to him. But just to be sure if it wasn't a dream, he pinched his cheek. Ow! Damn, that hurt. He screamed in pain. After pinching himself, he could tell that he wasn't dreaming and neither was he dead. He then extended his arms to investigate why it felt so small. His hands were that of a child, soft and smooth. Harry. Why is my hand so small? Is it even my own hands? In disbelief, he tried to wiggle his fingers. They move exactly the way he wanted it to move. Huh. Don't tell me. He vigorously pulled the blanket aside and jumped out of the bed. He then ran towards the cupboard. As he approached the cupboard mirror, an image of a child became vivid in the mirror. Black eyes, short and dark curly black hair which curled like a noodle, and with a red strawberry lips and puffy cheeks. He was dressed in a Barcelona jersey. In disbelief, he ran his fingers through his face. The reflection in the mirror copied his exact same movements. Did I return back? His eyes wide open, his face forecasting an expression of shock, he couldn't believe that he had returned back to the past. As he continued to stare his image in the mirror, tears welled up in his eyes. And as the tears accumulated, he could no longer hold them back. The tears fell down through his eyes like a sudden burst of monsoon rainfall. He continued to weep like a kid in front of the mirror. After his tears started to dissipate, he began to wipe off the tears from his face. While his eyes were full of tears, his face revealed a smile. He was overjoyed to return back alive. After some time, when he could finally regain his composure, he started to look for his phone. If he remembered correctly, then he would have put it in the drawer of the table beside his bed. He walked towards the table lamp and pulled the drawer. In his drawer there was a memo and a mobile phone. I was right, it was here indeed. He whispered in a soft voice. He grabbed his phone and tried to turn on his phone. A picture of Captain Tsubasa from the famous anime Captain Tsubasa appeared on his home screen. Looking at his wallpaper, he chuckled. He looked at the date and it was July 14, 2014. If it's 2014, then I must be 5 years old. He contemplated while looking at the date. Wait. July 14th. Am I missing something? Something felt like missing, after looking at the date. As if he was forgetting something, he kept on trying to remember what he was forgetting. World Cup. World Cup final. He deliriously exclaimed. July 14, 2014 was the date of the World Cup final when Argentina and Germany would face each other. After remembering what he had forgotten, he stormed outside his room and rushed towards the living room. As he reached the living room, there on the couch a person was sitting in front of the TV holding a can of beer in his hand. Seeing the person, he stopped his movement. He knew who that person was. He was extremely familiar with the person. You finally came. The man in front of him spoke. He was caught off guard by his speech. Unable to respond, he stood frozen in front of the man with eyes full of tears. What happened? Are you all right? The man inquired with a worried face. The lights of the room was turned off and the only light which lit the whole place was the blue rays coming out of the television. Upon seeing his eyes full of tears, the man rushed towards him. He then grabbed his little hands and began to wipe the tears of his face. Did you have some kind of nightmare? The man exclaimed while gently wiping the tears off his face. He spoke nothing and continued to weep like a kid. He couldn't stop himself from crying. After all, it had been so long since he last heard his voice. As he lifted his face, he could vividly notice the man with black eyes and dark black hair. His face was still the same as he once remembered. Chiseled jawline, sharp nose, few strands of tiny hair across his jaw and beneath his nose provided him a handsome manly appearance. His body constitution was neither obese nor slim. With an ideal body weight, he had vividly defined muscles. The man was none other than his father, who he had lost when he was age 16. After 11 whole years he was finally seeing him once again for the first time. Seeing his gentle face, he could no longer hold himself. He threw himself in his arms and hugged him tightly. His father, confused by his unusual behavior, hugged him regardless. It's all right. It's all right, he exclaimed while gently stroking his back. They remained in that position for a long time. Neither Hiro nor his father Takashi could let go of each other. Do you not want to watch the World Cup? Takashi whispered. He finally remembered that the alarm clock which woke him up was set by him to wake up himself to watch the World Cup final together with his father. He then gently pulled out his arms and distanced himself from his father. And as he faced his father once again, he revealed a wry smile and spoke, "Argentina's gonna win for sure." "You bet." "Germany's gonna win for sure." His father replied back with a smile. Hiro knew that Germany was gonna win, but still at that time he had been supporting Argentina. And his father was supporting Germany. After an goals 90 minutes, the game had gone into extra time. Even the first half of the extra time was goalless, and the game had gone into the second half of extra time by the time he arrived at the living room. With score 0-0, the score was tied until 115 minutes. He knew that at 117 minutes, Mario Götze was gonna score the winning goal for Germany, but he kept his mouth shut regardless. He looked at his father, his face was overjoyed with happiness. He could vividly feel his ecstasy. Go Gale! His father roared in ecstasy. Few other voices from the surrounding reverberated along with his cheers. At second half of the extra time, at 117 minute, Mario Götze scored the winning goal for Germany, leading his nation to victory. After that goal, Argentina couldn't trail Germany. The final score of the match was Argentina 0 and Germany 1. Germany won the World Cup with a single goal, leaving every Andres Messi fan disappointed. If it were any other moment, he would have been disappointed as well. In fact, he cried back then when Argentina lost the World Cup. But this time, the smile on his father's face meant a lot more to him than anything in the world. "What did I say to you? Didn't I say that Germany would win the World Cup?" His father started to laugh maniacally as Germany lifted the World Cup. He was so much overjoyed that he forgot that his son was a mere 5-year-old. "Still the same, I see. No mercy for the opponents. Even if that opponent happens to be your own son." He contorted his face while looking at his father, disappointed. "Just shut up and let me sleep." Another voice came from the master bedroom. The voice was filled with anger. As soon as he heard that voice, his father instantly shut his mouth. "We should keep it quiet, otherwise your mother's gonna beat us both," Takashi whispered. The voice filled with anger belonged to his mother. Unlike the father and son duo, she had absolutely no interest in football. She was more on the practical side. All she wanted to do was earn enough money and live a decent life with her family. In fact, even in his previous life, she had always forced him to study well and become a doctor or a lawyer. However, his passion for football overshadowed her expectations of him. Despite his mother's countless nagging, he was hell-bent on being a professional football player. Chapter 3. Talent Copying System. Now that the final match of the World Cup had ended and he was lying in his bed, he couldn't sleep for some reason. And as much grateful as he was for being granted a second chance to see his family once again, his mind was focused on something else. While staring at the ceiling above his head, he started to wonder about the course of action he needed to perform moving forward. Previously he gave his all to football and solely focused on his dream. The dream of representing his nation in World Cup, the dream of playing football professionally. But things didn't work out as he expected. Despite his brilliance, he struggled to make it to pro. The first major tragedy happened when he was age 13. In a middle school tournament match, he tore his ligament when an opponent player performed a rash tackle on him from behind him. His team was leading the game with a score of 2-0. And it was in 57 minutes of the match when he was sprinting the ball towards the goal. The opponent player couldn't trail him, and in desperation he performed a sliding tackle on him from behind him. The tackle missed the ball, but it landed critically on his legs, which in turn costed him his legs. Recovering from the tackle wasn't an easy thing. He was bedridden for months, and it took him more than 6 months to get back on his feet. And it took yet another month to finally walk on his feet. After a year, when he could finally run and was back on the pitch, he couldn't play the way he used to play. He was more of a fantasizer who could score and assist at the same time. And what made his plays more effective was his fast pace and insane ball control. Every time when he stretched his legs to shoot the ball after the injury, he felt excruciating pain in his legs. His legs were capable of shooting the ball at an insane speed of 65 miles per hour, which was even better than some professionals. But after that injury, he could never hit the ball with that power once again. Unable to perform according to his will, he started to change his play style. Before, he was more of a versatile offensive player who could play both as a forward and as a midfielder. But after that injury, he changed his play style to that of a poacher. Even after the injury, his finishing was still top-notch. He could shoot accurately, but even so his shot lacked power. He continued to train himself into a striker who waited for the pass in front of the opponent's goal. He couldn't run back deep and fall back to take the ball as he once used to. He continued to thrive in that position, but his plays lacked creativity and his shot lacked power, hence he couldn't perform well. He was just an average player who scored only tap-ins. And his approach was still fine until he reached adulthood. Unable to sign a pro deal, he had to work part-time if he wanted to continue playing football. While some of his friends were already professional and some had settled well in life, he was working part-time and playing football in a local league. As much as he wanted to deny, he was jealous of their success. How could he not be jealous? After all, he used to be way better than them before his injury. But now he was a shadow of his former self. He was flat broke and his future looked extremely bleak. He was constantly juggling between his job and football. At some point in his life, he even thought of quitting football. But his passion for football was much more than his reason to quit. He continued to play football despite the struggles. And finally, at the age of 27, his perseverance was bearing fruit as one of the scouts of a struggling team in that fourth league took notice of him. They were fighting a battle of relegation. If they were to be relegated, they would have to fall out of the professional league. Thus, in desperation, the team decided to take a gamble and wanted to sign him. Finally, when his dream of making the pro was about to get fulfilled, tragedy struck him once again. Unable to sign the pro contract, some of the teenagers in his local team got jealous of his success. Out of jealousy, they pushed him off the staircase. Falling from the staircase, he broke his tibia, leg bone. As he hit his head upon the fall, he lost his consciousness. And when he regained back his consciousness, he found himself in hospital bed. His leg was covered in plaster of Paris. The injury which he had picked up when he was young escalated further after that fall. Due to fractured bone, he missed the opportunity to be signed by a professional team. And to make matter even worse, the doctor informed him that he could never play football once again. The sky fell upon him as he listened to the doctor. He stumbled and fell down, unable to handle the truth. He was devastated by the news of never being able to play football again. At the age of 27, he lost everything. He had neither money nor could he play football again. He went back to live with his mother. His mother, who was already a single mother, struggled to feed him. Witnessing the struggles of his mother, he felt even more miserable. And as the time passed, he started to develop symptoms of depression. Suicidal thoughts started to appear in his mind. And finally, succumbing to his suicidal thoughts, he took his own life walking in front of the moving truck. As the truck hit him, he thought that he could finally escape from his struggle and rest in peace. Or so he thought, but how wrong he was. Instead of a peaceful death, he returned back to the time when he was still 5 years old. Should I study well and become a doctor or lawyer and fulfill my mother's wish? Or should I use the knowledge of the future and bet money on the winning teams and earn money? Hero contemplated. I don't want to go through that same tragedy once again, he whispered, clenching his chest. The tragic experience he had gone through in his previous life caused an intense pain in his heart whenever he remembered of the day he lost his everything. No matter how much he tried to reason, he couldn't stop himself from thinking about football. Even after somehow he had got a second chance in life, he still wanted to continue playing football. He couldn't give up on his dream. But what if the tragedy repeats again? He mumbled, doubting his choice. If I strengthen myself physically, I might prevent the tragedy from happening once again. After all, the reason that I injured myself before was because of my weak physique. I focused too much on football that I ignored my physicality. If only if I were a little more sturdy back then, I wouldn't have injured myself. He frowned. Whatever, I'll play football once again. And this time I'll prepare myself thoroughly. I won't be beaten by some lame ass injury. I'll give my all, train myself every day and night. Just wait and watch, I'll be the greatest player alive. Unable to quit football, he raised his hands and clenched them tightly. Stating his resolve, he was determined to make it a pro. Ding. The host has fulfilled the requirements for the awakening of the talent copying system. Chapter 4. Potential. SSS. Upon hearing the unknown voice, he jumped out of the bed. He was startled by the unknown voice. The voice resembled that of the voice of a female. Who's there? Horrified by the unknown voice, he began to shake his head vigorously in search of the source of sound. System initializing. Please wait for some moment. System initializing. What bullshit are you spouting? Just freaking show yourself. Arrow exasperated. Unable to find a single soul in his room, he wondered if he was hallucinating. Perhaps I'm getting a system like those protagonists in the web novels. He wondered while trying to figure out the source of the sound. Despite him not being a huge fan of web novel, he had heard countless stories about reincarnation from his friends. The stories where the protagonist would die and somehow miraculously come back to life. Upon reincarnating, they would gain a cheat-like ability or a system to make them stronger. I've already reincarnated, so it wouldn't be strange if I were to gain a system somehow. He mumbled while trying to soothe himself. As unreal as it seemed, he had already experienced the unreal feat of reincarnation. Hence, it wouldn't have been strange if he were to somehow get a system. Guessing that he had somehow attained a system, the horrified look on his face faded away and a smile formed on his face. The anticipation on his face escalated as he found the reason behind the unknown voice. Beep. 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 Scanning for potential host detected, registering Takahashi Hiro as the new host, adjusting with biometrics, synchronizing the data, just when would end. Exasperated as the system was taking a lot of time to synchronize the data. Synchronization complete. Welcome to the talent copying system. Finally it ended. He released a deep sigh. Please select a desired profession you wish to excel. A. Actor. B. Athlete. C. Lawyer. D. Doctor. E. Entrepreneur. F. Astronaut. The list stretched infinitely as it mentioned every profession available in the world. However, his priorities were fixed. He knew what he wanted. He couldn't care less about other professions, and he didn't need to think twice about his choice. Our athlete, he yelled. The host has picked athlete as his desired profession. Please confirm your choice by saying confirm at B. Once confirmed, the host cannot choose again. Confirm. He spoke without any hesitation. Confirming host's pick. Choice confirmed. Please select the category of athlete you wish to become. A. Footballer. B. Basketball player. C. Tennis player. D. Cricketer. E. Baseball player. Once again the list stretched infinitely. The system was mentioning every possible sports available in the world. But this time too, his priority was fixed. Footballer, he yelled once again. The host has picked football as his desired profession. Please confirm your pick by saying confirm. Confirm. Once again he spoke without any hesitation. Performing deep scan. Scanning complete. As the system completed the scan, he felt a throbbing pain in his head. As if something was making its way towards his head, the excruciating pain intensified. He screamed in a muffled voice. Unable to withstand the pain, he fell down on the floor. He could neither move his body nor could scream for help. Huff. Huff. He was breathing heavily and sweating profusely. After some time the pain started to mitigate. And as the pain dissipated, he mustered some strength in his legs and tried to get up. His legs wobbled as he tried to rise. Please inspect your status. To inspect your stats, mention status window. Status window. Even to speak 2 words, he needed to muster all his strength. As soon as he finished his sentence, a translucent holographic blue page appeared in front of him. At the right side there was his current picture, and at the left side were his basic information. Beneath the basic information were mentioned his attributes. Basic information: name, Takahashi Hiro; age, 5 years old; weight, 18 kilograms; height, 3.5 feet; potential, SSS attribute point, 0 roulette tickets, 0 skills, and title, Master of the Talent Copying System, Aggressor, one who possesses ethereal talent. For detailed information about the title, click on the title. Let's do what it says to do. Hiro curiously clicked on the title, Master of the Talent Copying System. Just as he did that, he got directed towards another page. Title: Master of the Talent Copying System. While this title is in effect, you can interact with the system and gain extra points by completing the mission designated by the system. So basically each title comes with a respective title effect. I'll inspect the effects of other titles sometimes later. Right now let's continue to observe my stats. He mumbled. Attributes: physical, 20 and hundredths, grade E. Dribbling, 52 and hundredths, grade C. Pace, 33 and hundredths, grade D. Passing, 35 and hundredths, grade D. Shooting, 42 and hundredths, grade C. Defending, 17 and hundredths, grade E. Mentality, 35 and hundredths, grade D. IQ, 70 and hundredths, grade B. Overall grade D. Note: the above stats are displayed in comparison to the professionals. Please open the tag below for a more detailed stat. Match stat goals: 0 assist, 0 dribbles, 0 shot on target, 0 shot off target, 0 distance covered, 0 passes completed, 0 successful tackle, 0 clean sheet, 0 note. Above stats are only accumulated through professional matches. So it's basically like my in-game statistics, huh? He exclaimed. Since he hadn't played any professional matches, his match stat attributes were all filled with 0. Daily mission, locked quest, locked system store, locked system roulette, locked individual achievement, locked error. Let's just stop for now and continue later. It's already getting too late. He couldn't handle all the information at once and thus called it a day. He reached towards his pocket and took out his phone. It was already 3:15 am. Damn! I should probably sleep now. If mother somehow finds me awake at this hour, she'll probably smack the shit out of me, he exclaimed. Putting his phone in the drawer, he hit the bed. A lot of things happened to him that day. Firstly, he was miraculously reincarnated, and after that he even acquired a system. Every single thing which happened to him that day was ethereal and real. Whilst in the bed, he was still wondering about the things which he had experienced. I need to inquire more about the system tomorrow. But for now let's sleep, he mumbled. As soon as he closed his eyes, he instantly fell asleep. He was too much exhausted by the day's events. Despite being a 5-year-old, his stats were insanely unbelievable. His dribbling stat was already on par with most of the semi-pro athletes. And his IQ was even better than most of the semi-pro athletes. The mere fact that he had an overall grade of D at the age of 5 was already shocking. But to make matters even more spicy, his potential was SSS grade. Even the world-famous athlete Lionel Cristiano Ronaldo and Andres Messi had a potential of SS grade. In terms of potential, he far exceeded everybody present in the earth. Compared to his other stats, his physical and defending were lacking by a mile. But despite that, he could still upgrade his attributes with the help of the system. Even though he couldn't understand a lot of things, he had a rough idea about the things mentioned by the system. He could tell that he could become a professional by following the guidelines of the system. But what he didn't know was that he could become the greatest footballer to ever live with the help of the system. Hero. Huh? Who's calling me? He heard a voice while he was asleep. How long do you plan to sleep, hero? He tried to open his eyes. His vision was still blurry and he was still in a state of half asleep. As he tried to open his eyes, a figure of a lady with long brown hair and milky white skin became visible. However, the figure was blurry and he couldn't see clearly. Covering his eyes, he was having trouble opening his eyes. Finally, after a little bit of struggle, he opened his eyes. There in front of him, his mother was yelling at him for oversleeping. Long brown hair with brown pupils, milky white skin with a mole above her upper lips, dressed in a red t-shirt and loose trousers, she was yelling at him. Despite the vivid anger in her face, her angelic appearance charmed him. Angel, he mumbled. How would Angel? You pesky brat, wake up, it's already time for school, she yelled furiously. Still the same, I see. You and your furious temper. But I miss that a lot, he thought while looking at her angry face. Now get up and freshen up. She left towards the kitchen after waking him up. Previously he hated her nagging, but this time around he was happy to listen to her nagging once again. Unable to endure her nagging, he had yelled her in his previous life. And after that incident, she never nagged him again. Chapter 5. First quest. Pulling aside the blanket, he hopped out of his bed. He raised his arms and began to stretch his body. As he stretched his body, few joints in his body made a popping sound. After stretching his body, he started to fold his blanket and make his bed. He was mandatorily required to make his bed every morning, or else he'd have to endure the wrath of his mother. Hero! Hurry up, his mother yelled, calling out for him as soon as he finished making his bed. Coming, Mommy replied back. He then began to walk towards the kitchen. You shouldn't keep him awake till late night. It's all your fault that he's going to be late for school. As he walked inside the kitchen, he found his mother yelling at his father. His father was as docile as a lamb. He couldn't do anything. He simply sat at the dining table, flipping through his newspaper, listening to her nagging. Oh, you're here. Come into breakfast. His father spoke while revealing a gentle smile. Hero returned back the smile. Words couldn't express how grateful he was to experience that moment with his family once again. After losing his father in his previous life, his relationship with his mother soured over time. While his mother kept nagging him to focus on his study, he kept rebelling against her decision. Despite knowing that she only meant well for him, he couldn't see through her real feelings. He kept on thinking that even she didn't have any faith in him that he could make it a pro. He took her well wishes negatively and rebelled against her. Only after witnessing our struggles, he realized the meaning behind her nagging. After he injured his legs, she was the only one who provided that for him. She was the only one who stayed beside his bed when he was bedridden in hospital. And for his whole life he hated her because of his prideful attitude. To prove her wrong, to prove everyone wrong, he struggled miserably. Taking countless part-time jobs, training in the morning and training later in the night when he was all by himself. He barely slept for 3 to 4 hours. Did you brush your teeth, Hero? She called out for him while he was spacing out. Uh-huh. No, I've not, boor, thwack. Before he could complete his sentence, his mother smacked him on his head. Ow! Why did you do that? Turning his head towards her, he complained. But he couldn't finish his sentence upon witnessing his mother's angry face. She was fuming. After living alone for so many years, he forgot that he needed to brush his teeth before having breakfast. While living alone, he didn't have any proper eating schedule. Sometimes he'd eat breakfast at 12, and sometimes he'd be very busy that he'd forget to eat. Forgetting to brush before having breakfast wasn't the only thing he had forgotten. He even forgot about the short temper of his mother. She would beat him even if he were a child whenever he made mistakes. Rules were absolute if he wanted to live in her home. Looking at his mother's angry face, he quickly realized his mistake. He then hopped out of the chair and stormed towards the restroom. You better hurry up. If we get late for school, we're in for another beating. She yelled furiously as he ran towards the bathroom. It didn't take him long to brush his teeth. He barely avoided her beating. He then hurriedly stuffed the breakfast prepared by his mother. It was already 7:30 and by the time he had finished his breakfast and he was required to reach the school by 8 a.m. As he was still in kindergarten, he didn't require to wear any proper uniform. Due to embarrassment, he quickly got dressed before his mother could help him to dress. Despite his appearance being that of a 5-year-old at the present, he was still a 27-year-old grown-up from inside. Just when he was about to leave the house, his father stopped him. You didn't forget about the kids' football tournament that's going to be held in the Sakura futsal later in the evening, did you? His father inquired. The local football club had organized a tournament for the kids of the age 5 to 8 to promote football in their locality. Basically it was designed as a sort of entertainment event for the local spectators. While upfront it was a charity event to promote football. But behind, the reason for organizing the event was to advertise their football club to attract better investors and to increase their fan base. Simply speaking, it was a marketing stunt. The tournament was just like any other regular youth tryouts. The kids of the age 5 to 8 could show up in teams or show up alone. Those who showed up on teams didn't require to form new teams. While those who showed up alone were paired up with other kids and a team was formed. I know it, Dad, but still thanks for reminding me again. He spoke confidently even though he was still lying about remembering the event. He had completely forgotten about the tournament. It was the first time when he played competitively against other kids. Also, it was the beginning of his football journey. "It's good that you know. I'll pick you up at 3 later in the evening and we'll go together," his father exclaimed. "Okay, but don't you have work today? I've taken a day off to see you play today. How can I miss my son's debut match?" his father replied enthusiastically. He was baffled by his father's response. As much as he remembered, he didn't attend this tournament previously. In fact, it was his mother who had accompanied him to the futsal. But something was different in the present moment. His father worked in a construction company and usually worked overtime. Except the occasional day offs, Hiro couldn't even see his face until morning in any normal day due to his work. But despite being extremely busy, his father would still make time for him, occasionally. He would occasionally come to see his matches. "You're not joking, right?" Hiro bewilderingly replied. "No, I'm not joking. I'll pick you up later from the school," Takashi reassured Hiro. "Hurry up, Hiro, or else we'll be late for the school," his mother called out for him. Soon on her bicycle, they reached the school. In the front gate, a young lady greeted them. "Hello, Mrs. Takahashi. How are you?" The young lady greeted them at the entrance of the kindergarten. The young lady was dressed in a light pink shirt and azure blue trousers. Her jet black hair was tied by a scrunchie and a ponytail. Lip gloss applied in her lips gave it a pinkish appearance. And moreover, due to the smell of perfume, she smelled like fragrant roses. Hiro couldn't stop himself from staring at the young lady in front of him. His cheeks turned red as she looked at him with a smile. "Hello, Misaki-sensei. I'm doing fine, how about you?" his mother greeted back. The young lady was none other than his homeroom teacher. Due to a young appearance, everybody would mistook her age as a teenager. However, she was already in her mid-20s. And Hiro himself, being a 27-year-old from inside, couldn't help himself from getting attracted towards her. "Shall we head inside, Hiro?" she exclaimed with a smile after finishing our conversation with his mother. However, he was lost in his imagination and was staring blankly at her. "Hiro?" As he regained his composure, he found her hand stretched towards him. She extended her hands to grab his. He then extended his hands and grabbed hers. While holding hands, they headed inside. His mother bid him farewell and left for her work. She worked in an old age care center as a nurse. Chatter. 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 As he entered the room, he heard loud chatters of kids. Some crying, some laughing, some fighting. It was more like a fish market than a classroom. WTF? Erg. Somebody please take me out of here. Save me. Unable to handle the noise, he started to beg for help in his mind. The only thing he wished as he entered the classroom was to leave the classroom ASAP. The classroom was one heck of a hellish torture place for him. In that whole room, he was the only one who wasn't making any noise. Unable to handle the noise, he covered his ears. Ding. Quest unlocked. Please open the status window for details regarding the quest. He heard the sound of the system as he closed his ears. What quest? He mumbled. Status window, he whispered. Quest title. Survive the classroom. Quest info. Avoid the distracting sounds and focus on the words of the teacher. Rewards for quest completion. Use skill focus penalty. And focus on teacher's words in this noisy environment. Are you kidding me? He exasperated upon seeing the quest of the system. The quest was near to impossible. It was simply impossible to focus on teacher's words in that hellish classroom. Chapter 6. Familiar foe. Accepting the quest, he tried to focus on teacher's words. With utmost concentration, he stared at his teacher. However, every time he tried to concentrate on her words, the noise from the background would somehow distract him. Maybe it's because I'm so far away from her, that's why I'm not able to listen to her, he mumbled. While his teacher was reading a children's book, he raised his arm. Yes, Hiro. How may I help you? The teacher exclaimed, looking at his raised arms. In Japan, students are taught to raise their hands up before speaking or calling out for teachers to ask questions so as not to disturb them while teaching. "Sensei, I want to sit in the front row to hear you better," he exclaimed. His chances of hearing our words were much better in the front row than from his current place. Hearing his response, the teacher gave him a perplexing look. Previously, Hiro used to be one of those few troublemakers of the class. He would fold papers into the shape of balls and kick them, celebrating as if he scored in a World Cup or Champions League final whenever he scored a goal against his classmates. And he rarely paid any attention towards his studies and teachers' lectures. Around the time when she would be teaching, he would be napping in his desk. "Are you sure, Hiro? Or are you not feeling well?" she replied with a concerned look on her face. "Thank you for your concern, Sensei. But I'm all right. I just want to listen to the story you're reading a little better," he replied back without any hesitation. However, from inside, he was extremely nervous. After all, he himself knew the reason behind her baffled look. The teacher took notice of his sincerity and called him forward. She then exchanged his seat with one of the students in the front row. After that, she continued to read the children's book. Finally, he was able to hear her better, although he could still hear the chatters of the kids behind him. However, with some concentration, he could focus on her words without being distracted. Which is exactly what he did. He kept his eyes fixated at her lips so as not to miss her words. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest. New skill focus is rewarded for the completion of the quest. Please check your status window for more info regarding the skill. Yes! Finally, I completed the quest. He was celebrating like crazy inside his mind upon completing the quest. However, he didn't show any emotions outwardly and maintained a poker face as if he was listening attentively. Status window, he mumbled. Focus, skill description. When using the skill, the user can immerse himself completely in any kind of task he's undertaking, negating any kind of distractions. Skill duration, 10 minutes. Skill CD, 24 hours. Note: the skill CD can be lowered as you upgrade your grades, and skill duration can be increased respectively as well. Damn. Such an OP skill. Doesn't it mean that I can negate any kind of distractions when using this skill? I can use it to negate the oppressive cheers of rival fans, and I can even use it to negate the negative taunts of the opponents. If Andres Messi had this skill in 2015 Copa America, then he wouldn't have missed his penalty, he chuckled. Hiro, is everything alright? The teacher questioned him, witnessing his wry smile. Without even realizing, he was smiling like a maniac. Sorry, teacher. I'm alright. He apologized for his behavior while trying to regain his composure. Ding. Dong. The bell of the school rang. He was so focused on the task that he didn't even realize how fast the time flew by. Seems like this much for today. I'll see you tomorrow, that teacher exclaimed. Thank you, Sensei, the students replied in unison. Although they were still kids, they were taught to appreciate their teachers since their childhood. Hiro was packing his bags before even the teacher finished her sentence. As he carried the bag, she bewilderingly looked at him. Where are you going, Hiro? You have cleaning duty today. Don't you remember? The teacher exclaimed while collecting her books. Huh. I'm on cleaning duty today. Why does it have to be today? He frowned. In Japan, schools don't hire any janitors for cleaning duty. Instead, the students are required to clean their classrooms by themselves. In order to teach the students humility and discipline, the school makes the student clean their own respective classrooms and hallways. He clearly forgot that he was on cleaning duty. Another batch of kids who didn't have cleaning duty packed their bags. However, even after packing the bags, they didn't leave the classroom. They were required to wait for their parents to show up before they could head home. Everyone who were on cleaning duty grabbed their respective mops, brooms, and other tools required for cleaning. He remembered that he previously cleaned the blackboard in order to complete his cleaning duty so that he can leave quickly. While the kids whose parents didn't show up stayed late to help in cleaning. Hiro glanced at the duster in front of the teacher's desk. Satoshi, a snotty kid, was about to pick the duster. Worried that he gave the duster before him, he ran towards the duster. Just before Satoshi's hand reached the duster, he snatched the duster from him with lightning speed. Heh? I could even outrun Usain Bolt. He laughed maniacally. Is something wrong with his mind? Satoshi gave him a perplexing look. Not only Satoshi but everyone in his classroom looked at him as if he had gone crazy. He looked around him and to save himself from embarrassment, he calmly exclaimed, "I am. Please excuse my behavior." He spoke in a confident tone as if nothing ever happened in the first place. He then went directly towards the blackboard without looking at anybody and began to clean the blackboard. That was close. It didn't take him long to clean the blackboard, and by the time he finished his cleaning his father had arrived as well. "Hiro. Takahashi Hiro." The teacher called his name. "Yes, Mom," he yelled. "Your dad is here. You can go home if you've finished your cleaning duty," she exclaimed. He then placed the duster at the teacher's drawer and carried his bag. If he went directly towards the futsal he could still make it for the tournament in time. But he didn't have his cleats with him. So he needed to go back home in order to fetch his cleats. Erg. I should have brought my boots with me. He frowned. As he walked in front of the entrance, he noticed his father carrying a bag. "What's that, Dad?" he questioned. "I knew that you'd forget your boots, so I brought it with me," he replied with a smile. Hiro returned back the smile. Because of that simple gesture of his dad, he could make it to the tournament in time and he didn't have to go back to home to fetch his boots. "Thank you, Daddy." Grateful for his gesture, he thanked his father while revealing a big warm smile. He hopped onto his father's bicycle, and both of them headed towards the futsal. The futsal was about 20 minutes away from the school. As they reached the futsal of the front gate, he saw his mother waiting for them. "What took you so long?" "The game's about to begin," she exclaimed with a worried face. They hurriedly ran towards the field and barely reached the futsal in time. While the coaches were assembling the team, he was tying his boots. Flexing his Andres Messi jersey, he walked towards the field. But nobody even took notice of him except his parents, who were cheering loudly for him. At the center of the pitch many kids were gathered in a circle. Different kids dressed in different jerseys. Most of them were dressed in Andres Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo jersey, while there were some of them who were dressed in the jersey of national team and other clubs. He looked extremely average, that's why nobody took notice of him. While most of the anonymous kids who showed up alone were gathered in the middle. The kids who showed up in teams were far in the right corner and left corner. However, among those numerous teams, one team stood out than the rest. Every member of that team was dressed in pinkish jersey. And most of the kids in that team looked older than the rest of the kids who showed up for the tournament. Behind their backs were huge letters which read Sakura FC Youth Club. They were the team of the organizer. Their keeper was almost 4 feet tall. Compared to the rest of the kid, he was extremely tall. Even the goal post was barely 4.5 feet tall and 5 feet wide. He could instantly recognize the keeper of the Sakura FC Youth Club. "So we meet once again, huh?" Kurosawa Taki mumbled, looking at him. He could have never forgotten his face. After all, that keeper in front of him was the future keeper of the national team. And because of him previously, he was denied many goals. Even when the coach in front of him was assembling the team, his eyes were fixated on that keeper. "Just you wait, I'm gonna humiliate you so much that you'll beg me to have mercy." Chapter 7. Coming from the bench. "You kid with curly hair. Are you paying any attention?" A middle-aged man who stood in the middle of the center, half dressed in a tracksuit, called out for him. However, he was extremely distracted by the sight of Kurosawa Taki that he couldn't hear the voice of the middle-aged man. Seeing him distracted, a kid who stood beside him tapped his shoulder. "Yes. Yes, sir," he stammered, coming back to his senses. "Try not to get too much distracted. Pay attention now, I'm going to arrange the teams." The man shrugged his behavior. That middle-aged man was one of the few coaches signed by the organizer for the event. Just like him, there were 3 more coaches signed for the event standing beside him. The man then started to inquire the kids about the position they liked to play. Most of the kids replied forward while only few replied defense. Almost nobody except 2 kids exclaimed that they could play keeper. Witnessing the response of the kids, the man smacked his head in disappointment. Since most of the kids preferred to play forward, the man started to sort the kids by his own will. Luckily, Hiro got to play as a midfielder. However, most of the kids who couldn't play in their desired position rebelled against his decision and started to create a ruckus. They were dissatisfied by the coach's decision. "Those who are dissatisfied by my decision can leave," he yelled in fury. After seeing his angry face, nobody dared to complain a single word. While there were still some kids who left after his announcement, most of the kids remained. And because of that, the parents of the kids who left made their way towards the field to complain about the coach's behavior. To minimize the ruckus, the organizer stepped in. "We apologize for his behavior." To appease the irritated parents, the organizer started to apologize. However, the man who turned away those kids didn't say a single word. He sternly believed in his judgment and refused to apologize. Seeing the man's unwillingness to bow down, the organizer pleaded the coach to take in those kids as reserves. And just like that, a situation was prevented. After that, the other 3 coaches hired by the organizer started to pick their respective players and created a team of 8. After the 4 coaches picked their respective players, 4 teams of 8 starting players were formed and every other remaining player was used as a substitute. Due to Hero's earlier behavior, he was placed in the reserve as well. Finally, the team was allocated as such: 4 teams made up of individual players who showed up alone and 4 teams of the players who showed up in teams. The individual players who showed up alone were at a disadvantage than those who showed up in teams. The tournament was played in a knockout style. The winning team would move forward while the losing team would go home. A random lottery was drawn to divide the 8 teams in 2 groups, Group A and Group B. Group A contained 4 teams and Group B contained 4 as well. Hero was placed in the team of the middle-aged coach. The names of the 4 teams formed by the individual players were named as such: Team 1, Team 2, Team 3 and Team 4. However, the other 4 teams were Sakura FC Youth Club, Little Boys Youth Club, Tokushima City FC Youth Club and Nakamura FC Youth Club. As suggested by their names, all 4 of those clubs were the youth club of reputed football club who played professionally. The result of the lottery came as such: Group A, Sakura FC Youth Club, Nakamura FC Youth Club, Team 3 and Team 4. Group B, Little Boys Youth Club, Tokushima FC Youth Club, Team 1 and Team 2. Due to the group's composition, Hero could only face Kurosawa Taki if his team made it to final. Kurosawa Taki was placed in Group A while Hero was placed in Group B. The first match was played between the host team and Team 3. Just minutes after the whistle blew, the hosts team scored a goal. In another 5 minutes, the host scored a second goal. In another 7 minutes, the host scored a third goal. By the end of the first half, the host scored 4 goals against the opponent team. The player of the Team 4 looked extremely tired and hopeless. Their eyes were screaming for help. Their eyes were telling the referee to stop the match. However, there was still another 20 minutes left. Since it was a children's game, the game was played on October 20th, 1920. First half was of 20 minutes, 10 minutes break, and second half was another 20 minutes. By the end of the full time, the score reached as such: Sakura FC Youth Club, -10, Team 3 0. It was an overwhelming victory for the hosts team. Similarly, Nakamura FC completely obliterated the Team 4 as well. They won 7-1 against Team 4. It wasn't much different for the team in Group B as well. Tokushima FC Youth Club won 8-2 against Team 2. The score 7-1 and 8-2 reminded him of the traumatic loss of Brazil against Germany in 2014 World Cup and Barcelona against Bayern Munich in Champions League. Finally, after those humiliating defeat of Team 2, 3 and 4, everybody expected that it would be one of those 4 youth clubs who'd win the tournament. And many spectators began to leave the field. The match between Team 1 and Little Boys Youth Club commenced with the referee's whistle. It was finally Hero's team's turn to play. However, he was benched by the middle-aged coach. Just within 7 minutes into the first half, Little Boys Youth Club took the lead as they scored the opening goal. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't leave your mark!" the coach shouted furiously at the player who costed them the goal. The opponent team didn't stop at 1 goal and continued to charge vigorously, giving them no time to rest. The keeper in Hero's team made countless saves. Luckily, the keeper in Hero's team was somewhat experienced than the rest of the keepers of team who lost against youth clubs. But he couldn't handle all those pounding by himself. The defenders in Hero's team dodged the ball whenever the opponent made a shot. Their cowardice costed them 3 goals before halftime. Even the coach was getting frustrated by their behavior, and in the second half he decided to switch players. "Boy with curly hair," he exclaimed. "Me, sir," Arrow replied, pointing his finger towards himself. "What? Don't you want to go? Then leave it," the coach replied furiously. "No sir, that's not what I meant." "Whatever, get ready," the coach exasperated. Beep. Player change for Team 1. What is the coach thinking? Just after 2 minutes in second half, the coach of Team 1 has decided to use his first substitution. But the match looks as good as lost even after the substitution, the commentator announced. Finally, he was about to enter the pitch after 2 minutes in the second half. As he made his way towards the pitch, he looked around him. A lot of spectators were leaving their place and the stadium was almost getting empty. Except the supporters of the youth clubs, almost nobody was present at the stands. Far in the right corner, he noticed his parents' cheers. They were overjoyed by his presence. He waved his hands towards his parents as he entered the pitch. "Your team is 3 down and you still have the audacity to wave your hand?" The opponent player mocked his gesture and looked at him as if they would swallow him in a single gulp. Because every kid in their team were dressed in different jerseys, they were given green bibs by the organizer. As he took his position, the referee blew the whistle, commencing the continuation of the match. The ball is with the keeper and he passes the ball towards the defender. It doesn't seem like that Team 1 could turn around the match. The ball was with his team's goalkeeper. The keeper played the ball towards the defender with number 2 on his back, who looked extremely tired. Number 2 seems extremely exhausted and the opponent players are definitely making use of his exhaustion. Taking advantage of his exhaustion, the opponent players charge towards him. Now what will he do? Will he pass the ball or will he dribble past the ball? Wait. No, he actually kicked the ball. But it seems that the ball will go out of bounds. Was it a mistake? Perhaps he was anxious? But whatever it is, the ball will definitely go out of bounds. Number 2 got anxious and kicked the ball hard towards the opponent's goal post. Everybody assumed that the ball would go out of play. Even the opponent keeper assumed the same and stick to his post. Wait. Number 19 is running towards the ball. The same number 19 who was the first substitution of the Team 1, however, shattering everybody's expectation, Arrow made his run towards the ball with lightning speed. The opponents were caught off guard. Will he make it? Or will he not? He traps the ball in his chest. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. What a speed. What a touch. Where was Team 1's coach hiding such an amazing talent? At the far right corner of the opponent's post, he trapped the ball in his chest and prevented the ball from going out of bounds. But now that he have trapped the ball, what will he do? There's nobody inside for passing. His teammates are all gathered in their own half. The opponent defenders are charging towards him. What will he do now? Chapter 8, All-Out Defense. Woohoo! What's that noise? One of the spectators who was about to leave the futsal inquired. The crowds inside the futsal burst out in ecstasy. The loud cheering noise coming from inside the futsal made the spectators who were leaving the premises curious. The loud cheers worked like a magnet, attracting the magnetic substance. The leaving spectators started to return back to witness the reason behind the cheers. What will number 19 do in this situation? 3 defenders and a keeper stands before him in the goal post. And there's no sight of his teammate. He's completely surrounded. As soon as he trapped the ball, the opponent defenders reacted quickly and blocked the path course towards the goal post. Arrow quickly scanned for any support, but there was none. His teammates were all clustered in their own half. He was left with only one solution. If he wanted to score the goal, he would have to dribble past all those 3 defenders. What's this? He's moving the ball forward by himself and facing the defender head-on. Is he that confident to take on 3 defenders all by himself, or is he that desperate for the goal? Whatever it is, we'll only know after a while. Let's see what this kid will show us. Hero dashed towards the goal post, but a defender blocked his course. He performed a body feint while making use of his pace and successfully passed the first defender. However, the other 2 defenders followed up instantly and cornered him. The second defender had his legs wide open. Making use of his open legs, he lightly kicked the ball between his legs and nutmegged him. The second defender was stunned by his performance. However, the last defender followed up with a sliding tackle. Hero gently tapped the ball at the lower part and chipped the ball above him. The keeper, sensing danger, jumped towards the ball to punch it away. But before his punch could reach the ball, his feet reached it faster. In mid-air, he kicked the ball towards the goal. Finally, Team 1 has opened up the score sheet. Magnificent. Simply magnificent. How is a kid of this age able to demonstrate such unbelievable talents? Just where had Coach Hudden hiding such an overwhelming talent? Upon seeing the underdog fighting back against the omnipotent, almost everybody present in the pitch burst out in ecstasy. The whole futsal was filled with cheers and praises. Just what are you doing? Can't you block a single person? It's 1 versus 3 and yet you still get defeated. The opponent keeper spilled his anger on the 3 defenders who failed to defend against him despite outnumbering him 3-1. What's this? The calm and collected keeper of the Little Boy FC Youth Club is suddenly fuming after the first goal. While the opponent's keeper was shouting at his defenders, Hero ran towards the part of the stand where his parents were seated. His teammates chased him to celebrate with him, however it was too fast for them to catch up. I'll score 3 more goals. Just watch me, he announced to his father's face. Yeah, sure. If you could score that many goals, then I'll buy you your favorite cleats. His father placed a wager upon hearing his declaration. Beep. The referee has blown the whistle and the match continues. The number 19 kid has opened the score for his team just after 45 seconds of his arrival. Now the score is Little Boys 3 and Team 1-1. HMPH. That's just a fluke. Why are they even cheering that much for a fluke goal? The opponent team striker exasperated. It was natural for him to get irritated. After all, despite scoring 2 goals in that match, he wasn't praised as much as Hero. So it was natural for him to get jealous. Out of jealousy, he decided to dribble past the entire team of Team 1 all by himself. And as soon as he got the pass from his teammate, he dashed towards the Team 1's goal all by himself. The striker in Hero's team proved to absolute garbage against the charging striker of the opponent team, as he couldn't do anything against him. Is it some kind of declaration to the number 19 kid of Team 1? Little Boy's striker is charging all by himself towards the goal. What will Team 1 do now? He's already left 3 players of Team 1 in dust, and it doesn't seem that he'll slow down anytime sooner. But what's this? Number 19 kid is blocking his course. Is it only this far that he can take the ball by himself? Will he pass or will he try to break through? The opponent's striker locked his eyes with him, as if he was signaling for him to come towards him. Just like the opponent's striker wished, Hero dashed towards him. As Hero stood in front of him, the opponent's striker couldn't see any space to exploit and thus kicked the ball forward and started to run towards the ball. He wanted to make use of his explosive pace. I win. You're no match for my pace. The opponent's striker smirked. Huh. The smile on his face quickly faded away as he found Hero running towards him like a cheetah. At that moment he realized that he was no match for Hero's pace. Oh, what's this? He got outwitted at his own game. The number 19 kid reached the ball way before him. I admit that you're faster than me. But that won't amount to anything if I snatch the ball from you. Admitting his weakness, he raised his guard to defend against Hero. Hero approached him slowly. And he was keeping his eyes fixated at the ball as well. Let me teach you how to do it. Hero smirked as he kicked the ball forward and dashed towards the ball, leaving him in dust. That bastard. The opponent's striker heard his taunt in custom as he tried to chase after Hero. However, he couldn't do anything. No matter how fast he sprinted, he couldn't reach Hero. What an amazing speed. He passed the opponent player without breaking any sweat. But is this just as far as he can go? The opponent player had reacted quickly and surrounded him, but what's this? He's not slowing even a bit. He's charging head on all by himself. Hero dashed with the ball towards the goal without losing his momentum. Several opponent players showed up, blocking his course. Away from 1, from 2, from 3, and he's still going. Magnificent. Magnificent. Away from 4, 5, 6, and yet he's still going. The only one left to beat is the goalkeeper. After dribbling past 6 opponent player by himself, he found himself in front of the goal 1 versus 1 with the goalkeeper. Even after breaking through 6 guys all at once, he couldn't see any gap in the keeper. The opponent's goalkeeper had covered the entire goalpost all by himself. He didn't let a single space for him to shoot. As he moved forward with the ball, the opponent's keeper left his post and dashed towards him to minimize his shooting space. The keeper wasn't afraid of taking his shots on face. Shoot if you can. I'll block your shots even if I had to take it on face. The opponent keeper was determined to stop his shot. The keeper's eyes were fixated at the ball and he was calculating his every body movement. He was overtly cautious. Making use of his cautiousness, he stretched his legs to shoot the ball. Just as he stretched his legs, the keeper predicted that he'd shoot the ball and dived forward to block the shot. But contrary to his prediction, Arrow faked the shot. Baka. Just as the keeper landed roughly, he shot with his other leg into the open goal. It's another goal from number 19. That shot, that movement, that fake, that pace, everything, just everything he did was fabulous. Simply fabulous. After scoring that goal, he again ran towards his parents' side. Pointing 2 fingers at his father, he signaled him to keep his money prepared for the cleats. Just who was that kid? Where have he come from? I've not seen anything like this even in J-League. That goal was simply a work of art. It's not even been 5 minutes since he scored his first goal and he has already scored the second one. Maybe now they can change the outcome of the match. It's Little Boys 3 and Team 1 2. To tie the match, Team 1 will have to score 1 more goal in next 13 minutes. And seeing the performance of the number 19 kid, they might actually pull it off. Beep. After that goal, the coach of the Little Boys Youth Club is looking somewhat anxious. He's making some changes. Player change for Little Boys Youth Club. Number 7 out number 5 inches, number 10 out number 3 inches. Number 9 out number 22 inches. It seems the coach is really anxious. He's subbing all his offensive players for defensive players. Are they planning to defend their 1-goal leg? After that magnificent goal, the coach of the Little Boys Youth Club subbed all of his offensive player for a defensive player. Previously their formation was February 3, 2001, but now after the changes it became January 5, 2000. With no offensive player, they fortified their defense, sacrificing their offense. And even that sole player in the mid played as a defensive mid. Chapter 9. Paninka. After that second goal, starting from the kickoff, the opponent team played the ball in their own half. They didn't try to move the ball forward and kept on passing between themselves in their own half. They were only stalling for time as they were still in the lead. Arrow desperately tried to snatch the ball away from them, but as soon as he'd approach the player with the ball, that player would immediately pass the ball to someone else. His teammates were absolutely garbage. They couldn't even block their pass course or snatch the ball from the opponent. Boo. Boo. The crowds booed the Little Boy Youth Club's player whenever they touched the ball. They were getting extremely irritated by their plays. As the time went on, the frustration and boredom of the crowd built up and only intensified. And due to boredom, some of them started to leave the pitch. Are they planning to end the game like this? They aren't moving ball outside their own half. And one can vividly tell that the crowd is not satisfied with their play style. The boos of the crowd is only intensifying. I need to think of something else. How am I supposed to score if I'm not even getting the ball? Arrow mumbled. Given the situation, the only way for him to get the ball was to catch the opponent player off guard. He couldn't confront them directly. If he tried to confront them head-on, they would pass the ball to someone else in his garbage team, couldn't even win the ball back. The number 2's passed the ball to number 22. And he's moving the ball towards the center. Perhaps they're finally thinking of going on offense after nearly 10 minutes of passing the ball in their own half. The player of Team 1 is speeding up on him. But what's this? He passed the ball back to number 2. Boo. Boo. Just when we thought that they're finally going on offense, they pass the ball backwards. Perhaps the game might end this way. You gotta feel sorry for number 19 kid. He gave his all to score 2 goals against them, but he couldn't win the game. But where's number 19 kid? He's nowhere to be seen in the pitch. Wait. Who's that kid in front in Team 1's defense? Didn't number 19 play as an offensive player? So what is he doing in the defense? Unable to snatch the ball away from little boy's player, Hero had moved to the defense to get out from their sight. Just because he had moved to the defense didn't mean he had given up on the game. He was patiently waiting for an opportunity. And the opportunity finally came just a minute before the end of the game. Just as the opponent player with number 2 on his jersey kicked the ball hard towards the player at the opposite flank, Hero rushed towards the ball. Seems like it's the last long pass of the game. The number 2 has kicked the ball hard and it's heading straight towards number 4 at the opposite flank. The ball is still in the air, but what's this? Another player is rushing towards the ball. Who's that player? Who is it? Wait. I see number 19 inches the jersey. It's number 19, once again making use of his explosive pace. Will he get to the ball before number 4? What are you doing? Move towards the ball. The opponent coach shouted at his player to get the ball before number 19 could snatch it away from him. Suddenly number 4 started to get anxious and he staggeringly ran towards the ball even though the ball was still in midair. And he did reach the ball before Hero. After all, he was the one who was the closest to the ball. And number 4 has reached the ball before him. But would he be able to trap the ball? But out of nervousness, he couldn't trap the ball and it slipped off him. And due to that simple mistake of number 4, Hero snatched the ball away from him. After that there was no stopping to him. He sped up towards the goal. But number 4 hadn't given up as well. He desperately chased after Hero. However, his pace was a little bit slower than Hero and he wasn't able to reach Hero. Hero was already in front of the D box and if he didn't do anything then Hero would score the goal without any mistake and tie the game. He didn't want to take on the blame for that goal and thus he decided to foul Hero. Unable to snatch the ball away from Hero, he extended his arms and grabbed Hero's shirt. Beep. That's a foul. What will the referee do? The foul looked intentional. He won't get away easily without getting a card. The referee put his hand inside his pocket and took a card out. It's a red card. And number 4 is sent off. Also that Team 1 is given free kick in front of the penalty area. That spot looks as dangerous as penalty. However, that red card would be meaningless if they failed to score the goal. So who will be the one to take the free kick? As the foul was committed outside the penalty zone, they were granted free kick. The time had almost ended and it was very well the last set piece of the match. While the number 4 was getting sent off, Coach Han waved his hands and signaled them to group up. And thus, all of them rushed towards Coach Han. They formed a semicircle and gathered around Coach Han. You've all done great. So no matter the result, I want you all to remember that you fought till the end. While the other teams were humiliated, you guys have persevered against a pro youth club. So that alone is a great accomplishment. But remember, this is football and in football only the winners are remembered. So I want you all to give your best for this last set piece. And before you go, number 19 will take the free kick. Does anybody have any objection? If not, go show them what you are capable of. Coach Han gave a long pep talk to increase the morale of the squad. For a whole match he had been yelling at the players for their mistakes. But at the final moment of the match, his attitude changed. He finally played the role of the coach. I guess you're still a coach after all, Hero chuckled as he made his way towards the ball. In front of the D box, around 8 yards away from the goal post, his team was awarded a free kick for the intentional foul of number 4. If he could score that free kick, then the game would be tied and the winner would be decided by a penalty shootout. However, if he failed to convert that free kick, then the referee would blow the whistle to end the match and they'd lose the match. The fate of his team, the opportunity to face up against the future goalkeeper of national team, everything depended on his free kick. And he didn't want to risk that opportunity. As he stood in front of the ball, he remembered about the free kick performed by Andres Messi. Even though his free kick lacked power, it was extremely precise. And Hero needed that technique of Messi at the moment instead of a powerful shot like Cristiano Ronaldo. Status window. Activate the skill. Focus skill activated. The host has entered into a hyper-focus zone and he can't be distracted by the outer mediums. After activating the skill, he could no longer hear the noise of the crowd. Suddenly the environment around him got silent. He turned his head towards the stands. The crowds were cheering loudly, but he couldn't hear anything at all. He then looked at the ball. He could see every little detail in the football. The number of stitches it contained. The stains, the bumps, he could see everything crystal clear. He could see every minute details of the ball. He then looked at the opponent keeper. Drape. Drape. He could vividly see the sweat formed in his face. The keeper was panting heavily and looked tense. He was yelling at the defenders to strengthen the wall and close the gaps. There was a mix of emotion in his face. He looked anxious, terrified and exhausted at the same time. At that moment, Hero realized that the keeper was nervous about the free kick. And there was some possibility that he'd fail to save the ball due to his nervousness. Due to his skill, he could hear what the keeper was whispering even though he was far away from him. He looked at his teammates, they all were whispering something as well. Some praying, some whining, he could hear each and every one of them clearly just by focusing on their lips. Damn, the skill really lives up to its name. Hero whispered in awe. Beep. Sigh. He took in a deep breath and released it. As he stood in front of the ball, the referee blew his whistle. Hero knew exactly where to hit the ball to get his desired result. And the skill made it easier for him to locate that point on the ball. He hit the ball at the lower right part with the inside of his big toe. A paninka. Are you kidding me? That little kid is hitting a paninka? The commentator bewilderingly yelled. As the ball left his feet, it flew over the wall and headed towards the goal. Due to the spin in the ball dropped after reaching its maximum height and curved towards the upper right corner of the goal post. Swoosh. The keeper jumped to save the ball but couldn't save it. It grazed past his gloves, crossed the goal line and touched the net with a swoosh sound. Chapter 10. Not enough. After that brilliant paninka goal from Hero, the game was tied. And as the players got into their respective position to continue the match, the referee blew the final whistle and entered the match. Unable to decide the victor in full 40 minutes, the game went into penalty shootout to decide the victor. Since it was a kids' game, there was no extra time as it would be too much for the kids. What an amazing match it was. At first the game looked pretty much one-sided. But just with the appearance of number 19 kid, the whole rhythm of the match changed. What an unbelievable player. Since the game has ended with a tie, the victor will be decided by the penalty shootout. And it looks like Little Boys Youth Club will be the first one to take the shootout. The opponent player with number 2 on his back stood in front of the ball to take the first penalty. Beep. Number 2 ran towards the ball and kicked the ball at the lower left corner of the post. Their keeper predicted correctly and jumped towards the left while stretching his arms. Save. The keeper has saved the penalty. What an unbelievable save by the Team 1's keeper. If this continues they might pull out a win from his team's side. He was the first one to take the penalty. The skill focus was still in effect, and this time too the opponent keeper looked extremely nervous to face against him. From Team 1, it's number 19 will be taking the first shot. If it's this kid, then he'll definitely put the ball inside the net. Beep. As soon as the referee blew the whistle, he charged towards the ball. Due to his speed, the opponent keeper got even more anxious. He didn't give the keeper a single moment to fortify his mind. Before, when he scored the free kick, he focused more on his technique, but this time around it was all about power. He hit the ball hard in the top right corner. Due to the rapid velocity of the ball, the keeper couldn't react at all. Swoosh. The shot went like a missile, the keeper couldn't even react. Look at him, he's still frozen at his place. His touches were already deadly due to his technique. But what's with his power? He's like the combination of Messi and Romero. And with this goal Team 1 has taken the lead. But that goal was the only goal Team 1 scored in that whole penalty shootout. After that goal, everybody in his team missed their shots. While the keeper did save one more shot. But that wasn't enough to move to the next match. In the end they lost the penalty shootout 3-1. And the only goal they scored in the shootout was his sole goal. Little Boys Youth Club defeated the next opponent 2-1 and went on to the finals from Group B. While from Group A, it was no surprise. Sakura FC Youth Club went on to the finals. And thus in the final match of the tournament, Little Boys Youth Club faced Sakura FC Youth Club for the glory. Despite hitting hard and shooting frequently, Kurosawa Taki didn't let in even a single goal. He completely blocked every shot taken by Little Boys Youth Club's player and denied them from scoring a single goal. At that single match, Little Boys Youth Club performed 17 shots on target. But they couldn't score a single goal past Kurosawa Taki. However, Sakura FC Youth Club struggled to score against Team 1 as well. The game was scoreless for 39 minutes. And at the final minute of the match, number 7 from Sakura FC Youth Club scored a goal past the keeper of Little Boys Youth Club and won the tournament. And finally the intense match between Sakura FC Youth Club and Little Boys Youth Club ended with Sakura FC Youth Club's victory. Despite being knocked out in the first round, Hiro spectated the whole tournament as a spectator from the sidelines. Time and again the commentator mentioned his name as well. He thought that he could win the tournament because he was much older than the other kids, but somehow he had forgotten that he himself had a body of 5-year-old. Despite being 27-year-old from inside, his outer body was that of a 5-year-old kid. And that 5-year-old body didn't have the strength like his 27-year-old body. The tournament made him realize about his lack of strength. If he wanted to perform according to his will, he was required to increase his strength and train himself. Just by relying on his IQ, he wouldn't be able to win the match. Ding. Daily mission unlocked. Go to status window to see more about daily missions. Daily mission at this time. This system won't even let me grieve over my loss, he mumbled. Whatever. Status window. Daily mission run. 5 kilometers sit up, 50 squats, 50 push up, 50 juggle, 500 head movements, 500 for kick, 500 penalty. 500 note. The given objective should be completed by the end of the day. Reward on completion. Random attribute point penalty. Electrocution. Yo. WTF? Electrocution. Will it give me electric shock every time I fail to accomplish this task? Isn't it too demanding for a kid? I may be 27-year-old, but my body is that of 5-year-old. How the hell am I supposed to complete all this task? Run 5 kilometers? Let alone 5 kilometers, I can barely run 3 kilometers. And what's with this juggle, for kick, push-up and penalty? Though I used to do more than 1,000 shots a day, but dude, I'm a 5-year-old. So how the hell am I supposed to complete all these objectives? Even though he didn't voice his words, his face clearly reflected all his frustration. He was extremely agitated by the task given by the system. The system has detected extreme anger and the host's BP is rising rapidly. It suggested that the host to calm down or else the situation could escalate into stroke and the host's life may be in danger. You want me to calm down? Just how am I supposed to do that after your ridiculous tasks? Hiro exasperated. It's all up to you, whether you want to become a world-class player or remain a mediocre. However, given the host's condition, he can skip the mission for today and start the mission from tomorrow. Hiro couldn't reply anything, he was speechless. After all, the system was speaking the truth and he himself was aware of it. He couldn't argue against the system. Even though most athletes wouldn't show their hardships, almost all of them have put in utmost effort to reach the top. Every year countless kids undergo trials to become pro. And every year a lot of them fail as well. One couldn't simply become pro just because he or she wants to become a pro. They need to put in the required effort to achieve their wishes. And just because one is talented doesn't mean he or she could make it to pro. Talent may be one of the elements required for success. However, no talent would thrive without the effort. And just like Hiro, there are countless talented individuals scattered all across the globe. In Brazil alone, there are countless kids who are like him or even better than him. And thus at that moment Hiro realized that just because he had the knowledge of future and talent, he wouldn't be able to make it to pro without training himself every day and dedicating himself for the cause of being the GOAT. While he was making his mind, his father looked at him and saw a burning spark in his eyes. His father was about to inquire him about his well-being and console him for the loss. However, after seeing the determined look on his son's face, he shut his mouth and left Hiro all by himself. From the futsal to his home, he didn't speak anything. Neither did he show sadness nor did he complain about the unfairness of the match. Despite scoring 3 goals in less than 20 minutes, he couldn't get the chance to face against Kurosawa Taki. Kurosawa Taki didn't concede a single goal in that whole tournament. While on his way, he wondered if the result would be different if he faced against him. Even the commentator mentioned about him that during the final match, it was the same result in his previous life as well. However, at that time, the match didn't go into shootout. They had lost the match 6-2 against Little Boys Youth Club. And at that time too, he had scored 2 goals for his team. While walking to his home, he analyzed all his strengths and weaknesses. Not only his own strengths and weaknesses, he analyzed the strength and weaknesses of the best players of the tournament. He finished in the 3rd of the scoring list, despite playing a single game. The score list went as such: Riito, Sakura FC, -7 goals Natsu Nakamura, Little Boys, -5 goals Takahashi Hiro, Team 1, -3 goals. Although he didn't get any reward for finishing 3rd in the scoring list, he still got a certificate of appreciation for his achievement. Chapter 11. Offers. After the tournament, for almost a year he didn't participate in any official match. It wasn't because he didn't want to play, but more like he couldn't. He was too young to participate in official matches. And only from elementary level, he'd be able to participate in the inter-school tournaments for elementary level. Though he'd still have to wait for a few years to participate in the middle school and high school level inter-school national tournament held in all over Japan. National tournaments are held every year between the regional champions of Japan. National tournament, as the name suggested, is a tournament held between the different schools in Japan to compete for the glory of being the strongest footballing school in all over Japan. The tournament is held for all levels of school, i.e. elementary school, middle school and high school level. As Japan is divided into 47 prefectures and 8 regions, there are countless schools who participate in the tournament just to make it to the national. And making it to the national isn't an easy feat. Countless schools from different prefectures compete among themselves to come out as victor of their respective prefectures. And just becoming a prefectural champion will guarantee the spot for the nationals, as they would still need to defeat other prefectural champions to represent their region. And finally, after defeating other prefectural champions, the respective school would be able to participate in the national tournament. For example, Hiro, who resides in Tokushima Prefecture, is a part of the Shikoku region. And in his region alone there are 4 prefectures, which is one of the lowest in Japan. For his school to make it to the national, firstly they would need to become the prefectural champions by defeating several schools from his prefecture. And after that, they would need to defeat 3 more teams to make it to the nationals. Similarly, Tokyo Prefecture, which lies in Kanto region, has 7 prefecture. So if any school from Tokyo want to make it to the nationals, they would need to defeat 6 more schools from other prefectures in order to reach the national. Well, technically they wouldn't need to compete against all the teams in the region, as a draw would take place and they would play matches in knockout format to become the regional champions. The system does seem kind of flawed and unfair for the region where there are a lot of prefectures. But nobody can say or do anything about it. That's how the system goes after all. There's also other tournaments beside national tournament. However, national tournament is regarded as the supreme among any other tournament for school-level tournaments. Winning the national tournament or even making it to the nationals is a huge achievement for any school. The schools who have won the tournament or made it to the national multiple times are very reputed school. Just by winning or making it to the nationals, the reputation of the respective school would soar to heavens. Thus, the schools in Japan would go crazy over talented players. They would send their scouts in almost every tournament held in that prefecture to scout the most talented individuals. And after scouting they would offer ridiculous scholarship for the player, if the player met their standards. The system in Japan is similar to that of the business module followed by professional football teams. What school should I attend? Hiro wondered. After graduating from the kindergarten, while lying in his bed, he was wondering about the elementary school he wanted to attend. To avoid his past mistakes, he wanted to choose a different school than his previous life. Let's think about that after a while. I haven't observed my stats for a while. Shall we see what progress I've made after tirelessly completing the daily mission given by the freaking system? he contemplated. For almost a whole year without any breaks he completed the task given by the system. Even though that he failed miserably during his early days, he got a hang of it after repeating the same actions every day. Damn! I don't want to remember that. He stuttered as he remembered the hardships he had to endure during his earlier days. A shiver ran down his spine as he remembered about the moment when he got electrocuted. Because of the shock, he would return home completely tattered. As seeing his miserable condition, his mother couldn't help but worry about him. For the past year, he got scolded countless times by his mother. There were even moments when she banned him from going outside. However, due to his father's effort, he could still train properly. Somehow after training for a while, he noticed a loophole in the system. Since he had school at 8, he needed to wake up early in the morning to complete half of the sets given by the system. And later in the evening, he could complete the other half and finally complete the daily mission given by the system. Making use of the loophole, he avoided electrocution and also his mother's wrath. Status: Windows Basic Information: Name, Takahashi Hiro. Age, 6 years old. Weight, 21 kilograms. Height, 4 feet. Potential, SSS. Attribute point, 1005. Roulette tickets, 0 skills. Focus. Title, Master of the Talent Copying System, Progressor, one who possesses ethereal talent. Attributes: Physical, 31 100ths, grade D. Dribbling, 69 100ths, grade B. Pace, 44 100ths, grade C. Passing, 55 100ths, grade C. Shooting, 57 100ths, grade C. Defending, 29 100ths, grade D. Mentality, 49 100ths, grade C. IQ, 74 100ths, grade B. Overall grade C. I still have a lot of unallocated attribute points, but I'll save it for later. Hiro mumbled. After training hard for almost a year, he had increased his stats tremendously with the help of system. By now he could have easily made it to under 13 national team, if he tried for it. However, he was still very young for that. To play an under 13 national team, the minimum requirement was that the player needed to be at least 8 years old. However, he was only 6 years old. As he was wondering about the elementary school he could attend, his mind wandered somewhere else. Should I actually apply for a youth club instead? He wondered. Maybe joining La Messi wouldn't be a dream if I could attend a trial. He started to dwell in his fantasies. The dinner's ready. Come down, Hiro. He heard his mother calling his name. And that voice brought him back to reality. And the reality was that he was still poor. His family couldn't afford a trip to Europe, and the European Scouts didn't come to Japan around that time. It would still require a lot of time before the world would take notice of Japan. Although Japan was considered a powerhouse football team in Asia, it was nowhere near world level. It was just another average team in the world. And European scouts rarely made their way towards Japan to scout the player. Maybe I should try to win the nationals first. And we'll think of the future afterwards. For now, let's focus on the nationals. He mumbled as he left his room. Thank you for the food, he prayed as he prepared to eat the dinner prepared by his mother. It was plain dinner with rice and a few side dishes made up of fish and potato. As he stuffed the food in his mouth, his mother questioned him, "Which school do you want to attend, Hiro?" Nom. I am not sure yet," he replied while chewing. Let him complete his dinner first and we'll talk about that later. His father interrupted. And finally, after completing dinner, all three of them sat at the dining table to talk about his decision. Tokushima Elementary School is the nearest one, so why don't you attend that school? His mother exclaimed. It was the same school he had attended in his previous life. So he was somewhat hesitant of attending the same school once again. Plus there was no football team in Tokushima Elementary School. And it would take another 2 years for the school to gather players required to form a football team. Thus, he was somewhat hesitant of joining Tokushima Elementary School. Honey, don't pressure him. Let him decide on the school that he wants to attend. His father spoke in a soft tone. But it's the closest school in the neighborhood. So I think it'd be better for him to attend it. And how can a kid who's barely 6 years old even decide for himself? His mother argued. Seeing her irritated face, his father went silent. Even if he was the man of the house, his mother was the one who made the decisions. But Mom, the school doesn't even have a football team. Hiro tried to resist his mother's decision. So what about it? You are going to school for studies, not for football, his mother yelled. Seeing her response, he knew that he wouldn't be able to convince her. She was adamant about her decisions. But even so, he didn't want to waste his 6 precious years in a school with no football team. Even though he could still play football and train in the park. But that wouldn't help him develop as a player. What he needed was practical experience, and he wouldn't gain experience by playing disorganized friendly matches. So it's final. You're going to Tokushima Elementary School. As she was about to finish the conversation, his father interrupted. Actually, Hiro has received scouting offers from Rendon Elementary School, Karasnet Elementary School and Ukami Elementary School. Huh? Why didn't you tell me, Dad? Chapter 12. Ukami Elementary School. As the topic of the school that wanted to scout him was brought onto the table, Hiro got mad at his father for hiding the information from him. Rendon Elementary School was a non-profit school funded by the various charitable trusts in London, and currently was the best school in Tokushima Prefecture for football. Although it had never won the nationals, but it had made it to the nationals several times. For past 7 years it had been dominating the prefectural competitions and making it to the regionals. And for past 2 years, it had continuously reached the nationals. It was a powerhouse elementary-level football school in all over Tokushima Prefecture. Although Karasnet Elementary School had failed to qualify for the regionals for past 2 years because of Rendon Elementary School, it was still regarded as one of the powerhouse elementary-level football school in Tokushima Prefecture, just like Rendon Elementary School. And unlike Rendon Elementary School, it had actually won the nationals once, a long time ago. But what surprised him even more was to receive offer from the newly formed elementary school, i.e. Ukami Elementary School. Although it was still a newly formed school, having knowledge of the future, Hiro knew about the potential of the newly formed school. Due to its excellent scouting, the school would gather countless exceptional talents and go on to challenge both Rendon Elementary School and Karasnet Elementary School for the spot in nationals. However, it would always fall short to grab the spot for nationals. After thinking for a while, his mother spoke. But both Rendon and Karasnet Elementary School are far away from here. So he'll escort Hiro to school. You and I both have jobs. Hiro knew that if he remained silent, his mother would send him to Tokushima Elementary School. And before that happened, he needed to raise his voice. But what about Ukami Elementary School? Hiro mumbled. What about it? It's not that far away from here. And it's only 30 minutes away from bike. Hiro tried to persuade his mother. But since it's a private school, the fees must be ridiculously expensive. His mother replied with a worried face. Actually, you don't have to worry about that matter. All 3 of the schools have offered him sports scholarship. So we won't need to pay a single yen, huh? You're not joking, right, dear? If you are, then don't even think about having a single sip of beer for an entire month. No, I'm not joking. I'm telling the truth, they are offering him full scholarship. His father replied in a flustered tone. As soon as she heard about scholarship, the expression in her face quickly changed. Just like chameleon changing its color, his mother's expression changed as soon as she heard about scholarship. He knew for a fact that his mother was very fond of money. And she was the cheapskate who'd buy tons of items if they were offered for sale, even if they didn't need it. We'll go visit them tomorrow, his mother concluded. And just like that, it was decided that he would attend Ukami Elementary School. Even though Hiro wanted to attend Rendon Elementary School or Karasnet Elementary School, he was still satisfied with attending Ukami Elementary School rather than Tokushima Elementary School. As next day early in the morning, Hiro set out to Ukami Elementary School with his parents. Both of their parents applied for a leave to accompany him to the school. They left their home at 10 a.m. and took a train to the school. It would have taken them longer if they were to bike to the school. But since they took a train to commute to the school, they reached their destination in only 10 minutes. At 10:20 they stood in front of the Ukami Elementary School's main gate. The school was huge and covered a lot of area. Although it was in a remote location, the chatters of the students could be heard even from outside the gate. After exiting the train, they needed to hike for 5 minutes to reach the school. Ukami Elementary School was located at the top of a hill. Who are you? And what's your purpose for visiting the school? A middle-aged man dressed in a guard uniform stopped them as they tried to enter the school. Sorry for bothering you. But we're actually here for the admission of our son. His father replied in a gentle manner. The man then casted a glance at Hiro, who was neatly dressed in a black shirt and beige collar linen half pant. The admission process hasn't started yet. So why are you here so early? The guard replied. Honey, don't tell me that you haven't talked with the staff yet. His mother exclaimed while barely holding herself from getting angry. Oh, I forgot. His father laughed awkwardly as he replied. Huh? You forgot? Are you for real? Even though she didn't speak loudly, he could clearly see that she was getting agitated and was barely holding herself from yelling out loud. His father had sensed her anger as well, and thus he remained completely silent. Erg. Whatever. For now, let's just ask him to let us enter the school. And you and me will need to have a talk when we reach home. Gulp. Gulp. Yes, Mama's father gulped his saliva. Rest in peace, Dad. He mumbled inwardly. Excuse our intrusion, but would you let us enter the school? His mother spoke to the guard. Mom, I can't do that. I can't let you pass without any appointment. The guard sternly denied their access. Just then his father pulled out a business card from his pocket and handed it over to the guard. The guard, as soon as he witnessed the card, went over to his booth. Please wait here for a while. He then started to call someone. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the gate. Please come in. I didn't realize that you were invited by Sakamoto-san. Please forgive my rudeness. The guard apologized as he let them in. It's all right. You're only doing your job. But where do we need to go? His father replied as they walked inside. The school was gigantic. There was a 4-storied tall building with a gigantic clock at the entrance of the building. Aside from the main building, there were 4 more buildings. No worries, I'll escort you. The guard then began to escort them towards the principal's office. While they were being escorted towards the principal's office, the guard then began to introduce about the general layout of the school. The main building had almost more than 60 classrooms, several storerooms, several science labs and other facilities. There were also 2 gymnasium and a large auditorium present in the school. Cafeteria was in a separate building. The football ground was behind the main building and in front of the dense forest. He said that the football ground was surrounded by nets to prevent the ball from going astray. And the whole school was surrounded by sturdy walls. Hiro's anticipation grew as the guard mentioned about the football ground. He was more concerned about the football ground than the various sumptuous facilities provided by the school. Finally, after 10 minutes of walking, they reached the principal's office. It was in the 3rd floor of the main building. I can only escort you up to here, the guard spoke as he left them in front of the door of the principal's office. Knock. Knock. Please come in. As they knocked the door, they heard a voice of a woman coming from inside the principal's office. Pardon our intrusion. They entered the office. As they walked in the office, they were greeted by 4 peoples. The principal's office was extremely spacious and neatly clean. Several certificates and photos were hung up on the walls of the office. At the center of the room, there was a huge table and sofa on its either side. At the end of the table, there was another table with a opulent chair. In the chair was seated an old man who looked like he was in his 60s, and beside him was a beautiful young lady who looked like she was still in her 30s. And finally at the sofa, there were 2 men seated next to each other. One looked like he was still in his 50s while the other looked younger than him. Please be seated. The young lady escorted them towards the empty sofa. And as they took their seat, the young man opposite to them spoke. It's a pleasure to meet you once again, Takahashi-san. No. The pleasure is all mine, Sakamoto-san. The young man who greeted them was the scout of the Ukami Elementary School, and the old man who was seated beside him was the head coach of the Ukami Elementary School's football team. This right here is Miura-sensei, and the person seated at the chair in front of us is our principal Miyamoto Takumi-san, and beside him the young lady is his Pasazuka-sensei. Sakamoto introduced everybody present in the office. Nice to meet you. I'm Takahashi Takashi, and she's my wife Takahashi Momo. And this is our son Takahashi Hiro. While he was introducing himself, his wife and his son, Sakamoto interrupted him. We are well aware of your son. Aren't we all gathered here to discuss about his possible admission in our school? Chapter 13. Titan Keeper. While Sakamoto-san was speaking, head coach Miura interrupted him. Sorry if I sound rude, but with all due respect to Sakamoto-san, I can't believe the exaggerated words of Sakamoto-san. His words sounded extremely ridiculous to me when he mentioned about Hiro's skill previously. So if it's alright with you, can we test his skills? Head coach Miura turned his head towards the principal as if he was asking for his approval. Noticing his intention, Principal Miyamoto Takumi agreed to his request. If it's not a problem with you, Takahashi-san, can we examine Hiro's skill? The principal asked his father. His father hesitated a bit. This wasn't what he had been expecting. He glanced at Sakamoto-san, but he remained completely silent. But he hasn't brought his cleats right now. That's alright, we'll ask one of our players to lend him the boot for a while. The coach replied. Listening to the words of head coach, he could no longer deny them, and thus, he hesitantly took a peek at Hiro. Without saying any words, Hiro nodded his head. Well, I guess we can do that since it looks like Hiro doesn't have any problem with it. Sorry for this unreasonable request, but our reputation is at stake, so we couldn't just take him in without analyzing his skills firsthand. The principal apologetically placed his hands on top of Takashi's shoulder, as they stood in the sidelines waiting for Hiro to make his appearance. I'll be blunt with you. We're still a newly formed school, so to raise our reputation, our school committee had decided to invest in football. So it's really crucial for us to gather a good team that could perform well in tournaments. And thus, if Hiro can't perform well in his trial, I'm afraid that we can't provide him with scholarship. I hope you can understand what I mean. The principal exclaimed bluntly without holding back. Upon listening to the words of Principal, Takashi looked at his wife. But it seemed like she didn't hear anything at all as she was staring intently at the storeroom beside the pitch. Go to class 4B and tell Mark to come to the pitch. Also tell him to put on his gears. Coach Miura ordered the student who had lent his boots to Hiro. The school was open and the classes were running as usual. It was 11:45 right now, and there was still 15 minutes left for the lunch break. The ground was open for everybody during school hours, and only after the end of the school it was reserved for football teams on normal days. After getting dressed in the team's locker room, Hiro made his way towards the pitch. As he made his way towards the pitch, he intently stared at the pitch in front of him. The ground was much bigger than his expectation. He could tell that the pitch was almost 130 yards long and 100 yards wide. It had almost the same measurements as those of the professional football grounds. There were also few posts lying in the ground. The permanent goalposts was designed for professional players rather than for kids. And thus there were 2 more pairs of goalposts. The size of one pair of the goalposts was the same as that of the futsal. And the other pair was a mini post. Not only had they provided him with the cleats, but they had also provided him with a team's jersey. The jersey of Ukami Elementary School's football team was plain black with golden stripes around neck and cuff. The logo resembled the shape of a wolf's head, which was silver-white. Who's that? Had I seen him before somewhere? He was confused by the appearance of a new person in the pitch. Aside from the 4 people in Principal's office, there was a new face in the ground. A man who looked like he was still in his 20s was arranging the training equipments on the ground. And somehow he was getting a feeling of nostalgia from that person. Come over here quick, Hiro. While he was wondering about the identity of the new face, he heard the voice of Coach Miura. Hearing his voice, he ran towards Coach Miura. Look, I want you to dribble past those cones zigzag as fast as you can. But there's a catch. As you go left you can only use your left foot, and as you go right, you can only use your right foot. Also, you can't touch the cone, and neither can you kick the ball far away from the cone. Did you understand? Yes, sir. As he stood in front of the cones, he noticed that the gap between the cones was barely enough to fit 2 balls. The gaps were extremely tight, and if he slid even a bit he'd have touched the cone. The drill was extremely difficult. Without perfect ball control, the drill was near to impossible. Ding. Side mission unlocked. Complete the drills set up by coach with astonishing result and impress the coach. Reward upon completion. 1 roulette ticket penalty. You'll lose stats randomly, huh? Are you kidding me? Lose stat? I freaking spent so much time to gain this stat and you're saying that I'd have to lose it because of one simple quest? Hero was extremely agitated by the words of the system. He had spent almost a year to raise his attributes, but the system was threatening to decrease his stats if he failed. Seeing the audacity of the system, he felt mocked by the system. Beep. As soon as the coach blew the whistle, Hero started to dribble the ball. To complete the quest as fast as possible, he performed Elastico continuously with both his feet. He'd perform Elastico with his right foot and followed up with another Elastico with his left foot. He performed Elastico without a break for more than 18 times. Beep. 47 seconds. I can't believe it. He completed the whole drill in 47 seconds. It didn't even take 1 minute for him to pass 18 cones. Plus the gap was ridiculously small. The coach's jaw dropped and his eyes were wide open upon witnessing the unbelievable feat demonstrated by Hero. For a while the coach couldn't speak anything, he was completely speechless. He stood like a stone statue while looking at his stopwatch. His parents and the principal had the same expression similar to that of the coach. Even the person who was arranging the drills revealed the same expression as that of the coach. Nobody could believe their eyes. Coach. Coach. He called out for Coach, who was staring blankly at his stopwatch with his jaws wide open. Ah, yes. Yes. Now let's test your speed. Sprint as fast as you can towards the center of the pitch. Yes, sir. Beep. To increase his speed, Hero put all of his body weight in his toes and dashed forward with explosive strength. Beep. 17 seconds. How can a kid run this fast? WTH. The coach couldn't believe that a kid who was barely 6 years old sprinted 75 yards in 17 seconds. However, that wouldn't be the last of the surprise he would be getting during the trial. Hero completely shattered every expectations of the coach. Mark is here, coach. As he was performing the individual drills, a 5-feet-tall kid made his way towards the pitch. With a tan skin and blonde hair, he looked like a foreigner. Huh. He doesn't look like Japanese. Hero mumbled, looking at him. Come here, Hero. Let me introduce you to him. This kid with blonde hair is our team's goalkeeper. His name is Mark the Otaka Titan. And Mark is our new recruit, Takahashi Hero. Japanese? I thought that he'd be a foreigner. Hero's eyes were wide open in shock. Ha. Yes. He's Japanese. His mother is German and his father's Japanese, that's why he looks like a foreigner. But rest assured, he's Japanese. The coach revealed that Mark was half German and half Japanese. And he could clearly see why he was called Titan. He was ridiculously tall for an elementary-level school kid. As they finished their introduction, the coach ordered Mark to head over towards the goalpost. However, he didn't place him in that post for kids, rather he placed him in front of the post for adults. After that, the coach told him to score a free kick against Mark from 30 yards away to test his shooting power and shooting technique. As he stood 30 yards away from that post, the person who was arranging the drills placed few mannequins to act as a wall in front of him. And he began to shoot the ball. Chatter. Chatter. A huge crowd of students gathered around the sidelines of the pitch. "Hey, what's happening over there?" One of the students asked another student while pointing his finger at the crowd ahead. "I don't know. But there's a kid who's barely 4 feet tall scoring goal against Mark. Hi, Mark. You mean the school football team's captain and the Titan goalkeeper?" "Yes. He's scoring goals effortlessly against that Mark HMPH. He must be scoring penalties. But even scoring penalties against Mark is incredible. But he's scoring against him from 30 yards for kick. Are you for real? If you don't believe me, then why don't you go and see for yourself?" As they finished their conversation, both of them rushed towards the pitch. There in the pitch, Hero stood in front of the ball, 30 yards away from the goalpost. Monk looked extremely tired. As he kicked the ball flew with a rapid velocity towards the upper right corner. Monk jumped towards the ball, but he couldn't even touch the ball. Whoa! Goal. Chapter 14. Too mature for a child. As the time passed, more and more students started to show in front of the pitch. And the cheers of the crowd only intensified as the clock ticked. Witnessing the huge crowds of students, the principal started to get anxious. He feared that the trial would disrupt the school schedule. And thus, he started to walk towards Coach Miura. "I think we've seen enough, Coach, haven't we?" As he walked closer to Coach Miura, he tried to stop the trial. "We still haven't tested him enough." The coach grunted. Sigh. "The crowd is getting out of control, so it's best that we stop the trial for now. Just tell me, would you like to sign him in your team or not?" Principal Miyamoto tried to convince Coach Miura, who wasn't willing to end the trial. But as Coach Miura noticed the huge crowd of students, he reluctantly agreed to Principal's suggestion. "It's not whether I want him or not, Principal Miyamoto. We must definitely have him. Even if we have to provide him with additional incentive, we mustn't let him go. I can bet my name on it that he's a generational talent that only shows once in several centuries." After witnessing Hiro's skill firsthand, Coach Miura was full of Hiro's praises. "I understand, Coach. Hiro, you can stop now," Coach Miura commanded. And just like that, Hiro was signed by Ukami Elementary School. Not only did he get a full scholarship, but the school decided to sponsor him with every equipment he required for his training. The sponsorship included jerseys, boots, shangwords, balls, etc. Ding! Congratulations for the host for completing the task. 1 roulette ticket has been awarded for the host for the successful completion of the quest. Due to the excellent result shown by the host has been granted with a silver ticket instead of a bronze ticket. Please use the ticket in the roulette wheel. I'll save it for now. I'll check it later in the night, he mumbled. After a long hectic day, he could finally rest. While his father and mother were discussing with each other, he was lying in his bed. Even after the trial, he somehow finished his remaining sets of daily mission in the evening, regardless of his fatigue. It was such a hectic day. But I'm thankful for God that it went all right. Right. I still have that roulette ticket to use. Let's check it out before going to sleep. Status window. As he mentioned status window, the blue panel appeared before his eyes. After scrolling for a while, Hiro clicked on the roulette section. Just as he clicked the roulette section, the system directed him towards another page. There in the panel, a roulette wheel appeared in front of him. Inside the wheel, there were many cards of different colors. But he couldn't see what was written in the card. S1 single silver roulette ticket detected. Would you like to use your ticket? Yes. Just as he agreed, all of a sudden the wheel started to spin and all those different colored cards changed into silver color cards. After spinning for 5 seconds, the wheel stopped spinning and the arrow pointed at one of the cards. Oh, what's this? Even though the mechanism of the system was quite simple, Hiro was having trouble figuring out the working mechanism of the system. Would you like to open your cards? Yes, ding. Congratulations. The host has gained a new skill, Perseverance skill info. The host can get unlimited stamina during the usage of this skill regardless of his fatigue skill CD. 24-hour skill duration, 15 minutes stam. I can probably use this skill every time the game goes into extra time. With the usage of this skill, I can completely catch the opponent team off guard. Just when did this system get so generous? Now I really wonder what kind of ridiculous skills were hidden behind other cards. Hiro smiled cheekily while writing the skill description. System, can you explain in detail about the working mechanism of the roulette wheel? Even though he had gained a new skill from the roulette wheel, he was still confused about the working mechanism of the roulette wheel. So, to better understand the working mechanism of the roulette wheel, Hiro inquired the system. Roulette wheel, a section of the system where the host can get rewards at random. The rewards drawn by the host are completely random and it entirely depends on host's luck. I see the rewards are at random and roulette wheel is just like a lucky wheel. But what about the tickets? The host can gain tickets by completing the quest given by the system. Different tickets grant different rewards. Bronze ticket grants random attributes, silver ticket grants random skills, golden ticket grants the ability to copy random talent of any player in the world, and diamond ticket grants other attributes, skills and talents excluding football. Note: the host can only gain the talent of the players who are currently playing or have played professionally. The future players will not be included. I understand everything mentioned by the system, but I can't understand that diamond ticket part. A player needs other abilities beside football as he or she progresses forward. For example, he or she would need to speak multiple languages, deal with press and media, etc. And thus host can draw other skills from the diamond ticket to make the host's life more easier. Oh, I get it now. Indeed, to have a successful career in football, the player needs to tackle many things beside football as well. Many players in Europe fail to live up to their potential due to language barriers after all. He finally felt like that he understood the working mechanism of the roulette wheel. However, he was getting extremely sleepy due to the day's exhausting events. Unable to keep his eyes open, he fell asleep while writing the descriptions provided by the system. Even after enrolling to a common elementary school, the orientation for the new students would start after 2 weeks. And thus, he'd have to wait for another 2 weeks to finally attend the school. In the meantime, he continued to practice diligently by himself. With the training equipment sponsored by the school, he could train even more effectively than before. Hero, come fast or else we'll be late for school. His mother yelled from downstairs. While his mother was yelling, he stood in front of the posters. Looking at the murals of the famous footballers, he whispered, "Wait for me, somebody'll catch up to you. Are you coming or do I have to come to you?" Sensing danger, he grabbed his backpack and ran downstairs. But regardless, he still got scolded by his mother. "Just why do you always get late? It's your first day at school and you're already getting late." He reached the school at exactly 7:55 am, just 5 minutes before the beginning of orientation. Since the people of Japan are punctual people, most of them had already entered the school. And thus, he couldn't see anybody besides him in front of the gate. And as he walked towards the gate, his mother held his hands and whispered while revealing a warm, gentle smile. "Do your best." Seeing her smile, he couldn't stop himself from hugging her. He wrapped his arms around her and hugged her tightly. "I was really worried seeing you mature at such a young age." His mother's voice shook as she exclaimed her worry. Even without looking at her face, he could clearly feel the tears in her face. For past few months, his actions were more of an adult than a child. And even though his parents didn't show any changes, they were still worried about his changes. Even though he was a 27-year-old from inside, but he still had an appearance of a 5-year-old kid. And no parent in the world would want their kid to act mature from an early age when they should be acting immature. "I'm sorry for making you worried, Mom." He apologized while squeezing her even more tightly. "It's alright. Just remember, no matter how much you change, you're still going to be my little hero." She stroked his hair gently as she reassured Hiro that no matter how much he'd change, he'd still be their kid. They stayed like that for a while. Ding. Dong. The school bell rang all of a sudden. "You should probably go now." She pulled him apart and asked him to leave. While wiping off the tears from his face, he nodded his head. "Bye-bye. I'll pick you up later in the evening." "Do your best." Finally, after a mother-son moment, she sent him off. As he walked towards the gate, she kept her gaze fixated at him. "Children do grow within a blink of an eye," she whispered with a smile on her face. For the whole time when they were hugging each other, the guard was keeping his gaze fixated at them. He knew that Hiro was going to be late, but he still didn't want to disturb them. And thus, he let them be. Even when the gates were closed, he didn't question Hiro for being late. He simply let him in, without asking any questions. Chapter 15. Seniors vs. Noobs. Chatter. Just as he walked inside the auditorium where the orientation for the new students was being held, he noticed a huge crowd of students. Most of the students were gathered in groups while only few were standing alone. The students who were gathered in groups were cheerfully conversing with each other, while the students who were all alone looked really anxious. He shook his head from left to right, but there wasn't even a single person whom he was familiar with. Every faces were new to him. Even in his previous life, he didn't have many friends. Sigh. Guess I'll be alone this time as well, he murmured. Just then one of the students made her way towards the stage and announced, "All of the students are requested to stand in queue of their respective classes." After the announcement, everybody started to form a queue. However, he looked absolutely clueless. He didn't have any idea about which of the queues in front of him belonged to his class. Maybe I missed the earlier announcement because I arrived late. He wondered if he had missed some earlier announcement because of his delay. To save himself from embarrassment, he quickly joined the queue which was close to him. As everybody lined up in a queue, the principal made his way towards the stage. "Good morning, students. I am Miyamoto Takemi, the principal of Okami Elementary School." After introducing himself, the principal began to talk about the history of the school. And for a while the lecture continued. Hiro started to get bored by the boring lecture of principal. Out of boredom, he started to wander his eyes. As he wandered his eyes, he noticed that he wasn't the only one who was getting bored by the principal's lecture. But even so, nobody dared to make a single noise. While wandering his eyes, he caught a glimpse of a familiar face. Far in the left corner, a student with a ridiculously tall height caught his attention. Wasn't he the keeper of the school's football team? But what was his name again? Despite remembering his face, he forgot his name. Our school focuses both on the academics and extracurricular activities. And our school offers a wide range of clubs. So students are encouraged to join one within a week's time. And before we end the orientation, I'd like to add one more thing. Be welcome to Okami Elementary School. Finally, after 15 to 20 minutes, the principal ended his lecture and dismissed the students. Nothing much happened during the school hours. Neither did he interact with anybody nor did anybody approach him. It was a peaceful day. Ding. Dong. At exactly 3 p.m., the school ended. Before you go, make sure to visit your respective clubs, the teacher exclaimed while collecting his books. As soon as the teacher left the classroom, he dashed outside. He was the first student to leave his classroom. Since it was his first day of school, he didn't pack his books. Instead, his bag contained his cleats and jersey. He might have not remembered most of the things regarding the school, but he didn't forget where the ground was located and where he needed to change his clothes. "Why is nobody here yet?" he mumbled as he stood in front of the pitch, all alone. "Oh, you're here quite early." The same guy from the time of his trial who helped the coach with the trial appeared behind him. "Hello, I'm Takahashi Hiro." He bowed his head as he introduced himself. "I know about your identity. By the way, I'm Aaron Honda, the assistant coach of Okami Elementary School. It'll take a while for them to show up on the pitch. So why don't you warm up for a while?" Honda suggested. As suggested by Honda, he began to stretch his body. After stretching, he started to run around the pitch. Aaron Honda. Where have I heard that name? While jogging, he wondered why that name felt so familiar. Right. Isn't he the future coach of U-21 team of Japan? He finally remembered about Honda's identity. Even though he never made it to national team in his previous life, he kept tab of everyone who made significant impact in the national team. And Aaron Honda was one of the person who brought a change in Japanese football. At just 37 years of age, he'd coached the under-21 team of Japan. Even though he wouldn't lead the under-21 team of the nation to a major international trophy, they would still finish at high-ranking positions regardless, every time under his guidance. "Come over here." Hiro, while he was reminiscing about the identity of Coach Honda, he heard the voice of Coach Miura calling out his name. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't even realize that he had been running for more than 20 minutes all alone. But finally, after hearing the voice of Coach Miura, he returned back to his senses. Huff. Huff. Who's that guy? A newbie? Isn't he that guy who demolished our keeper completely? Other players had already arrived in the pitch. They were all dressed in school's jersey and were chattering among themselves. "Okay. Everyone gather up." The coach ordered everyone to gather around him. The senior players started to gather in a circle around the coach. However, they didn't leave any space for the newbies. Today I'd like to introduce the newbies who will be joining our team. Hiro, Sasaki, General, Akashi and Ken come forward. Along with him, the coach called out for 4 other players. General looked quite familiar among others. Nice to meet you. I'm General from Class 1B. I like to play as a striker. Please take care of me. I'm Akashi from Class 1C. I play as a defensive midfielder. Please take care of me. I'm Ken from Class 1A. My position is goalkeeper. Please take care of me. I'm Sasaki, also from Class 1A. I can play any role aside from the goalkeeper. Please take care of me. All 4 of them introduced themselves, but every single one of them looked extremely anxious and only Hiro was left. After they finished their introduction, Hiro stepped forward and began to introduce himself. Unlike the previous 4, he wasn't nervous even a bit. After all, to him, they were all a bunch of kids. Nice to meet you. I'm Takahashi Hiro from Class 1B. I like to play as a playmaker. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Please look after me. He bowed his head while introducing himself. As they finished their introduction, Hiro could vividly hear the faint laughs of the other senior players. Okay, that's all for the introduction. As our tradition, we'll now play a welcome match between the newcomers and the seniors. Since there are only 5 newcomers, we'll play a mini-game of 5v5. The coach announced. It's not fair. How can he make us face against the senior squad on our first day? The other 4 newbies started to whine. Fear was vivid in their eyes. And by no means, he thought that they could stand a chance against the senior squads. When the players admit defeat even before the start of the game, they're more than likely to lose the game. However, unlike them, he was determined to win against the senior team even if he had to do it all by himself. Beep. The game started with Ken as the goalkeeper, Sasaki and Akashi as defenders, finally Hiro and General as the forwards. Since the game was played 5v5, it was played only in one half of the pitch with many posts. How about's this? Why isn't the coach playing the tall goalkeeper? Hiro mumbled as he witnessed Mark standing in the sidelines. As General was charging the ball forward, the ball got stolen from him and he quickly lost position. The senior players didn't even give them a chance to defend as they smoothly passed through Sasaki and Akashi. Ken proved to be useless against the senior players as well. He conceded the goal from between his legs in less than a minute of the starting. Don't mind. Don't mind. We can still do it. Hiro tried to encourage his teammates. However, they continued to make mistakes. General was extremely overconfident. Even though he got his ball stolen many times, he didn't stop charging the ball forward all by himself. Pass. Pass. Hiro shouted. However, General ignored his calls and continued to attack all by himself. The senior players rushed at him and quickly cornered him. Pass. Pass. Hiro kept on shouting. But General kept on ignoring him. General was playing extremely selfish and only wanted to score all by himself. He didn't pass and tried to dribble past the opponent defenders. But this time as well, the ball got stolen from him. He couldn't retain the ball. What is he doing? Don't he know how to pass the ball? Akashi exclaimed in frustration. Gen's selfish play costed them another goal. Why don't you pass the ball? Akashi walked towards General and grabbed his collar. Beep. Honda-san blew the whistle to warn Akashi of his behavior. TCH. Akashi clipped his tongue as he let go of Gen's collar. It hadn't even been 10 minutes and they were already down by 2 goals. Chapter 16. Who's that keeper? As the game progressed, their form kept on deteriorating. And Hiro, who was all by himself, couldn't do anything at all. Once again he found himself in the same precarious situation, just like he did during the futsal tournament. Hiro took a peek at the faces of his teammates. Most of them showed no concern at all and it looked like they had already given up on the match. However, Akashi's face said otherwise. He hadn't given up on the match. Oh. There's still somebody who hasn't given up on the match. Hiro murmured. From the moment he landed his eyes on Akashi, he had every reason to keep a distance from him. Spiky hair, eyes shaped like fish, a face that looked extremely tense, and to top it all, he had a very loud voice. Akashi's appearance and his manner of speech gave him the impression of the typical hot-headed guy that appears in most of the manga and anime. After conceding the second goal in less than 10 minutes, it was already difficult for them to make a comeback. But having an uncooperative teammate in the team made the matter even worse. Thus, even though he reluctantly wanted to keep a distance from Akashi, he didn't have any other choice but to depend on Akashi if he wanted to win the match. Beep. On the 15th minute of the game, they conceded another goal, and this time as well, he didn't even get to touch the ball. Area. Huh. Why do you want shorty? Akashi replied in a harsh tone. He seemed extremely agitated. Do you want to win the match? So what if I want to win the match? I can help you to win the match. Go away. I'm not in the mood to joke. Akashi grunted and turned around. Just pass me the ball once, and if I can't score the goal, then I'll play as a defender instead. Hiro yelled. However, Akashi didn't respond at all and went over to his position. Due to the unresponsiveness of Akashi, Hiro had no idea if he was willing to cooperate or not. Beep. Unsure about whether or not Akashi would cooperate with him, he had no choice but to trust him. With the sound of the whistle, Hiro kicked the ball backwards, towards Akashi instead of General. Please pass me the ball. Please pass me the ball. As he dashed forward, he started to pray. He looked behind him to see whether the ball was coming towards him or not. To his surprise, the ball did come towards him. After he passed the ball towards Akashi, he dashed towards the opponent's goal without looking back, hoping he'd somehow get the ball back. After the ball was played towards Akashi, the opponent players rushed towards Akashi to steal the ball. Just then, as the opponent players were drawn towards Akashi, he kicked the ball hard towards the direction where Hiro was running. Thank you, Akashi, for trusting me. But why do I feel that he kicked the ball a little too hard? Wait. It'd definitely go out of bounds if I don't trap it in one touch. Even though Akashi did pass the ball to Hiro, he hit the ball a little too hard. However, Hiro still tried really hard to reach the ball. After attaining some height, the ball began to drop rapidly. Step. 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 Making full use of his hamstrings and foot muscles, he sprinted towards the ball with all his might. However, he was still some distance away from the ball. And no matter how much he tried, to everyone it looked like that the ball would go out of bounds. Contrary to everybody's expectation, he leapt forward while stretching his right leg. Almost at the periphery of the boundary line, his toe touched the ball. The ball bounced behind him over his head as it touched his feet. What the fuck? He saved that ball. Thwack. Even though he managed to save the ball by jumping towards the ball, he couldn't land properly on his feet and crashed against the protective net. The opponent defenders were still far away from the ball, and it would definitely take them some moment to reach the ball. Even though he crashed against the net, he instantly picked himself up and ran towards the ball. Besides him, the opponent keeper was the only other player who was close to the ball. And he didn't waste any time as well. Just like him, the opponent keeper rushed towards the ball as well. Both of them competed for the ball. It seemed like that the keeper would somehow block his course even though they'd get to the ball before the keeper. As the keeper ran towards the ball, he hid his arms behind his back to prevent any possible park. Hiro was the first one to reach to the ball. However, the keeper caught up to him and stood in front of him to defend against him. Unlike the previous defenders he had faced before, the keeper didn't leave him any space to dribble. His defense looked extremely flawless. Being a keeper, he didn't open his legs. And he was conscious of his left and right side as well. I don't see any space. What should I do now? He began to wonder. Neither could he dribble the ball from his left nor from his right. The keeper had blocked all his route. Just where did a keeper like this come from? His defense is already on par with pros. But I don't remember him. Shouldn't this kind of keeper be playing the national team? For the first time in the match, he looked really anxious. Hiro couldn't figure out the identity of the keeper in front of him. Despite showcasing such an amazing talent, he hadn't heard about him in his previous life. Even Kurosawa Taki, who didn't let in a single shot during the futsal tournament, paled to the comparison of the keeper in front of him. "Now I get it why the coach didn't play the tall keeper," he mumbled. While carefully moving the ball forward, he took a peek at the keeper's face. His eyes were glued on the ball at his feet, and he had completely blocked his route. He tried to perform a body feint to misguide the keeper, but the keeper didn't even react a bit. As if the keeper was aware of his tricks, he didn't show any reaction to his feints. Just then he noticed a gap between the keeper's legs. He tapped the ball lightly, but the keeper was quick to react. He lunged his left leg and closed the gap instantly. The keeper deliberately let a gap in his legs for Hiro to try to pass the ball between his legs. And just like he predicted, Hiro indeed tried to pass the ball between his legs. But to his surprise, the ball rolled over his head instead. Hiro kicked the ball lightly with his left leg, but before the ball reached the keeper's legs, he gently tapped beneath the ball with his right feet and chipped the ball above the keeper's head. The keeper, who was already on the ground, couldn't react to the uncertain move of Hiro and was left dumbfounded. Before the ball dropped, Hiro hit the ball in mid-air and scored a brilliant volley goal. Beep. Yeah. Wahoo. Unbelievable! Everybody in the pitch was stunned by his play. Nobody could believe their eyes. They looked at him with disbelief. Even his teammates were having a hard time to digest the fact that they had scored a goal against the senior team. While everybody were cheering, Hiro ran towards the post. He then took the ball out and ran towards the center of the pitch while carrying the ball. He didn't want to waste any time to cheer as his team was still down by 2 goals. Even though they scored a goal against the senior team, they were still losing the match by 3-1 score. "You freaking did it!" Akashi exclaimed in ecstasy. "Yes. But we still need 3 more goals to win the match," Hiro replied. "Yeah, that's right. We're going to win the match." Akashi clenched his fist and stretched his hand towards Hiro. "What do you want?" he inquired while looking at the fist of Akashi. Hiro didn't realize that Akashi simply wanted to do a fist bump. Akashi didn't reply anything and kept on pointing his fist towards Hiro. "Oh. I see." Hiro finally realized the meaning behind Akashi's gesture. He then gently tapped Akashi's fist with his fist and performed a fist bump. "Thwack. Let's score 3 more goals and win a match," he exclaimed as he placed the ball at the kickoff position. Beep. The opponent team started the kickoff. And from the moment they started the kickoff, they didn't make any mistakes. Unlike Hiro's team, their coordination was top-notch. Nobody among them acted selfish. They were all well organized. And every time his teammates would rush towards the ball, they would immediately pass the ball to other player. The game of cat and mouse continued for a while. The ball was the mouse, and they were the cats. Every time they tried to take hold of the mouse would run away from them. Chapter 17. Off the ball. As they tried to snatch the ball away from the senior players, they only exhausted themselves. Every single player in the senior team played so brilliantly that they couldn't even get near to the ball. Unable to snatch the ball, they began to man-mark every senior players. But man-marking only works when each and every individual is capable of stopping the respective players that they are man-marking. And in terms of overall ability, it was evident from the moment they stepped on the pitch that they lacked far behind to the senior players. Even though the hero surpassed every other player in the field in terms of skills and potential, he couldn't do anything at all. Marking him was a threat. The senior players didn't even let him touch the ball. TCH, they're not even letting me touch the ball. Hiro clipped his tongue in frustration. The opponent players would pass the ball back to the keeper every time Hiro rushed towards the player with the ball. As if they were openly admitting that they couldn't take him by themselves, they took absolutely no chance against him. But even after passing the ball back to the keeper, they didn't try to waste time. Instead, the keeper would instantly pass the ball forward and initiate a counterattack. The keeper was playing the role of the anchor who would control the tempo of the game. Hiro's teammates would once again prove to be absolutely useless against the senior players in terms of individual skills. As the keeper would kick the ball towards their goal, Sasaki would find it troublesome to stop the senior player. Ken would come out of his post to defend the ball and leave the post wide open. Taking advantage of the situation, the senior players would simply pass the ball between themselves to score in an open post instead of trying to dribble past the keeper. At the 34th minute of the match, Ken would once again make the same mistake of leaving the post as he did many times during the match, and it would nearly cost them another goal. However, Akashi would go on to block the ball with his face. After passing through Sasaki and Ken, the opponent player would shoot the ball in an open post. Just then Akashi would jump sideways and take the shot on his face. He would successfully manage to block the shot. The ball would then fall on Sasaki's feet after the rebound. Sasaki would quickly get cornered as the opponent's striker would rush towards him. Luckily, Hiro, who dropped deep to defend against the opponent's attack, would find himself near to Sasaki. Despite being pressured by the opponent's striker, Sasaki would pass the ball to Hiro. And at 35th minute of the match, Hiro would go on to score his second goal against the senior team. The senior team would continue with their tactic even after conceding the second goal. With the tactic of theirs, they would nearly seal the match at the last minute of the match with another goal. However, Goddess of Luck would do them real bad as the shot hit by their striker would go on to hit the goal post, and once again they would concede another goal on rebound, which would cost them a crucial goal. With that final goal, the score of the match would read as such: Team Senior 3, Team Newbie 3. The game would end up in tie. And just like that, Hiro would go on to score 3 goals against the senior team and help his team to pull out a draw against the senior team. After the end of the match, later in that day at around 9:47 p.m. Erg. Such a tiring day. While lying on his bed, he tried to recall the events which took place during the day. I need to work on my off-the-ball movements. After analyzing his play, he noticed a fatal flaw in his play style. Even though he was phenomenal when he had the ball in his feet, he sucked really bad during the moment when he didn't have the ball in his feet. Just by keeping him away from that ball, the senior players were able to completely nullify him. What do the star players do when they don't have the ball in their feet? He began to wonder. He tried to recall as much information of the future as possible. In his mind, he played several matches and tried to analyze the movements of the world's best players. But since the camera never focused solely on the individual, he couldn't get much information from the several matches he analyzed in his mind. However, while he was recalling about the playstyle of the several world-class player, he noticed something. Even though it looked extremely trivial, but each and every player he analyzed in his mind had one thing in common. They were always in search of space, and they always positioned themselves in the space where the probability of getting the ball was maximum. Andres Messi would always turn his head in search of the most optimal route towards the goal. Cristiano Ronaldo would always look for the space where he can get the ball. Even if they didn't have the ball in their feet, they'd always be searching and scanning. The world-class players would always be in search of the space and weakness to exploit. Okay, I'll work on my off-the-ball movements before the first prefectural match, he mumbled. After analyzing countless matches, he fell asleep. Even though he wanted to analyze more matches, his young body couldn't keep up with his thinking. On top of playing a match, he also completed the daily mission given by the system. The first prefectural match of the national tournament was about a month away. And within 2 weeks, they would find out their first opponent. Since the tournament was played in a knockout format, there was no second chance. The tournament was all or nothing. Chapter 18. Deep Line Playmaker. March 25, 2015. A week before the commencement of the All-Japan Interschool Football Tournament. The day when the list of the tournament would get published. As usual, players of Ukami Elementary School were going through a rough training session in preparation for the tournament. Just then, assistant coach Honda made his way towards the pitch while carrying some papers in his hands. Beep. With the sound of the whistle, everybody stopped the training. The sudden stoppage of the training confused everybody. All right, everyone, gather up. Honda-san commanded everybody to gather around. And with that announcement, everybody started to gather around the coaches. Is it for the test? Players began to question each other. While they gathered around the coach, Coach Meyer started to speak. The test for the tournament is out. Pay attention now, as I'll be announcing our first opponent, and I'll also be announcing the starting players for the tournament. With that announcement, everybody started to get anxious. While there were few people on the pitch who maintained their composure and didn't seem bothered by the revelation, most of the players seemed extremely flustered and anxious. Please God, let me make it to the team. I'd be satisfied even if I can play as a substitute. The players started to chatter among themselves. Silence! Honda-san yelled. After that nobody dared to make a single noise. Before I announce the name of the team which we'll be playing against, I've got a good news and a bad news. Good news is that just like our school, we'll be facing against a newbie school who have entered the tournament for the first time in our first match and, who. Before the coach could even finish his sentence, the players started to cheer very loudly. They celebrated as if they had already won the first match of the tournament. Silence! Let the coach finish his sentence first. Once again Honda-san yelled at them. Sigh. Don't celebrate too early. The bad news is that we're placed in the same group as Karasnet Elementary School. Huh? What? The smiles on their face quickly faded away as they heard about the announcement made by Coach Miura that they were placed in the same group as Karasnet Elementary School. Okay. Let's keep it low for now. We've prepared enough, so let's believe in our efforts. Coach Miura tried to raise the morale of the players, which was already crumbling just after hearing that they'd been placed in the same group as one of the favorites of the tournament. After that Coach Miura gestured Honda-san to come closer and whispered something in his ear softly. As soon as Coach Miura finished his sentence, Honda-san stormed outside the pitch. Before we end our training, I'll announce the players who are going to be our starting 11. Those whose names are called, step forward. In goal we have Makoto from Class 6, B and Kobayashi Endo from Class 4, C. Kobayashi Endo was the same keeper who we had faced against during the match between the senior team and the junior team. Unlike Mark, Endo was kinda short. Endo was about the same height as Hiro. However, his reflexes were top-notch. His playstyle was similar to that of Akasalis. Center-backs: Daichi Kamada from Class 4, B, Shinsuke Ngura from Class 3, A, Yamamoto Keisuke from Class 5, B, Yamazaki Kenta from Class 6, and finally Nobara Akashi from Class 1, C. Right backs: Kagamaru Jin from Class 2, and Iori Sato from Class 3, B. Left backs: Wataru Layman from Class 5, and Kosuke Ibzai from Class 6, B. Midfielders: Ito Rin from Class 4, B, Kosai Otsuka from Class 3, B, Ashim Suzuki from Class 5, A, Asahi Kon from Class 6, B, Ryusuke Ren from Class 6, and finally Takahashi Hiro from Class 1, B. Forwards: Sarasato from Class 6, B, Suzuki Shiro from Class 4, and finally Kurosaki Kroto from Class 3, B. All of these players have been selected as the starting players for the tournament ahead. But the list could change any time, so don't take your position for granted. Even those whose names were not called today have an equal chance to make it into the team. So don't feel sad about it. Do you understand? The players whose names were not called looked extremely gloomy. Some even started to cry in the pitch, while some started to whine and complain. Why are those first years selected and not us? One of the senior player complained. Because you lack the skill. Coach Miura bluntly stated the truth in his face. And those who are not satisfied with my decisions are free to leave the team. To control the tantrums of the unselected players, Coach Miura announced that anyone who was not satisfied with his decision was allowed to leave the club. So are you going to leave the club? He then pointed his finger at the senior player who was throwing a tantrum. The senior player quietly took a step back and shut his mouth. After that nobody dared to speak anything against his decision. The team mostly consisted of the senior players, and the only first years who even got the shot at the starting 11 were only Akashi and Hiro. After the commotion, the coach adjourned the training. Everybody aside from the starting players were advised to leave the pitch. And as everybody aside from the starting players left the pitch, Coach Miura commanded the starting players to follow him. I can't believe I made it to the team, Akashi whispered in excitement while following the coach. Even though he was only whispering, due to his loud voice everybody around them could hear him. Don't make noise. Hiro insisted Akashi to keep his mouth shut. Why is he taking us into the hall? Akashi questioned as the coach stopped before the auditorium. Coach Miura took them inside the auditorium. Inside the auditorium, in front of the stage, a projection was being displayed by a projector on a huge white cloth hung in front of the stage. Seeing the projection, everybody bewilderingly stared at the projection ahead. "Are we going to watch a movie?" Akashi exclaimed in ecstasy. "No, you idiot. We're probably here for some video analyses." Video analyses? What is that? While most people would avoid Akashi for his appearance and manner of speech, surprisingly Hiro and Akashi had many things in common with each other. After the first match, Akashi approached him daily and tried to converse with him. At first Hiro felt awkward around him and brushed him off by giving him one-word answers. He expected that he'd stop eventually, but contrary to his expectations, Akashi approached him daily without missing a single day. He'd approach him while heading home, he'd approach him in the cafeteria while eating, he'll even try to converse with him while going to toilet. Even though Akashi followed him basically everywhere, he didn't detect any ill motive from him and he could feel that he genuinely wanted to befriend him. However, Hiro, who was already 27 years from the inside, thought of Akashi as a little kid instead of a friend. But he didn't want to decline his genuine intentions as well. And thus he befriended Akashi in the end, giving in to his persistence. Although he talked with Akashi as a friend, he considered him more like a little brother than his friend. "Okay. Now, everybody pay attention." Coach Miura spoke while standing in front of the stage. "Now we'll be discussing our tactics, so don't get distracted." Coach Miura then started to discuss tactics with the starting players. The formation they were going to play in the tournament was April 4, 2002 Diamond. With 2 forwards at the top, 4 midfielders and 4 defenders, Hiro was assigned the role of attacking midfielder. Even though Akashi got selected in the team, he wasn't selected in the starting 11. And in that whole lineup, Hiro was the sole first year. Around the time when the coach revealed the starting 11, he could vividly feel the cold gazes of the senior players. But those gazes weren't the gaze of jealousy, instead it was a gaze initiating a competition. "Hiro, even though you'll be playing as an attacking midfielder, I want you to drop deep to receive the ball and play as a deep-lying playmaker. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." The coach wanted Hiro to play as a deep-lying playmaker and dominate the midfield. And just like that, after explaining the tactics to the players who were selected for the tournament, Coach Miura adjourned the meeting. "Lucky you, you'll get to play in the starting 11. While they were changing their clothes, Akashi playfully punched him. "What's lucky about it? Do you think that I don't deserve my role?" Hiro returned the punch and questioned Akashi. "Don't joke. I don't know who'll deserve it, if not you. But even though I've been drafted into the official team, I don't know if coach will even use me or not." Akashi frowned. "Don't worry, you'll definitely get your opportunity, so keep on improving. Also, you're much softer than you appear." Hiro chuckled as he consoled Akashi. Chapter 19. Too young to make money. Kala. By the time they finished dressing up, the sun was already on the verge of setting down. Far in the horizon, as the flocks of ravens flew right in front of the setting sun, the slanting rays of the setting sun gave a warm orange tinge to the sky. And as he was immersing himself into the picturesque landscapes around him, a silhouette of a person became vivid at a certain distance away from the gate. Unable to take his gaze away from the ethereal scenery in front of him, he kept on staring at the familiar person ahead. Just then a warm gust of gentle sea breeze knocked the sun hat from her head. She then turned around to pick her fallen hat. And as she picked her hat, she looked at him and she stretched her arms out while revealing a gentle smile. "Let's go home," she spoke in a soft tone. The bright rays of sun coming from behind her blinded him. But even so, he could vividly see her face. Dressed in a white one-piece, the warm rays of setting sun further highlighted her beautiful facial features. Until this day, he never realized just how beautiful his mother was. After the death of his father, she lost the glow in her face from overexertion. And as time passed, her once beautiful face started developing wrinkles. While he was complaining about his life, she worked overtime to make sure he was well fed. Working multiple jobs, paying the bills, taking care of the studies and footballing needs, she never complained once. As he was staring at her beautiful face, a particular memory flashed before his eyes. When he was 17 years old, just after finishing high school. While playing football with his friends, his teammates started to show off their new cleats which their parents bought for them for graduating high school. Being quite young, he couldn't help but feel jealous. And due to jealousy, he too asked his mother to buy him new cleats. She sternly declined his request, but he kept on pestering her to buy new cleats despite her refusal. While she was already having troubles with paying the bills, he only added fuel to the burning fire by pestering her to buy a new cleat for him. While he was stubbornly asking for new cleats, he didn't even notice that she had been wearing the same clothes for years and years. He couldn't even remember when was the last time that he had seen her in new clothes. Be it some special occasions or even his graduation, she never bought anything for herself, but yet still she provided him with everything that he needed. Even though she couldn't fulfill all his desires, she still fulfilled most of his needs. Reminiscing such moments made him regret about his course of actions. He felt guilty. While she provided him with everything, he couldn't do anything for her. He couldn't even buy a new set of clothes for her for all those years. Suddenly his heart felt heavy and his eyes moistened. Without even realizing, tears started welling down his eyes. He then ran towards her with eyes full of tears. And as he got close to her, he threw himself in her arms and hugged her tightly. "Harry. What's the matter? Did something happen in school?" she asked while gently stroking his back with her hands. However, he didn't reply anything at all. He only tightened his grip as she stroked his back. He must have not been selected for the team, she guessed. "It's all right. It's all right. We'll try another time." She tried to console him. Finally, after some time, he loosened his grip. "Shall we head home now?" she asked as he loosened his grip. But still, he didn't reply anything at all. She tried to shake him off, but there was no reaction from him whatsoever. Just then his arms fell down involuntarily. Did he fall asleep? She chuckled as she carried him up. And indeed he had fallen asleep in her arms. Even though that he fell asleep, she didn't wake him up and instead carried him all the way to the station. "Did he fall asleep?" his father questioned as they exited the train. While he was sleeping peacefully in her arms inside the train, his mother phoned his father and informed about his condition to his father. She then asked him to pick them up in the station. "Don't talk loudly. Let him sleep," she whispered. "Okay. Okay," he whispered back. His father took him from her arms and carried him. "The training must have been really exhausting today," Takashi whispered. "I guess so." As if he was unconscious, he didn't even notice when he fell asleep. His parents carried him carefully from the school to home without waking him up. At 1:43 am later in the night, as he woke up from his dream, he found himself lying in his bed. "Bug. Oh, when did I get here?" he mumbled as he woke up in the night. "Where's Mom? The last thing I remember is hugging her in front of the school gate. Was everything perhaps a dream?" he bewilderingly questioned. Growl. All of a sudden, his stomach started to make weird noises. Ah. Why do I feel hungry all of a sudden? He hadn't eaten anything since lunchtime. To let him sleep peacefully, his parents didn't wake him up for dinner. He then got out from his bed and started to walk towards the kitchen. "There must be something in the refrigerator," he mumbled as he tried to open up the refrigerator. Expecting he might wake up and feel hungry, his parents had stored a cake and apple juice in the refrigerator. Well, there's cake today. He was baffled by the sight of cake in the refrigerator. Rarely his mother let him eat sweet things. She considered sweets unhealthy and therefore forbade him to eat sweets. Cake, being a sweet, was no exception as well. Nom. Nom. I must have passed out in her arms, he mumbled while chewing the cake. He couldn't think of anything else beside passing out in her arms to explain why he couldn't remember anything after hugging her. While reminiscing of the moment before he passed out, he remembered about the things he thought while hugging her. And once again those thoughts saddened him. Yes. Let's earn a lot of money and buy her everything she desires, he yelled enthusiastically. Bark. Bark. The dogs in the neighborhood started to bark, listening to his loud yells in the middle of the night. Ups. Gotta keep it low or else it won't end up good if Mom finds me awake. He mumbled as he chugged the bottle of juice in a single gulp. After eating, he headed towards his bed. He closed his eyes, but he couldn't sleep for some reason. Unable to sleep, he started to think of ways to make money. Even though I know the future events, I can't make use of it. I only know of the major events which will take in football. And I can't even remember most of the Champions League finals. But even knowing those events won't change anything at all. After all, betting is illegal in Japan. And even if it were legal, I wouldn't be allowed to bet. After all, I'm still too young. Human mind is programmed in such a way that it forgets most of the things if there's no repetition whatsoever, as time progresses. So it was only natural for Hiro to forget most of the event which took place because it had been a lot of time since he last remembered those events. The events like Champions League finals and other matches which happened a long time ago, he couldn't remember it even if he wanted to remember. So betting is out of our list to make money. What if I write novels? Another idea flashed in his mind. Oh shit. Right. I never read a novel before. I should have listened to my friends back then. He exasperated. In his previous life, many teammates in his team suggested him to read novels. But he never paid any attention to novels and brushed off their suggestions. What if I teach football? He thought of teaching football as a means of earning money. But he forgot that he himself was still a child, once again. Oh shit. Right. Who'd want to learn football from a 6-year-old? Ha ha ha. He laughed awkwardly. Erg. I can't think of anything. Just how the hell should I make money? He screamed in frustration. Even after thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with any means of making money. He was too young to make money legally. Erg. Let's just forget about making money for now and focus on football. Finally, he gave up on the thoughts of making money after failing to come up with ideas to make money. Just what time is it now? He reached for his drawer beside his bed to take out his phone. Just as he reached for his phone, something sparked in his mind. Phone. Chapter 20. YouTube channel. Just as he was about to give up on the thoughts of making money, something sparked in his mind as he took hold of his phone. What if I start making content related to football and post it on social media sites? I'm sure that I can get tons of views since I'm still a kid. And people love kids demonstrating something extraordinary. It might take some time, but I've got plenty of time in my hands right now. So given the situation, it's the perfect idea for making money. And if I'll get lucky, professional scouts might take notice of me as well, which will further help me with my goals. But I'll probably need someone to take my videos. Just when he finally thought of a good idea to make money, he encountered another problem. He was really bad at making videos. Aside from playing football, he didn't have any talent at all. And football was the only thing he was good at. What if I ask my parents to do it for me? He wondered. They'll probably decline my request. They're busy with their jobs, so I'll have to think of someone else. But for now, let's sleep. Ring. 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 The sound of the alarm clock woke him up early in the morning at 5 a.m. Bug. It's morning already. I want to sleep a little more. He exclaimed in half-asleep state. Even though he wanted to sleep a little more, he woke up regardless. For past few months, it had been his daily routine to wake up early in the morning to train. 247, 248, 249 and finally 250. Why is that kid shooting ball early in the morning? One of the passers inquired. Maybe he's training to become a professional football player. Another passer replied. Oh, that kid. It must be your first time jogging out here. For past 7 or 8 months, he have been coming to the park daily with his ball and training all by himself. He's pretty much dedicated. Another passerby who was jogging in the park interrupted the two passerby's conversation. While kids his age are sleeping right now, he's here working hard for his dreams. His parents must be really proud of him. Alas. If only my kids were as hardworking as him. An old lady who was jogging in the park joined in the discussion between all those previous passerbys. Even though he was still a kid, his neighborhood was quite safe for kids to go out early in the morning. and even though he used to get up early in the morning, as soon as he used to reach home after exercising he'd throw himself in bed and fall asleep instantly. Today wasn't any different as well. As soon as he got home, he knocked himself into the bed and fell asleep. "Wake up, hero. Wake up fast or else you'll be late for school," his mother yelled. "Erg. Let me sleep a little more," he replied in a sleepy voice and pulled the blanket over his head and covered himself wholly. However, she kept on shaking him to wake him up. Seeing his stubbornness to wake up, she pulled the blanket in one fell swoop. And as usual, once again he got scolded by his mother. As if his day would turn out incomplete without her early morning nagging, it had came to become something like a ritual for him to wake up to her nagging every morning. Slam. As usual, you're late. While walking towards his classroom, Akashi smacked his back playfully. "Ah. Yeah, I woke up kinda late today," Hiro replied while rubbing his back with his hands. "Did you watch yesterday's El Clasico?" Akashi inquired. "It was yesterday," Hiro bewilderingly replied. Just like Hiro, Akashi loved to watch European football. "Surely this time Real Madrid's gonna win both La Liga and Champions League," Akashi proudly exclaimed. Akashi was a supporter of Real Madrid and idolized Cristiano Ronaldo, who played for Real Madrid. Having the knowledge of the future, he knew exactly who'd win the titles. And 2015 was the season of Barcelona. They'd go on to win La Liga, Copa del Rey and Champions League in that season. Dream on. It's gonna be Barcelona who'll win both La Liga and Champions League, Hiro replied back. With that reply, both of them got into an argument. Most of the time, they got along pretty well with each other, but every time the topic of their favorite club was brought, they used to get into an argument. Even though the hero was quite mature from inside, he would still argue whenever the topic of the club he supported was brought onto the table. "You kids, don't you have classes?" one of the faculty members yelled while they were arguing with each other in the hallway. Hearing his yell, both of them headed towards their respective classrooms. Later in the evening, after the daily training ended, while they were preparing to head home, Hiro called out for Akashi. "Akashi, don't you want to improve your game?" Hiro inquired. "I do want to improve my gameplay, but I don't know how to improve my gameplay." Akashi frowned. "I can help you with it, but you need to help me with something as well." Hiro proposed a deal to Akashi. In return for teaching him football, Hiro wanted Akashi to shoot his videos. Akashi reluctantly agreed to his proposal. Since he knew what Hiro was capable of, he didn't doubt his ability to teach him football. And just like that, both of them agreed to help each other. New quest unlocked. Help Akashi to make his debut in the tournament. Reward on completion. Golden ticket. Punishment on failure. Deduction of random stat. How quest unlocked all of a sudden. The reward is very tempting, but the punishment is really harsh as well. All of a sudden, a quest unlocked. And surprisingly, the system offered a golden roulette ticket for the reward on completion. He does have potential, but I'm sure he won't get to play in the first match. And if we lose the first match, the quest is basically all over. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Akashi inquired. Without even realizing, he was contemplatively staring at Akashi with a weird expression in his face. "I was thinking of how I can grind you." "Huh? Grind me?" "Yeah, I was thinking of the training method to help you improve." Hiro revealed an evil smirk as he finished his sentence. "Somehow I'm having a moment about this." Akashi gulped his saliva. "Okay, then let's meet at school ground this Saturday at 5 p.m. How school ground? But will the teacher even allow us to use the school ground during holiday?" Akashi questioned. During holidays, nobody was allowed to use the school facilities. However, Hiro, who was sponsored by the school, was allowed to use the ground even during holidays. "Don't worry about that, just meet me at the ground this Saturday at 5 p.m. Hiro assured. And just like that, Akashi agreed to shoot videos of Hiro in exchange for teaching him football. Fast forward to Saturday, Hiro made Akashi to shoot the ball 500 times. However, he couldn't even shoot 200 times. Everything went well at first, but as he progressed forward, Akashi's legs got heavy and he couldn't even lift his legs properly. Hiro made him do the sets of exercises given by the system. But unlike Hiro, Akashi couldn't even complete 3 sets of the exercises. and as per the deal between them, Akashi shot Hiro's videos after the training. Later at night, Hiro was fiddling around with his phone while lying in his bed. Now then, what should I name the channel? Hiro started to wonder about the name of his channel. He was going to upload a video shot by Akashi in his YouTube channel, but he couldn't think of a name for his channel. Ah! It should work. The name of my channel will be... Chapter 21, Opening Ceremony. After thinking for a while, he decided to name his channel as Soccer Wizard. Although the name sounded a little bit childish, yet he was quite proud of the name he had selected. Since football was mostly referred to as soccer in Japan, he chose soccer instead of football, even though that he preferred football more. And even though that he never believed in magic in his previous life, he had somehow magically regressed back in time. And since he had also gained a system, he considered himself something like a magician. That's why he decided to add wizard to the name of the channel. And with this, my channel is created, he exclaimed with a smile on his face. Watch your back, Mr. Beast, I'm gonna be the most subscribed YouTuber. Har, he laughed maniacally. Oh right. But that's not my goal. He came to a sudden realization and the smile on his face faded away. My goal is to become the best footballer in the planet. And I'm only uploading videos as a means of making money for a short while. So I'll pass on becoming the most subscribed YouTuber. Consider yourself lucky, Mr. Beast, that I'm not doing YouTube seriously. You can keep your title, consider it my gift to you. He finished his sentence with a smug look on his face. He exclaimed as if he was doing a favor to Mr. Beast by not taking YouTube seriously. He was too haughty. Now that the channel is established, I should post my video. But what should I name the title? After creating his YouTube channel, he was about to post his video, but he couldn't think of a suitable title for the video. Little boy playing football? No. Juggling the ball for 500 times without dropping? No. Just what should I name the title? He exasperated. He couldn't come up with any decent name for the title. He kept on pondering over the name for the title. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of anything decent. Erg. Just why is it so hard to come up with a decent name for the title? Failing to come up with a decent name for the title, even after thinking for a while, he started to get frustrated. Just then he threw his phone aside and lay down on the bed with his face facing upwards. Right. I should make use of the knowledge of the future and decide the names which can act as a clickbait so that I can get a lot of views. As he was laying down on the bed, a sudden thought penetrated his mind. He then grabbed his phone and began to type. I scored 500 goals from 500 free kicks. After coming up with a title for his video, he posted his video and slept early. Hero. Are you still asleep? His mother made her way towards his room while yelling. But just as she entered his room, her eyes widened in shock. Oh. You're awake? She was shocked to find him awake. Usually he'd be sleeping around the time she walked into his room. But today he was awake, and not only was he awake, he was already dressed as well. Yeah, it's the match day today, he replied while packing his jersey. Match day? Isn't it holiday today? She mumbled. Yeah, match day. The prefectural tournament begins today. Didn't I already tell you about it? He replied. You did. But why are you going? I mean, you aren't even selected for the team. So why are you going? She bewilderingly questioned. Huh? Who told you that I wasn't selected? He replied. Then why were you crying previously? Why, what do you mean by crying? He stammered upon remembering the embarrassing moment when he cried in her arms. She noticed his flustered face and decided to change the topic. So you're selected for the team? Yeah, I'm the starting player. Where will the match take place? She questioned. It's gonna take place in the community football stadium. The preliminaries will be held at the local football stadium, and the matches from round of 16 to semi-final will take place at the stadium of Sakura FC Football Club. And finally, the final match of the prefectural tournament will be held at one of the national stadium where the international games are played. After packing his bags, his mother dropped him off in school. even thought the game started at 10 a.m. All of the starting players were required to show up in school before 8 a.m. to discuss tactics. Here comes our soccer wizard. Akashi greeted Hiro as he entered the auditorium. Just then all of the players started to congratulate him all of a sudden. Hiro couldn't figure out why they were congratulating him for no reason. What's the occasion today? Why am I getting congratulated all of a sudden? Hiro was baffled by the sudden burst of congratulations. Coach Miura kept his cool and commanded everybody to get seated. After that nobody dared to speak a single word. And then he began to explain the tactics. We'll be playing Endo as the sweeper keeper and Hiro will be playing as a deep-lying playmaker. For this tactics to work out, we need to get Hiro involved with the ball as much as we can. Did everybody understand what I'm trying to say? Yes, sir. Everybody shouted. Okay, then let's win the game today and progress forward. The coach ended the discussion after carefully explaining the tactics to everybody present in the auditorium. Then all of them started to board on the school bus to leave for the venue where the match was going to take place. Since Tsukami Elementary School was a private school, it owned quite a number of school buses. And in fact many of the students who studied at Tsukami Elementary School commuted to and from school by school buses. Hiro couldn't take advantage of the facility provided by the school bus because of the remoteness of his neighborhood. The school buses didn't operate to his neighborhood because of the lack of students who studied in Tsukami Elementary School from his neighborhood. And even though he was sponsored by the school, they couldn't still operate the school buses to his neighborhood for him alone. That's why he used to commute to the school by train. While they were commuting towards the venue of the match, Hiro looked at Akashi to inquire him about the earlier incident. But Akashi didn't seem well. He kept his eyes closed and lips sealed. He covered his mouth with one of his hands and grabbed his stomach with his other hand. He was suffering from motion sickness. Seeing him in that condition, he decided it would be better to keep his mouth shut for the time being. After commuting for about 15 minutes, they reached the venue where the match was going to take place. As soon as the bus stopped and opened its door, Akashi stormed outside. Ooh. Ooh. Akashi started to puke. However, he couldn't puke anything beside liquid. His stomach was completely empty. There wasn't even a single solid substance in his stomach to make its way outside his mouth. Coach. I'll catch up in a while, he exclaimed while looking at the coach. The coach took a peek at Akashi's condition and agreed to his request. Okay. But come fast. The coach and other players started to head inside the stadium. However, assistant coach Honda decided to stay back to keep an eye on them. Here, have some water. Hiro handed a bottle of water to Akashi. Ooh. Thanks for the water. After drinking some water, Akashi felt a little better. His complexion returned back to normal and his puking stopped as well. Are you alright? Hiro inquired. Yeah. Then shall we head inside? Akashi nodded his head. They started to head inside the venue. Since it was their first time in that venue, they didn't know where to go. And if not for Wanda-san, they'd have directly entered the pitch without even changing their clothes. They managed to find that changing room with Wanda-san's assistance. The opening ceremony is about to begin, so change your clothes ASAP. The coach exclaimed. Except Hiro and Akashi, everybody in their team had changed their clothes. Without uttering a single word, both of them got dressed instantly. Akashi. How did you know about the name of my YouTube channel? I'm sure that I haven't told you about it. Oh. About that you're quite famous, you too, keep quiet. It's our turn to enter the pitch. Coach Miura interrupted as Akashi was about to say something. And as they made their way towards the pitch, Hiro noticed something unusual. There were surprisingly a lot more spectators in the stand, even though that tournament was an elementary school level tournament. There were about 700 to 800 people in the stand. That number was very huge for something like an opening ceremony of a prefectural tournament for elementary school kids. In comparison to previous year's opening ceremony, which recorded about 100 spectators, current estimation of 700 to 800 spectators was astronomical. Why is there so many people in the stand? Hiro whispered. For you, huh? I didn't quite get that. You seriously don't know about anything? Akashi inquired, bewilderingly. To his inquiry, Hiro simply shook his head. Chapter 22. Carelessness number 7. About 32 schools participated in the tournament that year. And those 32 teams were further divided into 8 groups, with each group consisting 4 teams. Again, the 8 groups were further divided into 2 segments, with each segment containing 4 groups each. And due to the large number of schools, that year's tournament was going to be played in the World Cup format. However, instead of the league format for the group matches were going to be played in knockout format as well. Well, there's a lot of team participating in the tournament this year. Hiro mumbled. Indeed, there's a lot of team participating in the tournament this year. But the favorites remains the same, Karasnet Elementary School and Brendan Elementary School. And even worse, were placed in the same group as Karasnet Elementary School. Just why God? Akashi whined. Just as the announcer called out the name of the final team to participate in the tournament, someone from the team caught his attention. The final team to walk into the pitch was none other than Brendan Elementary School. The same school which once tried to recruit him. And the person who caught his attention was none other than Kurosawa Taki. Hiro was left dumbfounded by the sight of Kurosawa Taki. Hiro. Hiro. Akashi called out for him, but there was no response from him. He kept on staring at Kurosawa Taki. Yeah. He stammered upon coming back to his senses. Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. Perhaps, did you see a ghost? Huh. Hell no. Why do you ask such absurd questions? Well, I mean, you looked kinda lost to me. So I wondered if you saw a ghost. It's nothing like that, let's just focus on the announcement ahead. Hiro shrugged off Akashi's curiosity. But I don't get one thing. There are so many teams participating in the tournament. So how will we complete all those matches today? Akashi inquired. I'm sure that the coach had explained us about that previously. Didn't you pay any attention to his words when he was explaining about the tournament fixtures? The hero replied while contorting his face. Heh. I must have missed that information. Akashi smiled awkwardly. Sigh. Group A, B, C and Group E's first matches will be played today in 4 different venues. Group B, F, G and Group H's matches will be played tomorrow respectively. So in total a total of 8 matches will be played today. And another 8 match will be played tomorrow. Hiro exclaimed. How, there's 3 more venues beside this stadium? Akashi questioned. Yeah. There are 3 more venues beside this stadium. Since all the teams were required to gather at one place before the start of the tournament, every team participating in the tournament are gathered at this venue for the commencement of the tournament. After the announcement ended, the first match of the tournament between Karasnet Elementary School and Tokushima Jade Elementary School was about to begin. And the rest of the teams headed towards their respective venue as well. Hiro's team, being in the same group as Karasnet Elementary School, remained seated in the stadium while awaiting their match. Their match would begin right after the end of the match between the Karasnet Elementary School and Tokushima Jade Elementary School. Beep. The referee has blown his whistle and the 15th annual prefectural tournament officially begins. The announcer announced the commencement of the tournament. With that announcement, the stadium was filled with the cheers of the spectators. Most of the spectators consisted of the parents of students who were taking part in the competition. There were few local reporters in the stand along with the general publics. That's why they are one of the favorites of the tournament. Karasnet Elementary School opened up the score with a goal in the 17th minute of the game. The stand where the students of Karasnet Elementary School were seated burst out with cheers as they scored the goal. Before the end of the half-time, they scored another goal. The first half of the match was pretty much one-sided, with Karasnet Elementary School dominating both the position and shots on target. The second half was no different than the first half. Tokushima Jade Elementary School got completely battered by Karasnet Elementary School as they went on to win the match by an astronomical score of 5-0. Even though every players in Karasnet Elementary School displayed an amazing performance individually, one player stood out among the rest. the player with the number 7 on his back. Contrary to his diminutive figure, he played as a striker and scored 2 headers. Almost everybody in the stand questioned every time when an air ball was played to him. They all thought that he wouldn't be able to reach the ball and he'd get swallowed by the tall defenders of Tokushima J Elementary School. But contrary to everybody's expectation, he proved everyone wrong with his incredible vertical jump and lightning speed. He silenced all the critiques with his gameplay. Short black messy hair, sun and brunette skin and height that was barely 3.5 feet, his explosive jumps reached the ball which even the tall defenders of Tokushima J Elementary School struggled to reach. On the 17th minute of the game, one of his teammates played a razor-sharp through ball which couldn't be reached by anybody besides him. Making use of his explosive pace, he opened up the score with a banger. Everybody thought that his only weapon was his speed. But soon he proved everybody wrong by scoring 2 more goals in the second half. And surprisingly both of those goals happened to be headers. Well, what an amazing way to kick off the tournament. Karasnet Elementary School completely obliterated Tokushima J Elementary School and won the match with 5-0 score. And even more amazing was the performance of the player Shinji Seto, the player of Karasnet Elementary School with the number 7 on his back. He scored a hat-trick in his first match. If he keeps on scoring like this in other matches, he'd surely score more than 10 goals by the end of the tournament. Damn! How will we face against Karasnet Elementary School? Akashi started to get flustered all of a sudden. Did you already forget that we still have a match to play? Before facing against them we need to get through this hurdle first. Hiro replied. Okay team, it's our turn to play. We'll play just like we've practiced. Just keep your calm and play without getting anxious. Coach Miura exclaimed as they were about to enter the pitch. And the second match of the Group A is between Ukami Elementary School and Public Youth Elementary School. Surprisingly both of these teams are new to the Nationals. And even more surprising is the fact that both of these new teams are facing against each other in their debut match. Public Youth Elementary School is going for a March 5, 2002 formation which emphasizes more on defense, and Ukami Elementary School is going to play an April 4, 2002 diamond formation which focuses more on the offense. So who will come out victorious? Will defense win the game or will offense win the game? It's a show-off between defense and offense. Beep. The second game of Group A between Ukami Elementary School and Public Youth Elementary School commenced with the sound of referee's whistle. As referee blew his whistle, Kuro passed the ball to Sato. The opponent team, instead of pushing forward, dropped back from the moment of kickoff. Huh? Is this some kind of new tactic? The players of Public Youth Elementary School are dropping deep right from the beginning of the kickoff. They aren't even coming out of their own half to win the ball. Chapter 23. Seeing as the opponent team dropped deep, they couldn't take the ball forward recklessly. However, since they were a new team, the opponent team didn't have any information regarding Ukami Elementary School's team. And hence they were not aware of one crucial information. Hiro was a fantasized whose speciality was to break through solid defense line just like Public Youth Elementary School's defense. And since most of the players in the Public Youth Elementary School stay close to each other, Hiro could easily dribble past their defenders one after the other. Number 10 from Ukami Elementary School is charging the ball forward without any fear. Hiro began to dribble the ball forward. As he dribbled the ball forward, the opponent players were forced to come out of their respective zones to defend against him. Upon seeing him charging forward, one of the offensive players recklessly dashed towards him in an attempt to snatch the ball away from him. However, before he could even attempt to stretch his legs forward, Hiro dribbled past him. While charging towards Hiro, he left his legs wide open and Hiro took full advantage of the gap between his legs. Just as he approached near to Hiro, he kicked the ball between his legs and nutmegged him. The nutmeg happened so fast that he didn't even realize it was nutmegged. That was a beautiful nutmeg from the number 10 of Ukami Elementary School. Harahi, and it looks like the number 9 of Public Youth Elementary School is still in daze. Harahi, the look on the face of number 9 was a sight to behold. An anonymous spectator cheerfully exclaimed. Just like the commentator, a lot of people in the stand were laughing at that ridiculous nutmeg from Hiro. After effortlessly passing through that number 9, he was faced with even more defenders of the opposing team. But since they came out of their respective zones to defend against him, several spaces were left open. While making use of those spaces, Hiro passed the ball forward towards Sato. However, the defenders of the public youth elementary school were quick to react to his passes. As soon as the ball was released from his legs, they began to run towards Sato. In the right wing, Sato was about to shoot the ball. But he paused as he witnessed the opposing defenders closing towards him. While the opposing defenders were rushing towards Sato, they completely forgot about Hiro. Sato faked his shot and passed the ball straight in the middle. For a moment it seemed that the ball would land in the feet of opposing player. But out of nowhere, someone else kicked the ball while the ball was still rolling. The person who kicked the ball was none other than Hiro. The moment he passed the ball to Sato, he had already begun running. Outside the stadium, two individuals were rushing towards the stadium in a hurry. "Look, we're already late for his match." Hiro's mother pouted. Hiro's father checked his watch and it was only 12:16 p.m. "We're only 1 minute late. Hiro told me the match would start at 12:15. Takashi replied. "Huh? He told you about the match? Was I the only one who was kept in the dark? And who even needs a beer in a kid's game?" Her face started to turn red as she released the accumulated anger inside her. With lightning speed, the ball landed on the upper right corner of the goalpost. In 1 minute and 57 seconds, Hiro scored the opening goal in the second match of Group A. It hadn't even been 2 minutes since the start of the match and yet he already scored a goal. Within 2 minutes, Ukami Elementary School had opened the scorched. And they'd opened the scorched in a style of their own. The keeper couldn't even react and the looks on the faces of public youth elementary school's players says everything about the goal from the number 10 of Ukami Elementary School. It was simply fabulous. Yes. I think I heard something right now. Takashi tried to silence his wife. Yeah. Now you're making things because you don't want to hear my voice. His mother raised her voice even more. No, it's not like that. Just try listening once, I'm sure you'll hear it too. Just then the crowd burst out in cheers. The cheers of the crowd were so loud that it could be heard from the parking lot outside the stadium. After listening to the loud cheers coming from inside the stadium, Akashi and Momo rushed towards the stadium in a hurry. As they entered the stadium, they witnessed something extraordinary. The atmosphere around the stadium was extremely lively. Honey. A kid's game this popular? His mother bewilderingly questioned upon witnessing the sights of huge number of spectators in the stand. As much as I know, there shouldn't be this much spectator for a kid's game. Takashi mumbled in awe. Perhaps we may have accidentally entered the wrong venue. Takashi mumbled. But the score sheet says Ukami Elementary School and Public Youth Elementary School. Momo pointed towards the scorched. Indeed it does. Takashi nodded his head. But where's Hiro? His mother questioned. Takashi began to look for his son in the pitch. Far in the right corner, he noticed someone who resembled his son. Isn't that Hiro? He pointed his finger at Hiro. It is indeed Hiro. But what is he doing? I think he's celebrating. As he scored the goal, he performed the trademark celebration of Cristiano Romero. The Seer celebration. The reason why he performed that celebration was because of Akashi. While he and Akashi were talking with each other, Akashi jokingly asked him to perform the trademark celebration of his favorite player. I think he scored a goal. Since they were in the opposite corner, they couldn't see him well. And surprisingly they happened to walk in the stands where the supporter of opponent teams were seated. He scored a goal. But why are these people not celebrating his goal? His mother questioned. As she mentioned about the celebration, the people around them gave them cold stares. Their icy cold gaze sent shiver down Takashi's body. Honey. It's better to keep your mouth shut for a while. Let's head over to some other seat. Takashi pushed Momo and began to walk towards the seat where the chairs were louder. Why are you pushing me? They're not celebrating the goal because they are the supporters of the opponent team. So we should head towards the seat with supporters of our team. Akashi whispered softly. The game resumed with a score of 1-0. The opponent team continued to play defensive football, and Hero continued to toy with their defense. While most of the supporters were thoroughly entertained by his gameplay, the supporters from Public Youth Elementary School didn't seem to enjoy his gameplay. Just a few minutes after scoring his first goal, he scored another goal. And at the 30th minute of the game, he assisted a wonderful goal to Crow. There's simply no stopping to Ukami Elementary School. And there's simply no stopping to number 10 of Ukami Elementary School. He toyed with the players of Public Youth Elementary School as if he was playing against kids. I mean, they are kids and he himself is a kid too. Haha, just what is the coach doing? Just mark that number 10 kid. Even us supporters could see clearly that number 10 is the real threat from Ukami Elementary School. The supporters of Public Youth Elementary School started to vent their anger and frustration. Even though it was a kids' game, the supporters of Public Youth Elementary School were extremely frustrated to see their side losing 3-0 before halftime. Just who was that number 10 kid? One of the supporters of Ukami Elementary School who was seated next to Takashi mumbled, "He's my son Takahashi Hiro." Takashi proudly exclaimed with his chest stretched out. "He's your son? But he doesn't look anything like you." The supporter bewilderingly questioned. Cough. Cough. "Well, because he takes after his mother more," Takashi exclaimed nervously. The supporter didn't reply anything at all and looked at him with eyes full of doubt. He was clearly doubting his claim. Takashi then pulled out his wife and exclaimed, "Do you still not believe me?" The supporter took a peek at his mother. However, the expression on his face said otherwise. He was mesmerized by his mother's beauty. "Yo. She's my wife, so don't you dare think anything weird. And also you better drop that expression of your face before you get punched by her. I'll warn you, she's a black belt in karate." Hearing that she was a black belt in karate, he quickly took his gaze away from her. "Now that you mention about it, he does look like your son," he exclaimed in a flustered tone and finally agreed to Takashi. Chapter 24. Overnight celebrity. While the first half was already disappointing for Public Youth Elementary School, the second half was even more devastating. They conceded 4 more goals in the second half and lost the game with a combined score of 7-0. Beep. And the referee has blown his whistle. In the beginning of the match, I mentioned about the clash between defense and offense. And the offense has come out victorious after crushing the defense with a humiliating score of 7-0. The looks on Public Youth Elementary School's players doesn't look very good. However, these kids have shown their absolute best, so I request everyone in the crowd to cheer them up as they walk down the aisle. Yeah. You all have played really well. Well played. Clap. 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 The supporters from the stand started to cheer for the players of Public Youth Elementary School even after losing the match. As mentioned by the commentator, the players from the Public Youth Elementary School really gave their absolute best against Ukami Elementary School. However, one single player completely obliterated their whole tactics all by himself. What an amazing performance by Ukami Elementary School. But I'm sure that they wouldn't have been able to dominate the match like they did if it weren't for the number 10 of Ukami Elementary School. Goals, assists, dribbles, just name it, he's got everything. He himself scored 5 goals in a single match and provided 2 assists on top of that. He was involved in all 7 goals of the Ukami Elementary School. Shinji Seo from Karasnet Elementary School showed us a brilliant performance a moment ago. Now Takahashi Hiro from Ukami Elementary School showed us another brilliant performance. I just can't wait to see the clash between Karasnet Elementary School and Ukami Elementary School 3 days from today. Even though Karasnet Elementary School are considered one of the favorites of the tournament, it wouldn't be easy for them to get past against Ukami Elementary School. If they've got a little giant in their team, then Ukami Elementary School's got a combination of Messi and Romero of their own in their team. You really hit that scene celebration. I thought that you didn't like Romero. Akashi exclaimed as Hiro approached him after the end of the match. Who said that I don't like Romero? Hiro bewilderingly questioned Akashi. Well, you support Barcelona, so I thought you hated Real Madrid. So I naturally assumed that you didn't like Romero as well. Well, just because I support Barcelona doesn't mean that I hate Madrid. And I very much enjoy seeing him play. Why would I hate such a great player? And as an upcoming player myself, I don't want to limit myself with only one playstyle," Hero exclaimed. While he was celebrating with his teammates, he caught a sight of someone familiar in the stand. While looking at them, he raised his fist and pointed it towards them with a smile on his face. The person to whom he pointed his fist was none other than Takashi and Momo. Takashi returned back the gesture by raising his fist towards him. He couldn't look more proud. He was brimming with proudness. "He's really your son?" The same spectator who didn't believe his words earlier exclaimed. "Obviously he's my son." He spoke with a grin on his face. Just as the players of Ukami Elementary School were exiting the stadium, they were greeted with the sights of groups of local reporters who were waiting for them outside the stadium. "Did a celebrity show up?" Hiro bewilderingly questioned. "Yeah, and you're that celebrity. Don't you all agree?" Takashi chuckled. The rest of the teammates nodded their head in agreement as they let out a cheerful laugh in unison. Yeah. If scoring 5 goals in some kid's tournament is gonna make somebody a celebrity, then there'd be a celebrity in every stadium," Hiro replied. "Well, first of all, let alone scoring 5 goals, scoring a single goal is also very difficult. And they're probably not here because of some kid's tournament. It's because of your new tub channel," Akashi exclaimed. "Mine tub channel?" Hiro bewilderingly questioned. "Did you not check your channel before coming to the school?" Akashi inquired. "Well, I only posted my video yesterday, so what difference would it even make?" Upon hearing the words of Hiro, Akashi pulled his phone out and began to type something. "See here. Isn't this you?" Akashi started to play the video of Hiro which he posted on the Notub. "Well, yeah. It's me. So what about my video? Look at the views," Akashi replied. As he turned his gaze towards the total views, he began to count. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. What? 547,000 views. Hiro's eyes widened in shock and his jaws dropped. He couldn't believe the figure he witnessed. There was 547,000 views in his video in less than 24 hours. The first ever video that he posted in his YouTube channel went viral in less than 24 hours of posting. "Am I dreaming?" Hiro questioned. "Ouch." Akashi pinched him all of a sudden. "Why did you do that?" Hiro exasperated. "Ha. I thought that you needed some help." Akashi chuckled. "Sadaka wizard? Sadaka wizard? Can you spare some time for a short interview?" The reporters flocked over him with camera and microphones facing towards him. All of a sudden he found himself in the limelight. He couldn't reply anything. Even though he was a 27-year-old from the inside, he had never faced such situations even in his previous life. For his whole life, he lived like somebody who was ostracized by the society. In his previous life, he was just an extra player in the field without anything exceptional. Thus he couldn't react properly, upon receiving the spotlight all of a sudden. Upon getting swarmed up by the reporters, he started to get anxious. He started to sweat profusely and began to have nervous breakdown. Receiving the spotlight all of a sudden, he started to have anxiety attacks. "Could you all please move those cameras and microphones away from him? He's still a child." Takashi came to his rescue. Upon seeing his father, he could finally feel at ease. However, Takashi couldn't handle the reporters properly as they still forced their way towards him. "You all just leave my son alone before I break your camera and microphones." His mother came to the rescue as the situation seemed like it was getting out of hands. After listening to the threat of his mother, the reporters began to back down. "Thank you for your understanding. And if you'd like to interview him, kindly book an appointment with his agent first," his mother exclaimed. "Who's my agent? Did the school provide me with an agent?" Hiro was baffled by the claims of his agent. "Our channel would like to interview him. So Mom, would you kindly tell us the number of his agent so that we can talk business?" One of the female reporters stepped forward while asking for the contact information of his agent. "Yes. Why not? She then began to provide them with the contact information of his agent. Having been curious of his agent, he paid utmost attention to his mother's words. While he was keenly listening to his mother's words, the number which she provided the reporters felt a little too familiar to him. Isn't that Mom's phone number? Huh. My mother is my agent. Hiro was shocked to find out that his mother was acting as his agent. I'm sure she made this agent stuff out of nowhere. She must have smelled the smell of money. Hiro mumbled with a blank look on his face. He then took a peek at his father's face. He had the same dumbfounded expression. There was something written all over his face. Seriously. That was the word written all over his face. Just like him, his father was left dumbfounded by her words. But seriously, what should I do with my social anxiety? Now that my video has gone viral, I'll face even more reporters as time progresses. I need to build up my confidence and prepare myself thoroughly for the future. His eyes glowed with determination. Let's go, Mr. Popular Akashi exclaimed as the reporters cleared a path for them. After that, they boarded the school bus and left for school, while Takashi and Momoda headed home. He couldn't leave with his mother and father as they needed to analyze the game at Karasnet Elementary School. Since they'll be facing against Karasnet Elementary School in the round of 16, they needed to prepare well. After all, Karasnet Elementary School was one of the favorites to win the tournament. And they couldn't face against them half-heartedly. If they wanted to win the match, they were required to thoroughly prepare for the match. While they were heading towards school, the coach of Karasnet Elementary School gathered his players in a dark room. Why are we gathered in the video analyzing room, coach? One of the players of Karasnet Elementary School inquired. To analyze our next opponent, Ukami Elementary School. The coach of Karasnet Elementary School exclaimed. Ukami Elementary School? Never heard of it. The players of Karasnet Elementary School burst out in laughter as the coach of the Karasnet Elementary School mentioned the name of Ukami Elementary School. Chapter 25. Bonus chapter. Seros passed while every player in the video analyzing room at Karasnet Elementary School were making fun of Ukami Elementary School. There was a single player in the room who didn't show any interest in his teammates' mockery, seated with his legs crossed in the far left corner of the room all by himself. Unlike his fellow teammates, he didn't let out a single laughter. Ha, just sent us to the damn final already. Nobody except men in elementary school can take us. Don't you agree, Seo? One of the players of Karasnet Elementary School arrogantly stated. The silent person who was seated at the far left corner of the room was none other than Shinji Seo. Just like Hiro, Seo was considered a prodigy by the coaches of Karasnet Elementary School. And even though he was at his 4th year of elementary school, it was his first tournament. Because of his medical condition, his parents took him to US for treatment. One day, during his first year of elementary school while playing football, he suddenly collapsed. Upon witnessing his collapse, the staff members rushed towards him and took him to the nurse. The nurse tried everything in her knowledge, but he couldn't regain his senses. Fearing that something serious might have happened to him, the faculty members informed his parents. Upon hearing the condition of their son, his parents rushed towards the school and took him to the hospital. As the doctors started to run some tests on him, it was known that there was a tumor growing in his head. He was suffering from brain tumor. Due to the unusual location of the tumor and lack of the technology required for the surgery to remove the tumor, the doctor and the hospital raised their hands up and suggested his parents to take him to US for further medical treatment. His parents burst out in tears after hearing the words of Dr. His father, who used to own large corporations, took him to US for further treatment. Since money wasn't a problem for his family, he got the necessary treatment in a reputed hospital of US. The surgery went well and the doctors in the US successfully removed the tumor from his head. However, he stayed back in US for further treatment and recovery. After recovering enough and spending nearly 2 years in US, he returned back to Japan with his mother. His father couldn't stay by his side all the time because of his business and left after a while. His mother stayed back in US with him and took care of him. And finally, after recovering completely, he started to play football once again. Even though he couldn't play football for almost 3 years, he still regained back his skills within some months because of his talent. Slam. Silence. Now I'm going to play the video of the match between Ukami Elementary School and Public Youth Elementary School, so everybody pay attention now. The coach slammed the table in front and yelled at his players to quiet down. All of the players instantly shut their mouth as they heard the roar of their coach. "And you Shada, sit down." The coach ordered the player standing beside Shinji Seo to sit down. The smile on his face quickly faded away as he heard his coaches yell, and without uttering a single word, he pulled his chair forward and sat down quietly. The coach then started to play the video of the match between Ukami Elementary School and Public Youth Elementary School. What? They all dropped deep from the beginning of the match. Are they going to play a defensive game for the entirety of the match? One of the player inquired. Now pay attention to the number 10 who's taking the ball forward. The coach paused the video just at the moment when Hiro was charging the ball forward. What's so special about him? Yeah, I don't see anything special in him. However, their keeper is ridiculously small. Haruhi, the players of Karasnet Elementary School, whispered between themselves while making fun of Endo's height. Even though they didn't show their true feelings up front, it was clear that they were still taking Ukami Elementary School very lightly. Huh? Seriously? What the hell was that? He dribbled past all those defenders all by himself and scored a ridiculous goal too. All of their eyes widened in shock. They couldn't believe the fabulous goal scored by Hiro. Quiet down. Let's watch the whole footage first. And at the end of the video, I want everybody to present me with their analyses. Also, for the entirety of the match, pay close attention towards the number 10 of Ukami Elementary School. The coach exclaimed as he paused the video. At the end of the video, the looks on the face of every player completely changed. At the beginning of the analyses, they were all arrogant and cheerful. But at the end of the video, all that was left was the feeling of hopelessness. Even after the end of the video, nobody dared to utter a single word. The room was unusually silent. Meanwhile, in Hiro's house, his parents were having a heated discussion between themselves. I never thought that Hiro was interested in Mutub. Takashi exclaimed in disbelief. Yeah, me too. I thought that he was only interested in football. Momo replied. Also, what did you talk about with the reporters? Takashi questioned. Nothing much. They wanted to interview Hiro. So I just gave them my contact information. Ring. 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 Just then, Momo's phone started to ring. Wait. Let me pick up this call. Hello. Mrs. Takahashi speaking. She picked up the call. Hello. Mrs. Takahashi, I'm Sume. The female reporter from before who spoke with you regarding the contact information of Takahashi, Hiro's agent. The reporter from before introduced herself. Oh, hello. Sume-san. How can I help you? I was wondering about if we could interview Hiro tomorrow. The reporter expressed that she wanted to interview Hiro. Momo hesitated to reply. She began to think of excuses to turn down her proposal. Just then the reporter spoke something which caught her attention. Obviously we'll pay for the interview. So would you like to discuss about the payment? As soon as she heard about money, she couldn't retain back herself from agreeing to her proposal. Where will the interview take place? Momo replied with a smile on her face. We'll perform the interview at the school. But will the principal agree? Momo questioned. You don't have to worry about that, Mom. We'll take care of it. If you say so, then it's okay. Now then, shall we talk about money? She exclaimed with a wry smile on her face. What's with her obsession with money? Takashi thought as he witnessed her cunning grin. Meanwhile in school, Hiro was fiddling around with his phone while being seated at the middle row of the auditorium. Sigh. While looking at his phone, he revealed a deep sigh. He looked extremely troubled, as if something was gnawing on him. Seeing his troubled expression, Akashi approached him. What's the matter with you now? Akashi was concerned about his well-being. It's nothing. Hiro tried to shrug him off. However, Akashi kept on pestering him. Is it about your new YouTube channel? Akashi questioned as he noticed the sight of Hiro's channel in his phone. Yeah, now that I've got 70k subscriber in less than 24 hours and gained 580k views, I can monetize my channel. Hiro exclaimed. Isn't that a good thing? But why do you look troubled instead? Akashi bewilderingly questioned. I haven't told my parents about my YouTube channel. And I'm still a child, so I can't even monetize the channel. And if I want to monetize my channel, then I'll need to ask one of my parents to handle the channel. Then just ask your parent. You don't know my mom. If she finds out that I'm making YouTube videos instead of studying, she will simply bake me alive. He started to turn pale as he began to imagine different scenarios of revealing the presence of his YouTube channel to his mom. Just then, Coach Miura made his way towards the auditorium with assistant coach Honda accompanying him. Honda-san was carrying a remote in his hands. Chatter. Chatter. Silence everybody. Now we'll be analyzing the match of Karasnet Elementary School. I'm sure that you've already watched their match in the stadium while they were playing. But now we'll thoroughly analyze their weaknesses and strengths so that we can prepare well against them. Coach Miura exclaimed and gestured Honda-san to start the video. However, unlike the players of Karasnet Elementary School who mocked their opponents even before the start of the match, the players of Ukami Elementary School were serious about winning against Karasnet Elementary School. If it were before the arrival of Hiro, the atmosphere around Ukami Elementary School might have been different. Let alone win against Karasnet Elementary School, they would be whining and cursing their fate for being placed in the same group as Karasnet Elementary School, which they did previously when it was announced that they were placed in the same group as Karasnet Elementary School. But after their first win against Public Youth Elementary School, their mindset had totally changed. Chapter 26. Concerns of a father. After thoroughly analyzing the footage of the match of Karasnet Elementary School, Coach Miura dismissed the meeting. One by one everybody started to head home. However, Hiro couldn't leave for home immediately as he would have to still wait for his parents to pick him up. And thus, after bidding his goodbye to Akashi and while everybody started to head home, he started to walk towards the pitch. Where are you going, Hiro? Honda-san called out for him. I'm going to the pitch. Since I'll have to wait for my parents to show up, I wanted to kill some time by kicking the ball on the field. Hiro exclaimed. You don't have to do that today. I already informed your parents before the start of the meeting and they should already be here. So go home. Honda-san gave him a gentle push. As mentioned by Honda-san, he found his father waiting for him outside the entrance. Usually it would be his mother who'd pick him up. But surprisingly it was his father today, who came to pick him up. Dad, you're here. Hiro exclaimed as he approached his father. Yeah. Your mom's kinda busy with something today. So I'm here in her stead. By the way, you played really well today. Takashi praised him for his earlier performance. Now then, shall we head home? Hiro nodded his head as they left for the train station. While they were inside the train, they talked about his earlier performance. Takashi couldn't look more proud of his achievements. Where are you going, Dad? Our home is another direction. Hiro pointed towards the path to their home as Takashi took the wrong turn. I know. Just follow me for a while. Takashi exclaimed. After that, Takashi took him to a sports store. Dad, why are we here? Hiro was baffled by his father's unusual behavior. Go and pick the cleats you like. Takashi nonchalantly exclaimed. In disbelief, Hiro took a peek at his father's face. However, he looked really calm and composed. He meant what he said, and he wasn't joking about buying him new cleats. Hey, thank you, Dad. He stormed inside the store after thanking his father. He got himself a pair of classic Adidas Predator boots in red color with black stripes. The boot was quite expensive and costed his father about 28,000 yen, roughly $200. If it were any other time, he would have complained about the price of the boot. But since today was a special occasion, he didn't hesitate to buy him the cleats which he selected. While on his way to home, he and his father talked about a lot of things. He felt closer to his father at that moment than he did in his whole life and his previous life. Don't tell your mother about the price of the boot. If she finds out that I bought you such an expensive boot, she'll cut my pocket money for an entire month. Takashi exclaimed with a worried expression. Don't worry, Dad. I won't tell your dad." After listening to the words of his son, Takashi chuckled. Just then, as he took a peek at his son, his smile faded away. "You've matured way too early in your life. Sometimes when I talk to you, I feel like I'm talking with a grown-up adult person. Maybe it's because of your useless father, you are forced to mature so early in your life. If only I could provide you with the things you desired," Takashi whispered softly. Takashi was very well aware of his son's abilities and he wanted to send his son to the academies in Europe to help him improve. But that would have costed him a lot of money and he roughly earned about $800 a month. However, due to the unusual silence around them, he could hear him clearly. His heart felt heavy upon listening to his father's words, but he didn't speak anything and pretended as if he didn't hear anything at all. Even though he was a 27-year-old from inside, he couldn't find the right words to console his father and thus, he decided to keep his mouth shut. By the time they reached their home, the sun had already settled down. While there were still some light coming from the far-off horizon, the sky was getting darker. Shades of blue and black mixed together to form a beautiful scenery in the sky above. Sniff. Sniff. Something smells really nice. Hiro began to sniff around as he smelled something fragrant coming from inside his house. "Oh, you're here. Welcome back." His mother greeted them both as they entered the house. "Mom, what are we having for dinner?" Hiro enthusiastically questioned as soon as he entered his house. The house he lived in was a traditionally built Japanese-style house called minka. The house was made up of woods and consisted of 2 floors. The bottom floor contained 2 spacious large rooms, while the upper floor contained 3 small rooms. Even though their house was pretty small, it contained a small yard in front. "You'll know once you see for yourself," she chuckled. "Now go freshen up and change your clothes." As he took off his shoes, he ran towards his room in a hurry. He didn't even arrange his shoes properly, he simply tossed them aside as he ran towards his room in a hurry. "Put your shoes in the shoe rack," his mother yelled as she began to collect his tossed-aside shoes. Takashi remained frozen in front of the door with a cheerful smile on his face. "Now should I send you an invitation separately?" His mother looked at his father with her icy cold gaze. Seeing her gaze, the smile on his face faded away. He then took his shoes off and obediently put them in the rack. "Well, it's fried chicken for dinner today," Hiro exclaimed in awe. Hiro was a fan of fried chicken. Mostly they would have steamed white rice, boiled veggies and fish for dinner. As she considered fried foods unhealthy, she wouldn't let them feast on anything fried in oil. And only in rare occasions she would cook fried foods. After leaving separately from his mother in his previous life, he had to survive on fast foods. And that was the time when he discovered his love for fried chicken. "Yeah, since it's a special occasion today. So eat as much as you want," she exclaimed in ecstasy. "But what's this special occasion you both keep mentioning about?" Hiro bewilderingly questioned as he pulled a chair and sat down. "You're getting interviewed tomorrow." Cough. Cough. As soon as he heard about the interview, he choked on his food. "Easy, easy." Takashi stroked his back gently and provided him water. Chapter 27. Bonus Chapter Interview Chatter. Chatter. A huge commotion was taking place at the football ground of Ukami Elementary School. Students were flocking all over the ground and storming towards the already packed football ground to become a part of the commotion. "What's happening over there?" One of the students pointed at the huge crowd of students gathered beside the football ground. "I'm not sure about it, but a lot of people are standing over there holding cameras and microphones." Another student replied. "A little bit to the right. Move the camera a little bit to the right." One middle-aged man who was dressed in a polo t-shirt and wearing a baseball cap was giving introduction to the camera crew. Just then Principal of Ukami Elementary School, Miyamoto Takumi made his appearance in the pitch, dressed in a black suit. "Hello Mr. Miyamoto, it's my pleasure to meet you." The middle-aged man stretched his hands forward to shake hands with the principal. "Hello Mr. Suzuki. The pleasure is all mine." The principal grabbed his hand and performed a handshake. "First of all, I'd like to thank you for letting us interview your star player. And I must say, you've recruited quite a capable player for the nationals in your team. Indeed, he's such an amazing player." But it's not me who scouted him, it's all thanks to the scout of our football team Sakamoto-san for scouting such an amazing player that we're able to recruit such an amazing player in our team. The principal proudly exclaimed with a smile on his face. He couldn't look more happy. While those two men were cheerfully conversing with each other, Hiro made his way towards the pitch in his new Adidas Predator boots. He staggeringly walked towards the pitch and seemed kinda nervous. "Oh look! There's our main character for the show," Suzuki-san exclaimed while pointing his finger towards Hiro. Just then another man shouted, "Sir! We're all set to go." "Okay, wait for a bit, I'll be there in a moment." "Now then, will you excuse me for a while, Miyamoto-san?" Suzuki-san hurriedly walked towards Hiro. "Hello Hiro. How are you?" "Oh hello Mr. Suzuki, I'm fine. Thank you for asking." Hiro greeted him back. But your face says otherwise." "Yeah. Honestly speaking, I'm kinda nervous." "Don't worry Hiro. We'll do it just like we've practiced early in the morning." Hiro had skipped a few classes early in the morning to rehearse for the interview. After conversing for a while, both of them headed towards the location where the interview was going to take place. At first they interviewed the principal of the Ukami Elementary School, followed by Coach Miura, and finally after interviewing both of them, it was his turn to get interviewed. "Hey, it's your turn now. Don't be nervous and speak as casually as you can. If something goes wrong, we'll just redo it again. So don't stress over the interview. Best of luck." Suzuki-san tried to console him. "Only if I could focus well on the interview, I wouldn't be so nervous, oh yeah. Why did I forget that I have a system and I have a perfect skill for a time like this?" Due to nervousness, he completely forgot about the presence of the system. System, activate skill, focus skill. Focus activated. With the activation of the skill, he could no longer hear the noise coming from the crowds. He could focus better at the interview up front and negate the feeling of nervousness. What? All of a sudden, he looks totally different now. There's not even a faint sign of nervousness within him. It vanished as if it wasn't even there in the first place. Suzuki-san whispered in awe. Action. With it, the host Sume-san started to interview him. Even though she was a reporter, she also hosted several reality shows for her channel. "Hello everyone, it's me Suzume, your host for the show Neighborhood Celebrity. Today I'm here in the field of Ukami Elementary School. It's a pretty new school, so many of you may not have heard about it. But I'm sure a lot of you people have heard about the name Soccer Wizard. Yes. That's right, it's the same Soccer Wizard who had amassed a staggering 80k subscriber within less than 24 hours of posting his first video. The same Soccer Wizard who shocked the whole world with his soccer skills. Now without any further ado, let's welcome our very own Soccer Wizard, Takahashi Hiro." As the announcer finished the introduction part, Hiro made his way towards the pitch while juggling the ball on his feet. "That wasn't a part of the script," Suzuki-san exclaimed in awe. He was the producer of the show Neighborhood Celebrity. "What should we do, Suzuki-san?" "That wasn't in the part of the script," the director whispered. Let him continue on the film and continued. Hiro started to demonstrate his skills. Without dropping the ball, he performed around the world not once, but 3 times in a row. While he was demonstrating his skills with the ball, the crowds burst out in cheers and the atmosphere around the ground started to get more intense. The director didn't want to miss the intense reaction of the crowds and he filmed the whole reaction of the crowds. Finally, after demonstrating multiple skills with the ball, he kicked the ball super hard and sent it flying in the sky. The ball flew about 50 meters up in the sky and it stayed in the air for about 6 seconds. After attaining the maximum height, it began to drop with rapid velocity due to the gravity. And as it was about to land, he stretched his legs a little forward and controlled the ball with a brilliant first touch. Whole crowds burst out in cheers upon seeing him control the ball. Everybody were mesmerized by the skills he displayed. Well, is he even a 6-year-old kid? What were you doing when you were 6 years? Do let me know in the comments. For me, I was probably playing house when I was 6 years. The interview took place for a while. And occasionally they asked him to demonstrate more skills. He reluctantly agreed to their request and performed as they desired. However, Sume-san got too full of herself and began to ask him to perform even more tricks with the ball. Even so, he reluctantly agreed to a request and kept on entertaining the crowds. However, the effect of the skill focus had already worn off. Somehow he was still maintaining his composure even without the skill focus. Many of you may not know this, but yesterday our soccer wizard scored 5 goals in the first match of the Nationals for Ukami Elementary School. And I'm sure many of you football enthusiasts might be familiar with this particular school team. Not only are they dominant in high school and middle school football tournament, they are also dominant in elementary school level football tournament. Yeah. I'm talking of none other than a powerhouse football team of Tokushima Prefecture, Karasnet Elementary School. And the day after tomorrow, the team of our soccer wizard will be playing against that powerhouse school level football team, Karasnet Elementary School. As mentioned by the host of the show, Karasnet Elementary School were dominant in every levels of school football tournament in Tokushima Prefecture. Beside Karasnet Elementary School, they also had a middle school and a high school too. And in all 3 levels of school, their football teams were considered one of the powerhouse of the Tokushima Prefecture. Will you come to watch our soccer wizard play against the mighty Karasnet Elementary School? If yes, then do let me know in the comments. This is Sume, your host for the show Neighborhood Celebrity, speaking from the training ground of Ukami Elementary School. Thank you for watching. Finally, after almost an hour, the interview finally ended. Taking his performance and exhaustion into account, the school decided to let him take a day off, and such they called for his parents. However, both of them were busy with their works and they couldn't come to pick him up before the end of the school. Sorry, hero. Your parents are busy. So I'll have to send you back to the class. Just then, when Principal Miyamoto was about to send him back to the class because of the busy schedule of his parents, Suzuki-san volunteered to take care of him for the rest of the day. Why don't I take care of him for the rest of the day? I might need some help with editing. And I think his insights might prove useful to me. Suzuki-san exclaimed. I'll have to ask permission from his parents first. So give me a minute. The principal began to dial his mother's phone number. She says it's okay. The principal exclaimed. After his mother agreed to let Suzuki-san take care of him for the rest of the day, Suzuki-san took him to McDonald's to get him something to eat. He couldn't look more happy about it. Chapter 28. The match begins. After training relentlessly for the match against Karasnet Elementary School, it was finally the day of the face-off. Even though it was a weekday, a lot of spectators showed up for the match between Karasnet Elementary School and Ukami Elementary School. The atmosphere around the stadium was extremely vibrant. Most of the spectators were seen with their mobile phones and cameras in the stands. YouTubers were broadcasting the match in their channel while reporters were covering the match as well. Welcome to the round of 16 of the prefectural tournament. Today we have an interesting match between Ukami Elementary School and Karasnet Elementary School. And estimating by the number of the people in the stands, it seems that a lot of people have shown up for the match between Karasnet Elementary School and Ukami Elementary School. The commentator announced. Okay boys, for past few days we've been practicing really hard for this day. And it's finally the day of the face-off. Unlike the previous times, today I won't tell you anything. You all have practiced really hard and I know that you'll give your everything today. So go out there and show them what you've got. Coach Miura tried to raise the morale of the squad before sending them to the pitch. The players from both sides were making their way towards the pitch. So let's welcome them with loud cheers and applause. Wahoo! Karacuno! Ookami! The supporters from both sides began to chant the name of their respective teams. The supporters from both sides showed no signs of slowing down as the cheers from both sides only got more intense as time progressed. None of the sides were showing signs of backing down. The sky was crystal clear with no signs of rain clouds in the sky. The sun was shining brightly from early in the morning that day. And the day was extremely hot. Under the scorching sun, as the players from both sides made their way towards the pitch, the crowds burst out in cheers. Well, are we in a World Cup match? Kuro exclaimed in awe upon witnessing the large number of people in the stands. The venue where the match between Karasnet Elementary School and Ukami Elementary School was taking place supported about 1,500 spectators at a time. And today the stadium was almost houseful. After making their way towards the pitch, both of the teams exchanged a friendly handshake. And the referee called out for the captains of both of the teams for the toss. From Ukami Elementary School, Endo stepped forward, while from Karasnet Elementary School, Sato stepped forward. Heads or tails? The referee inquired. You can pick first. Sato wanted Endo's to pick first. Endo reluctantly agreed to his proposal and thanked him for letting him pick first. Tails, Endo exclaimed. Ha ha ha, are we having Petmon battle right now? One of the young spectators from the stand started to make fun of Endo and Sato for their short height. Endo and Sato's, both of them at a very short height as compared to other players in the field. The referee then tossed the coin in the air. And as the coin landed on the ground, the outcome of the toss became known. The coin landed on heads and Endo lost the toss. Sato decided to pick the side they wanted to play, and Ukami Elementary School was forced to start the kickoff. Beep. The match between Karasnet Elementary School and Ukami Elementary School has officially begun with a whistle of the referee. Previous, the Ukami Elementary School played in the April 4, 2002 diamond formation, but today they are changing their tactics and going for a March 4, 2003 formation with Sato and Kuro as their winger and Astomi and Hiro as their center forward. However, there's no change in the formation of Karasnet Elementary School, as they are playing in the same 4-3-2-1 formation as they did previously, with Sato acting as their sole forward. The game kicked off with Hiro's pass to Sato. And as soon as he got the ball, Sato began to press forward. Sato quickly caught up to him, making use of his explosive pace. As Sato got closer to him, Sato quickly passed the ball backwards. However, Sato didn't stop and continued to press towards the ball. The defenders of Ukami Elementary School continued to pass the ball between themselves and kept their positions. Upon seeing the players of Ukami Elementary School passing the ball in their own half, the offensive players of Karasnet Elementary School stepped forward and began to press for the ball. Karasnet Elementary School were playing hyper-pressing game from the start of the match, while Ukami Elementary School were casually passing the ball between themselves. Due to their hyper-pressing strategy, the players of Karasnet Elementary School were rapidly draining their stamina. However, by doing so, they were constantly creating pressure on the players of Ukami Elementary School. Their strategy consisted both the advantage and disadvantage. Due to the hyper-pressing strategy of Karasnet Elementary School, the players of Ukami Elementary School started to make mistakes as they started to mispass the ball. The mistakes only intensified as time progressed. At 17th minute of the game, due to the mistake of Kosai Otsuka, the defensive midfielder of Ukami Elementary School, Sato caught a loose ball in the center half of the pitch. As soon as he got the ball on his feet, he began to dribble the ball forward while making use of his lightning pace. It didn't take him more than few touches to showcase his skills. While the defenders of Ukami Elementary School blocked his shoot course, he surprised everybody in the stadium with his shot from outside the box. He performed a powerful shot from outside the box, targeting the top right corner of the Ukami Elementary School's goalpost. Nobody expected him to make that kind of shot. And if it weren't for Endo, then they might have conceded a goal from that shot of Sato. Due to his short stature, Endo ran a few steps first and then lunged towards the ball. Instead of lunging sideways, he changed his angle a little bit in front and jumped it about 160 degrees. Chapter 29. Rising tension in the field. Endo's barely managed to reach the ball and keep the ball away from the net. The ball bounced away as he saved the ball. Thud. Endo landed roughly on the ground while making that huge save. Loose ball, Endo shouted. The defenders of Ukami Elementary School were stunned by Endo's brilliant save that they didn't even notice the loose ball. Only after Endo shouted loose ball did they actually came back to their senses and make their way towards the ball. That was an incredible stop from Endo. However, the ball is still in the bounds. And it looks like Sato will be the one to reach the ball before anyone else. However, it was too late for them, as Sato was already chasing the ball even before the ball touched Endo's gloves. As if he was expecting for a rebound. Bounce. Bounce. The ball began to bounce away from the goalpost. And after a few bounces, it rolled over at the left corner of the penalty box of the Ukami Elementary School. Because of his early run, Sato reached the ball before anybody else could reach. The defenders of Ukami Elementary School were still quite a distance away from Sato, and Endo was still lying on the ground. With Endo lying on the floor, the post was quite open. However, the angle for shooting was also tight as well. Despite the unfavorable angle for making a shot, Seo still decided to go for a shot. He kicked the ball hard towards the goalpost. With Endo unprepared, there was simply no stopping to Seo's shot. As the ball was released from his legs, it flew directly towards the goalpost. The crowd stood up in anticipation. Gara, Gara, Nara. Everybody thought that it would end up as goal. But as if by stroke of luck, the ball hit the upper right crossbar of the goalposts and bounced back. Unlucky Seo, he hit the crossbar. That was an impressive play from Seo. He's showing everybody why they need to be wary of him. You lose a sight of him even for a moment and he'll use that opportunity to score a goal against you. Luckily the ball bounced towards one of the defenders of Ukami Elementary School. And this time the defenders of Ukami Elementary School made no mistake. He quickly passed the ball towards Otsuka, the defensive midfielder of Ukami Elementary School. Otsuka wasted no time and quickly released the ball forward towards Kon, one of the midfielders of Ukami Elementary School. Since most of the players of Karasnet Elementary School were in front of the goalpost of Ukami Elementary School had a chance to counterattack. As in, the players of Ukami Elementary School didn't waste any time as they began to charge the ball forward with lightning speed. Back. Get back. One of the players of Karasnet Elementary School shouted in desperation. The players of Karasnet Elementary School didn't waste any time and began to chase after the ball as well. As they began to fall back, the players of Ukami Elementary School found themselves in a 4 versus 7 situation. Against the 4 defenders of Karasnet Elementary School, there were 7 attackers of Ukami Elementary School rushing towards the goal. And even though the players of Karasnet Elementary School were falling back, it would have still taken them some time to position themselves. Kon then released the ball towards Hiro, who had fallen back a little. As soon as the ball was released towards Hiro, 2 of the defenders of Karasnet Elementary School surrounded him, while the 2 more defenders maintained a certain distance away from him. Oh, so you've studied my plays. 2 defenders for the face-off and 2 defenders to cover the empty spaces. Not bad. Hiro mumbled as he stood before 2 defenders of Karasnet Elementary School. The defenders of Karasnet Elementary School were unusually wary of Hiro. But you're forgetting something. I'm not the only one in our team who can score a goal. Hiro easily dribbled past those 2 defenders and shkily lobbed the ball towards Kuro. The keeper of Karasnet Elementary School came forward to block his course. However, instead of shooting the ball, Kuro passed the ball towards Sato, who was not marked by any players of Karasnet Elementary School. Sato gently tapped the ball inside the net and scored a goal at an open post. What a beautiful team goal from Ukami Elementary School. From defenders to attackers, everybody was involved in that beautiful goal. At 18th minute of the game, Karasnet Elementary School conceded the first goal of the game as Ukami Elementary School opened up the score. Even after the goal, the players of Karasnet Elementary School didn't stop to press hard. As soon as they would lose positions, they quickly press for the ball. They were playing a gegenpressing style game. Even though that particular playstyle would take some more years to become known to the public, the players of Karasnet Elementary School were playing in that playstyle unknowingly. Beep. The first half ended with a single goal with Ukami Elementary School taking the lead. After that first goal, Karasnet Elementary School made countless attempts to draw the game. But their effort didn't amount to anything. After that mistake in the 17th minute of the game, the players of Ukami Elementary School had learned their lessons. And thus, every time the ball landed on Seto's feet, they didn't give him any opportunity to move the ball forward. They began to man-mark him for the entirety of the first half. Second half wasn't any different as well. They began to mark Seto right from the starting of the second half. Getting marked all the time, Seto started to show signs of frustration and anger. However, at 47th minute of the match, he shook off his mark and broke free. Just as he was charging the ball forward, Yamazaki Kento, the center back of Karasnet Elementary School, stood in front of him blocking his course. "What will you do now, mister? I'm the star of Karasnet Elementary School. Can't take the ball forward." Kento began to provoke Seto and get on his mind. Kento, who was already 11 years old, didn't hold back against Seto. Aside from his sturdy build, he didn't have anything flashy. Even though he used to play as a forward previously, Coach Miura converted him to a defender. And even though he was still learning to become a defender, he was sloppy in defense. However, the coach of Ukami Elementary School still put him in the starting team because of his unique trait. His unique trait was to get inside the head of the opponent. Thus, because of that unique trait of his, he was more suited to become a defender. At first Seo tried to ignore his taunts, but eventually he gave out to his inner desire and lashed out at Kanto because of earlier frustration from being marked all the time. Oh, what's this? Seo has gone out of control. He punched the defender of Ukami Elementary School in the face. Unable to control his anger, he jabbed Kanto in his face in the middle of the match. Having been hit on his chin, Kanto fainted immediately. Even with his sturdy body, he couldn't take on a blow that came out of nowhere. Beep. The referee blew his whistle and stopped the play. The players from both sides began to flock over the place where Kanto fainted. And after that assault, the tension began to rise between both of the teams. The players from both sides began to push the players of opposite team. And just when a fight was about to break, security personnel, who were the staff of the stadium, were forced to intervene. With the help of the guards, a fight was prevented between the teams. Coach Miura rushed towards the pitch to check on Kanto's condition. He began to check on his pulse. And as he began to check on his pulse, he found it still pulsating. Luckily he only fainted and there was no serious damage done to him. After the commotion, the referee warned every player involved in the strife and ejected Seo from the game by giving him a red card. Kanto was deemed unfit to participate in the match any further and was substituted for Akashi. Ding! Congratulations for the host for completing the quest. A golden ticket has been granted as a reward for the completion of the quest. A notification from the system appeared as Akashi made his debut. Beep. The game continued with the free kick for Ukami Elementary School. Even though that commotion was settled down, the tension between the two teams were quite vivid even from the stands. For the next 13 minutes, Karasnet Elementary School played a very rough game. But without their star player, they were simply no match to Ukami Elementary School. They conceded 2 more goals in that remaining 13 minutes and went on to lose the game with a score of 3-0. And finally the match between Ukami Elementary School and Karasnet Elementary School ended with a score of 3-0 with Hiro scoring 2 goals in a matter of 5 minutes. Chapter 30. First Talent. While the players of Ukami Elementary School were cheerfully chanting their victory slogans and celebrating on the pitch, the players of Karasnet Elementary School were scattered on the ground with their faces contorted in disappointment. Most of the spectators in the stand couldn't believe the unexpected turn of events which unfolded before their eyes. The supporters of Karasnet Elementary School were still in daze while the supporters of Ukami Elementary School were full of laughter. They were celebrating as if they had already won the tournament. After a while, the referee gathered both the winning team and losing team for one last handshake. However, the players of Karasnet Elementary School didn't look one bit happy about shaking hands with the players of Ukami Elementary School. More than the pain of losing the match, they were demonstrating emotions of hatred in their face. Later in that day, Hiro was lying on his bed while scrolling his phone. Due to the live broadcast of several newscasters, somehow the match had gained even more popularity on the internet. Several articles were published all over social media sites. As he was scrolling through his Facebook account, several videos of him popped up. Back then when he created his YouTube account, he had created a Facebook account to promote his videos. The videos made him curious and he began to scroll through his videos. Since it was still an anonymous account which didn't even consist of a decent profile picture, he hadn't gained any popularity in his Facebook account. Soccer Wizard against the mighty Karasnet Elementary School. Soccer Wizard demonstrates his magic. I can't believe he scored a goal from the distance. Is that kid even a kid? Is it even a kid's match? Ace of Karasnet Elementary School lashed out at the player of Ukami Elementary School, rising tension in the field, and so on. Several videos with such titles popped up all over his social media account. And almost every video had more than 50,000 views in it. He began to binge-watch every videos related to the match. The overflowing support of the people amused him. Damn! I never thought that a kid's match could gain such a massive response from the people. Hiro mumbled in awe. Right. I still haven't checked my YouTube account. Shall we check on it? He then logged into his YouTube account to check on his account. He hadn't posted a single video after he posted his first video because of his busy schedule. Holy shit. 180k subscriber. 780k view. WTF. Am I dreaming right now? His eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe the ridiculous amount of subscribers in his YouTube channel. No wonder those reporters sought after me. Now that we mention about them, let's check out the video of the interview. After going through his YouTube account, he began to search for the video of his interview. I'm sure they called the show Neighborhood Celebrity. Holy shit. It gained more than 1 million views already. Once again, the ridiculous amount of views on the video which he was featured in shocked him. He then clicked on the video and began to watch the video. While the video was playing, he couldn't stop himself from smiling. He was constantly smiling while watching the video. Damn! I look so handsome. Ha ha ha. He began to praise himself while laughing like a maniac. Yeah, right. I still haven't monetized my video. I'll ask Dad for his bank details tomorrow and monetize it. Saying that, he turned off his off and put it inside the drawer and headed to sleep. Even after closing his eyes for more than 5 minutes, he couldn't sleep for some reason. Unable to sleep, he opened his eyes in a state of delirium. Something felt amiss. Am I forgetting something? He wondered. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm forgetting about the golden ticket. He mumbled. System activate. As he mumbled, the blue panel of the system appeared in front of him. At first page, it showed his description. He scanned through his attributes but didn't notice any noticeable changes in it. At first my attributes increased quite fine. But now I can't seem to improve it. He mumbled in a muffled voice. The slow increase in his stats started to concern him. Previously his stats were increasing just fine by completing the daily quests. But now, even after completing his daily quests consistently, it wasn't increasing as compared to before. And thus, his stagnant growth started to concern him. Maybe it's because I'm not challenging myself enough. And TBH, the daily quests aren't even that challenging these days. But let's worry about that later. For now, let's use our golden ticket. While his stagnant growth concerned him, at the moment he was more interested in his golden ticket. After our golden ticket could grant him a random ability of any player. So he was excited to find out the talent he could copy. Roulette section, you have 1 golden ticket available. Would you like to use your golden ticket? Yes. As he confirmed the use of golden ticket, the roulette wheel began to spin. It spun for a while and landed on a random card. Congratulations for the host for obtaining the free kick of Roberto Carlos. Talent. Free kick of Roberto Carlos. Talent description. Can perform a free kick like Roberto Carlos and can be used for 3 times every single day. Holy shit. Free kick of Roberto Carlos. Roberto Carlos was a Brazilian defender who was best known for his speed, shooting power and free kicks. The iconic free kick he scored against France in 1997 was one of the most impressive free kicks humankind had ever witnessed. It was packed with explosive shot power. While he shot that free kick, the ball went so fast that the keeper of France's national team didn't even need a moment to react. Before he could come back to his senses, the ball was already inside the net. Damn! I gotta try it tomorrow against Endo. Ha ha ha. He let out an evil grin in his face as he thought of testing his newfound talent against the keeper of Dukami Elementary School. Feeling all excited, he went to sleep. As usual, he arrived late for his classes. Thus, while on his way towards his classroom, he couldn't find even a single student outside the hallways. As he was about to enter his classroom, he found his classroom unusually silent. Just as he opened the door of his classroom, groups of students flocked over him. Sadaka Wizard. Hero. I watched your match yesterday. You played so well. You are so amazing. His classmates rushed towards him while singing his praises. They didn't give him even a moment to breathe. They squeezed him and began to ask ridiculous questions. Due to his busy schedule, he didn't attend most of the classes after he posted his video. And even the times when he attended classes, the teachers wouldn't let the students do as they wish. And he had also been skipping the classes due to football training. Thus nobody could have a word with him, even after attending the class. However, today was different. There was no teacher in the classroom. In absence of teacher, the students could talk as much as they wanted. Thus, the students of his class didn't waste the opportunity and flocked all over him to ask him for his autograph and converse with him. Without realizing, he had turned into Mr. Popular of his class. However, he still had trouble with dealing with crowds. Thus, he couldn't answer anything. He started to pray for someone to take him out of the precarious situation and save him. All of you get to your seats. As if the God had answered his prayers, the teacher arrived in the classroom and ordered everyone to be seated. With the arrival of teacher, everybody scattered and began to run towards their seats, leaving him alone. "Thank you, Sensei." He took a deep breath and thanked his teacher for taking him out of the precarious situation in a muffled voice. After taking few classes, the previous situation repeated itself as lunchtime arrived. His classmates flocked over him, once again. Just as he was about to faint, Akashi made his appearance. All of the students began to scatter with his appearance. Even though he didn't do anything, the students were terrified of his appearance. Thus, nobody dared to make a single noise in presence of Akashi. Once again he was saved. The classes went smooth afterwards because of the presence of a teacher in the classroom. Ding. Dong. Okay students, this much for today. Thank you, teacher. The students thanked the teacher in unison. And just as the teacher exited the classroom, he grabbed his bag and stormed towards the pitch before his classmates could flock over him, once again. As he was tying his laces, he wondered if every day would be like that. The thoughts of facing the situation every day sent shiver down his spine and haunted him. He contorted his face while imagining the situation. God, just save me from those little devils. Chapter 31. Endo's little brother. During the training session, the sidelines of the pitch was covered with crowds of students. A lot of students were flocking over the pitch to witness them train. Just why are there so many kids gathered over there? Coach Miura complained. Heh. Maybe it's all because of Hiro. They're probably here to see him play. He's become somewhat like a celebrity. Honda-san chuckled. As Coach Miura and assistant coach Honda were conversing with each other, Hiro was preparing to test out his newfound talent against Endo. While Endo was scanning the goalpost and screaming at the players of Ukami Elementary School to cover up the gap in the wall, Hiro was walking towards the center half of the pitch while holding the ball in his hand. Is he planning to shoot the ball from the center half? Coach Miura bewilderingly questioned. Seems like it, sir. Honda-san answered. Both of them were baffled by his actions. But as Hiro began to step back from the ball, they began to stare at him with eyes full of anticipation. He took few steps back and paused for a while. While keeping his eyes fixated at the ball, he was preparing to launch himself. Sigh. And as he released a deep sigh, he ran towards the ball. The players who acted as a wall, blocking his shoot course, looked at him with eyes filled with terror and nervousness. Endo's tried to cover as much gap as possible to stop the ball from entering the net. But before he could even react, the ball went past him. All he could feel was the swoosh sound of the ball as it touched the net. What? The ball flew like a missile shot from a cannon. Did you see that? The expression of shock displayed by the students who were standing beside the pitch said everything about the goal scored by Hiro with his newfound talent for kick of Roberto Carlos. After that match with Karasnet Elementary School, they didn't struggle much against the opponents they faced in quarterfinals and semifinals. At quarterfinal, they defeated Samura Elementary School with a score of 4-0. Similarly at semifinals, they defeated Kankoku Elementary School with a score of 3-1 and booked their spot in the finals from first segment. They cleared quarterfinal and semifinal of the tournament without breaking much sweat. And in both of those matches, he wasn't even required to use his skill. Thus, he couldn't demonstrate his newfound talent. From second segment, Rendon Elementary School came out as victor after barely defeating their opponent with a single goal late in semifinals and booked their spot for the final. Everybody expected Rendon Elementary School to make it to the final from second segment. However, contrary to their expectation of first segment, Ukami Elementary School came out as a victor instead of Karasnet Elementary School, which was shocking to many people. So you've made it to the finals of prefectural tournament? Takashi questioned Hiro while both of them were playfully passing the ball. Hiro silently nodded his head. They were having a father and son moment with each other. Just then Takashi paused. "What's your dream, Hiro?" Takashi questioned. "Why are you asking about that now?" Hiro mumbled awkwardly. And as he playfully took a peek at his father's face, he couldn't speak anything. His father wasn't asking him such questions out of nowhere. "I want to be the best footballer in the planet." Reverberating to the emotions of his father, he bluntly stated that he wanted to be the best footballer in the planet. "I see," Takashi mumbled with a satiated look on his face. As the day of the final was approaching, the players were starting to get nervous. Even with a confident boost from winning against Karasnet Elementary School, they were still having nervous breakdowns because of the final. It was totally natural for those players of Ukami Elementary School to have nervous breakdowns. After all, it was their first major tournament. And moreover, on their first ever major tournament debut, they reached the final after defeating one of the powerhouse football team of their prefecture. "What are you doing over there, Endo-senpai?" "It's already time to head home," Hiro questioned Endo, who was sitting all by himself beside the goalpost even after the end of the training. "Oh, it's you, Hiro." "Nothing much, I'm just enjoying the fresh air." "And shouldn't you be heading home?" "What are you doing over here at this time?" Endo replied while blankly staring at the sky. "No, my mom will be arriving a little late today. So I thought, I might as well shoot some balls." Endo didn't reply anything and continued to stare at the evening sky above his head. After a while, he stood up. "Are you worried about the match against Menden Elementary School?" Hiro questioned. However, Endo didn't reply anything. Just as Hiro was about to leave, he heard something. "I'll be facing against my brother," Endo whispered. "Huh? You have a brother?" Hiro exclaimed in awe. Nobody in the team knew much about Endo. He was one of those few players in Ukami Elementary School's team who was very secretive about his information. He didn't talk much outside the field and mostly preferred to stay alone. Since he was transferred to Ukami Elementary School the same year as Hiro joined Ukami Elementary School, nobody knew much about him. "Yeah. He studies at Menden Elementary School and he plays for the Menden Elementary School's team. If you don't mind me asking about his name, can you tell me his name?" Hiro politely asked for the name of Endo's brother. "Don't tell anyone about it." "His name is Kurosawa Taki." "Huh? Kurosawa Taki? How?" Hiro's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that Kurosawa Taki was Endo's brother. He was at a loss of words. "But your last name doesn't even match with each other." Unable to believe that Kurosawa Taki was his little brother, he bewilderingly questioned him. "Yeah. That's because we're not blood related." Endo then began to tell him about the relationship he had with Kurosawa Taki. Taki and Endo were originally orphans who stayed at the same orphanage. Endo was abandoned by his parents before he could even remember, and Taki lost his parents in a car accident. Having been born from an illicit relationship between two young couples, he was abandoned by his parents in front of the orphanage before he could even remember. He spent most of his years at orphanage, until someone adopted him. During his time at the orphanage, he met Taki when he was about 6 years of age. Taki was only 2 years old when he was brought to the orphanage by his relatives after the death of his parents in a car accident. Even though he had relatives who could take care of him, none of his relatives wanted to take care of him, and thus they decided to send him to the orphanage. That's how Taki ended up at the orphanage. When Taki was 2 years of age and Endo was 6 years old, Endo met him for the first time. Taki was still a young child who hadn't even stopped drinking mother's milk. And the orphanage lacked the required personnel to look after every kid in the orphanage. Having been grown up in the orphanage, Endo used to often help the caretakers with their jobs and take care of the kids even though he himself was a kid. Taki, being one of the youngest in the orphanage, required a lot of attention. The caretakers of the orphanage couldn't attend to him all the time as they would need to take care of other kids as well. At that time Endo stepped forward to take care of Taki and took care of him like his own younger brother. He fetched him milk, kept him entertained and even sang lullaby to him. Every time when Taki used to cry, Endo would immediately rush towards the caretaker to inform them about his condition. That's how both of them grew close to each other. That's what Endo's believed. For almost 2 years Endo took care of Taki in the orphanage. And suddenly on one faithful day when Taki was about to turn 4 years old, he was adopted by some well-to-do family. And after almost a year of Taki's adoption, Endo was adopted by a middle-class family as well. But after that adoption, Endo never saw Taki again. Until he caught a sight of him, once again in the squad at Rendon Elementary School during the opening ceremony of the prefectural tournaments. "I'm really sorry about that, Endo-senpai." Hiro began to apologize. No, you don't have to be sorry. I'm sure he doesn't even recognize me now. So it's alright. Endo exclaimed while faking a smile. It had almost been 1 year since he last witnessed the sight of Taki. And he wasn't even sure if Taki would even remember him or not. Chapter 32. Champion versus Challenger. After hearing that shocking revelation from Endo, Hiro was at loss of words. And even though he could feel the suffering of Endo, he couldn't console him. He wondered how a kid of that age was holding so much emotions within him. Even so, he couldn't just sit by and watch him grieve. He needed to do something to cheer him. He then began to make futile attempts to cheer him. "I'm sure everything will turn out fine. And aren't you glad that he's doing really well?" Hiro exclaimed while trying to console him. "I hope so." Endo's frown. "Don't worry about it. You'll get to reunite with your brother. And I'm sure everything will turn out fine," Hiro exclaimed with a smile on his face. Endo hesitatingly took a peek at Hiro's face. There was a smile on his face and he could feel that Hiro was genuinely worried about him. Upon seeing the gentle smile on his face, he felt a little better. "Yeah. Everything will turn out fine," he mumbled and revealed a warm smile. April 2, 2015. Pocari Sweat Stadium, Tokushima, Japan. Crowds of spectators were flocking towards the stadium. And a diverse group of people ranging from kids to elderly people were walking towards the stadium with cheerful smile on their faces. Welcome everyone to the final of this year's prefectural tournament of Tokushima Prefecture. Today we'll be witnessing the faces of Ukami Elementary School and Rendon Elementary School. It's a match between previous year's winner and a new challenger. For past few years Rendon Elementary School have been dominating the prefectural tournament. And only Karasnet Elementary School have come close to challenging them for the past few years. But will things change now? Ukami Elementary School have built a really strong team which has even managed to defeat the mighty Karasnet Elementary School, and they are eyeing towards the throne of the prefectural tournament. Will we witness a change in the history of today? Or will Rendon Elementary School defend their title? While the commentator was commentating, suddenly the crowd burst out in cheers. Players began to walk out from the tunnel. Players of Rendon Elementary School make their appearance dressed in white jerseys. Walking side by side were the players of Ukami Elementary School dressed in black jersey. It was a battle of black and white. It was a battle between the champions and the challengers. Usually only the nationals would be broadcasted in the TV channels, but due to the immense popularity of Hiro, the local news channel was stationed in the stadium to broadcast the match live in their channel. There's sure a lot of people in the stand today. Hiro mumbled in awe upon witnessing the huge number of spectators in the stand. The final match was being held at Pocari Sweat Stadium, the home of Tokushima Vortis Football Club. Tokushima Vortis Football Club was one of the professional team which played in the J-2 of Japanese Football League. Even though it played in the second tier of Japanese League, it had a huge fan following and moreover it contained a large football stadium. While Hiro was searching for his parents in the crowd, he found Akashi acting weird. He was looking at the stadium from the whole of his hands which he shaped like a binoculars. "What are you doing?" Hiro questioned, contorting his face. "I'm looking for the scouts," Akashi replied while looking at the stands. "Why would there be scouts in a kid's game? Since it's a stadium of a professional team, there might be scouts of the team. Now don't disturb me." Akashi tried to shrug him off. Akashi wasn't totally wrong about his statement. After all, Tokushima Valdez was a professional team which had a youth team, so it wasn't totally off the chart for the scouts of Tokushima Valdez to be present in the stadium. BSE then looked around him and found his teammates acting weird for some reasons. Kuro, Kon and Otsuka, the three of them were lying in the ground with their face facing downwards. "What are you all doing?" he bewilderingly questioned. "You? The grass is so soft. I can feel the texture of these finely trimmed grass." Kon expressed himself. For most of them, it was their first time playing in a stadium of professional team. Even for Hiro, it was his first time playing in a professional team stadium. In his previous life, he never got to play in a professional team stadium. Just then as Endo made his way towards them with his face contorted in disdain. "What's the matter, Endo-senpai?" Hiro questioned upon witnessing a sad face. "We lost the toss." Endo sighed. "Haha, you scared us for no reason. And we thought something serious might have happened." The players of Ukami Elementary School burst out in laughter upon listening to Endo's words. "Don't worry about the loss in toss, Endo-senpai. We've got a game to win, right boys?" Hiro raised his voice. "Yeah. Let's crush them and win the title, guys." Akashi yelled. "Let's go Pack. We've got a game to win." Saying such, all of them walked towards the center half of the pitch to shake the hands of their opponents. After that discussion, their eyes were glowing with confidence. Just as they were shaking the hands of their opponents, Hiro's eyes landed on Taki and Endo. While everybody already finished shaking each other's hands, they were still holding each other's hands. Taki was mumbling something, but he couldn't hear him. While they were conversing with each other, Endo looked extremely sad. "Let's go, Hiro," Akashi called out for him. While keeping his gaze fixated at the sight of Endo and Taki, he began to step back. As they began to position themselves, Crow yelled, "Hurry up, Endo!" Endo hurriedly ran towards the goalpost. They were playing in a April 4, 2003 formation with Sato and Kuro playing as winger. Hiro was playing a false 9 and there wasn't much change in their squad except the change being Akashi playing as the starting center back instead of Kato. Beep. The referee blew his whistle, commencing the start of the match. Since they had lost the toss, Rendon Elementary School chose to pick the goalpost and they were forced to start the kickoff. Hiro passed the ball back towards Rain. Rendon Elementary School relied on a traditional 4-1-3-2 formation. They had a counter-attacking philosophy and relied more on their defense. Because of their strong defense, they had gained themselves a nickname of Iron Fortress. And although they relied more on their defense, their offense was extremely deadly as well because of their ability to switch between defense and offense. They were a team to be feared. Since they had learned about their playstyle, the players of Ukami Elementary School didn't charge forward recklessly. They tried to break the opponent's formation as much as they could. Just like them, the players of Rendon Elementary School had prepared enough against them as well. They didn't charge in recklessly and approached them calmly without breaking their formation. And once again they had to rely on Hiro's dribbling to break their defense. Hiro began to dribble the ball forward. And just like in the game with Karasnet Elementary School, the defenders of Rendon Elementary School surrounded him instantly. But unlike the defenders of Karasnet Elementary School who charged towards him recklessly, the defenders of Rendon Elementary stayed in their position and kept on observing him, leaving him no space to take the ball forward. TCH, Hiro clipped his tongue and passed the ball backwards. They were fully aware of his dribbling abilities and were wary of him. For almost 15th minute of the game, the ball stayed glued in the feet of the players of Ukami Elementary School. And at the 16th minute of the game, he noticed a space between their defense. Making use of the space, he began to charge the ball forward with the help of Sato and Crow. With swift 1-2-2 passes, they broke free through the defense of Rendon Elementary School. With only a defender and a keeper blocking his course, he found himself exactly at the periphery of the penalty zone. Targeting the top left corner of the pitch, he kicked the ball towards the post from outside the box. The ball touched the tip of Taki's gloves and rolled towards the left side. Loose ball. Just as he was about to shout, something confused him. Surprisingly, there was already a defender positioned at the left side of their defensive half. The sight of the defender confused him. The defender quickly played the ball forward and Brandon Elementary School started to counter-attack. "Get back! Get back!" he yelled as the defender played the ball forward. Because of the earlier attack, most of their players were in front of the center line. And so were the offensive players of Rendon Elementary School. The two offensive players of Rendon Elementary School didn't participate in the defense even though it was threatening for them. As if they were ordered to stay at the center line no matter the outcome, they didn't drop back to defend even when they were on the verge of conceding a goal. Chapter 33. Dynasty Yakuza. While the players of Ukami Elementary School were falling back, the forwards of Rendon Elementary School began to charge the ball forward. The two forwards on their type were extremely agile. With swift 1-2-2 passes they tore the defense of Ukami Elementary School like a pair of sharp scissor blade cutting through the paper. The fast-paced counter-attack intrigued the crowds as they stood up from their seat and watched them tear the defense of Ukami Elementary School. With only Akashi and Endo remaining in the back line, the forwards of Rendon Elementary School were already in front of the penalty box. Akashi tried to maintain his composure as much as he can and didn't charge forward recklessly. What will it be? Will he pass or will he dribble past me or will he shoot? Akashi began to wonder as droplets of sweat began to wail down his sweaty face. Just then he caught a glimpse of the foot of the player with the ball. Thinking that he'd pass the ball, Akashi jumped forward to block his pass course. But contrary to his expectations, the forward faked the pass and dribbled past him. Endo was the only one standing between the forward and the goal. He was their last ray of hope. "Come forward, Endo-senpai!" Ero desperately shouted. But Endo hesitated to come forward and started to panic instead of keeping his cool like he used to do. Since earlier moment, he seemed out of place. As if something was gnawing on him, he seemed different than his usual self. The forward of Rendon Elementary School took full advantage of his hesitation. As he was glued to his post, the forward of Rendon Elementary School had a lot of space to shoot and score. Taking advantage of those spaces, the forward shot the ball and scored a goal against Ukami Elementary School. Rendon Elementary School have opened up the scorched. The champions have once again demonstrated why other teams need to fear them. The crowds burst out in cheers as Rendon Elementary School took the lead against Ukami Elementary School in the 17th minute of the match. "What's the matter with you, Endo-senpai? You're acting weird. You should have been able to make that save." Akashi began to complain. He had full confidence on Endo's to prevent the goal. But contrary to his expectations, Endo's conceded a goal. He was frozen at his place. "It's alright. It's alright, Akashi." Ero went on while pulling back a fuming Akashi. "Let's give our best, Endo-senpai." As he was returning to his position, he whispered. Endo didn't reply anything and continued to remain unresponsive. Beep. The referee blew the whistle, commencing the continuation of the match. As time progressed, the playstyle of the Rendon Elementary School remained the same. However, their attacks started to become even more lethal. The score remained 1-0 for the entirety of the first half. While the keeper of Rendon Elementary School was making unbelievable saves and preventing their goals. Endo on the other hand looked out of place. Right even after that first goal, there were many instances when they were on the verge of conceding goals. If not for their defense, they might have already conceded more than 3 goals in the first half alone. While exiting the pitch, nobody spoke anything. The tension on the team was evident from the faces of the players. Bam! Unable to control his anger, Akashi banged the locker while they were resting in the locker room, awaiting for coach's guidance. "What's the matter with you, Endo-senpai? If you don't want to play, then just substitute for Mark-senpai. He's more than ready to play. But if you want to play, then play as if your life depends on it." Akashi burst out in fury and began to cuss Endo. Hiro and Com tried to hold him back, but he was simply too strong for them to restrain. While Akashi was cussing at Endo, nobody spoke anything. After all, Akashi was stating the fact. Akashi, who grew up in a family of Yakuza, feared nobody. While his father ran a business, his grandfather used to be one of the boss of a local Yakuza gang. Even though his grandfather had retired from his position because of his old age and because of the stricter laws, his Yakuza friends from his younger days still used to hang out with him at his place. Akashi, who got along with his grandfather, often accompanied him at the time of meeting. And whenever those old feggies met each other, they would cheerfully tell their heroic deeds they performed when they were younger. Akashi, who was fascinated by those stories, was extremely influenced by their stories and wanted to become like them. His love for football also started because of his grandfather as well. While those old feggies were yakuzas who didn't give a damn about life, they would often gather together to bet on football matches. And because of those betting habits, they'd often spectate the match from the stands. And as time progressed, those habits changed into love for football. Kuro-senpai, help! Hiro pleaded while gesturing Kuro to help them restrain Akashi. Even though Akashi was younger compared to Endo, he was much more taller and bulkier than the rest of the players. And his fierce temper was no joke. He'd even punch a 13-year-old in anger. He was an idiot with immense raw strength. Okay, that's all, Akashi. Coach Miura intoned as he made his way towards the locker room. Hearing the voice of the coach, Akashi quieted down and tried to break free from their clutches. Fearing that he might lunge at Endo if left alone, the two of them increased their grip and restrained him even more tightly. Leave me! Akashi rose his voice and tried to shake them off. Leave him! Coach Miura exclaimed. Hearing the words of Coach Miura, both of them let go of him. Upon getting free from their clutches, Akashi walked towards the bench and sat down with a wet towel on top of his face. Okay. Now that everyone's clamped down, I'd like to say something. I know that first half have been tough for you all and it's not going as expected. But I want you all to know that the game has not ended and we still have time to turn around the match. While giving a pep talk, Coach Miura gestured assistant Coach Honda to bring in the whiteboard. He then began to scribble something on the whiteboard. Look here. The reason why we aren't able to score a goal against them is because they're guiding us to the place where they want us to take the ball. They're manipulating our play by creating fake spaces. The spaces where we cannot score a goal. They're intentionally leading us. Coach Miura briefed them about the flaws. Having said that, he adjourned the meeting. And as the players were leaving towards the pitch with a newfound confidence, he stopped Endo. You know why I'm not pulling you out of the game? Coach Miura mumbled. Endo's continued to remain silent. Endo looked me in the eyes. He yelled. Endo hesitatingly lifted his head up to meet his eyes. I'm not pulling you out of the game because I believe in you, Endo. So it's all up to you whether you want to prove me right or wrong. Coach Miura exclaimed while looking him in the eyes. Endo remained speechless. But he was feeling guilty as well. Do you understand, Endo? Endo silently nodded his head. Go and give your best. I thought that the coach would substitute his keeper for making those lethal mistakes. But what's this? He hasn't dropped him out of the team. Is there something going on his head? Is this a part of their strategy? Or is it a plain act of ignorance? Whatever it is, we'll only know after the end of the match. Beep. With a blow of the whistle of referee, the second half of the match commenced in full swing. Neither of the team made any changes and the game continued with the same players from the beginning. With no tactical changes in the second half, Brandon Elementary School continued to play as they did in the first half. Intentionally leaving a gap for the players of Ukami Elementary School to exploit, they continued to mislead them. And as such, at 43rd minute of the game, the ball was with Hiro. As he was dribbling the ball forward, he noticed a gap in the left side of the player in front. Having heard of their tactics, he did as they wanted. He dribbled towards left to the gap they intentionally left open. However, instead of making a shot from the left side, he cut in even more deep and began to dribble the ball towards the post. Unlike Endo, Taki came forward to block his shoot course. Covering a large space, he stood tall in front of him. As if he was trying to intimidate him. He slowed down his pace and approached the post slowly. And just as Hiro was about to make a shot, Taki stretched his arms wide. But the ball went down between his legs while he was focusing on his sights. Chapter 34. Costly mistake. At 43rd minute of the game, Hiro tied the score with his incredible goal. All of his teammates ran towards him to celebrate the goal as he scored the goal and tied the game. After scoring the goal, Hiro ran towards the sidelines to celebrate his goal and lifted his left arm forward. He then folded the fingers of his right hand while sticking out his middle finger and index finger. And as he stretched his left hand forward, he lowered his head and positioned the fingers of his right hand at his temple. He announced the supporters his arrival by imitating the interpretation gesture of Son Goku. Just then his teammates caught up to him and jumped all over him. The supporters of Ukami Elementary School very much enjoyed his celebration and burst out in praises, while the supporters of Rendon Elementary School were fuming in anger. The players of Rendon Elementary School expressed the same feeling as their supporters. They were furious. Pulling off a comeback in the 43rd minute of the game, the coach of Ukami Elementary School was overjoyed with happiness, and so were the supporters of Ukami Elementary School. While everybody were celebrating Hero's goal, Endo's pitifully observed his teammates from the back line. He couldn't bring himself to celebrate the goal. While they were celebrating his goal, the coach of Rendon Elementary School was preparing to make a player change. Beep. The first substitution of the game has come from Rendon Elementary School. They are substituting one of their midfielder for a defender. The game continued with a score of 1-1. As the match continued after that 43rd minute equalizer from Ukami Elementary School, Rendon Elementary School substituted their midfielder for a defender. Their already stuffed defensive line was even more packed with the addition of a new defender. After that equalizer, the defenders of Rendon Elementary School didn't give them any opportunity to score another goal. They completely shut them down every time they went on the offense. Because of the increase in the number of defenders, they were having difficulties in moving the ball forward. While the two forwards of Rendon Elementary School didn't participate in the defense, they still stayed behind the center line preying on any loose balls, which in turn created another threat for them to pass the ball backwards. The game was neck to neck with both sides unwilling to change their strategy. As if the coach of Rendon Elementary School had instructed them to stand their grounds until the final whistle of the match, they maintained their positions and cleared every potential ball that could have ended up as a goal. The players of Ukami Elementary School were starting to show signs of frustration and fatigue. Players of Rendon Elementary School were in similar situation as well. They were panting heavily. Every time when they tried to take the ball forward, the defenders of Rendon Elementary School would somehow snatch the ball away from them. But even so, they wouldn't charge the ball forward even after snatching the ball away from them. Instead, they would clear it away. As if their only purpose was to waste time and take the game at a penalty shootout, they played very defensively. Just then at 57th minute of the game, Kosai Otsuka, the defensive midfielder of Ukami Elementary School, made a costly mistake. While he was preparing to pass the ball towards Akashi, he didn't notice the presence of the forward of Rendon Elementary School behind his back. Karasada, that forward of Rendon Elementary School, had been eyeing at the ball while hiding in his blind spot. That doesn't look good. A dangerous mistake from Otsuka has given the opportunity for the players of Rendon Elementary School to steal the victory. Due to lack of power, the ball from Otsuka stopped midway before it could reach Akashi. Karasada, one of the forward of the Rendon Elementary School, was already chasing the ball. He had been hiding his presence since earlier while waiting for Otsuka to make some mistakes. Since Otsuka remained at the center half most of the time and played as a defensive midfielder, he played as a bridge between the defense and offense of the Ukami Elementary School. Erg. Shit. Akashi cussed in frustration as the ball stopped midway before reaching him. He ran towards the ball. But before he could reach the ball, Karasada, that forward of Rendon Elementary School, who was already chasing the ball even before it was released from Otsuka, reached the ball. TCHO great. Akashi clipped his tongue as he stopped midway. He then began to analyze his options. Once again he found himself in the same situation as he did previously. He was in a 1v1 situation with Karasada once again. The only difference being the lack of support for Gara this time around. With only Endo's behind his back, he couldn't trust him to make the save because of his deteriorating performance. Since the start of the match, Endo was performing very badly. Karasada, while dribbling the ball towards him, glared at him. Akashi glared him back but didn't charge forward recklessly. He maintained his position and waited patiently for Gara to make his moves. Having no support, there was only one option available for Karasada. He could only dribble the ball forward if he wanted to score. And he did exactly the same. He tried to dribble past Akashi. As he approached closer to Akashi, he kicked the ball forward. He was trying to dribble past him while making use of his explosive pace. Because of his explosive pace, he shook off Akashi easily and left him behind in dust. After dribbling past Akashi, he approached the penalty area. And as he was stretching his legs to shoot the ball, a leg came flying towards him from behind him and swept him on the floor. Beep. The leg belonged to none other than Akashi. Unable to reach him, he performed a sliding tackle at Garasato from behind him to prevent him from scoring a goal. That intentional tackle from Akashi prevented Gara from making the shot and also prevented the immediate threat. However, it couldn't prevent him from getting ejected from the game. As Garasato fell down tumbling on the ground after getting hit by Akashi's harsh tackle, the referee stopped the play. Everybody could see that the tackle made by Akashi was intentional. And so did the referee. He witnessed his intentional tackle and immediately took a red card out of his pocket. Akashi looked frustrated, but he didn't complain about the decision of referee. He peacefully accepted the referee's decision and began to head out of the field. Sob. Sob. Akashi Hiro tried to interact with Akashi. I'll leave the rest to you guys. Akashi's voice shook as he left the pitch. Even though they tried to hide his tears and aped off, Hiro could notice the tears in his eyes. And so did Edo. He also noticed the tears on Akashi's face. What am I doing? If not for me, he wouldn't have performed that tackle. My poor performance is costing my team a game, Edo's comprehended. With that red card, the referee had awarded Rendon Elementary School a penalty. And a penalty at that moment of game would have totally altered the outcome of the game. With only 2 minutes remaining on the clock, that penalty was as crucial for Rendon Elementary School as last drop of water for a survivor in the desert. It's not your fault. You did well. Coach Miura consoled Akashi as he walked outside the pitch. While everybody were questioning about the penalty taker for Rendon Elementary School, Garasato stood up and began to walk towards the ball. Garasato hadn't sustained any serious injury from the tackle. So it'll still be him, Hiro mumbled. While everybody positioned themselves behind the penalty box, the referee blew the whistle. Gara stared at the ball placed in front of him and started to make his run. With slow and steady steps, he made his run towards the ball as if he was trying to intimidate the keeper in front of him. Endo, who was determined to correct his mistakes, looked very focused. Peeking at Endo's eyes, Hiro felt something different about him. He then signaled Kon to run towards the post as soon as Gara made his shot. Just when Gara began to make his run, Hiro started to run forward. One of the defender of Rendon Elementary School caught a sight of Hiro making the run and began to fall back as well. Gara slammed the ball straight in the bottom left corner of the post. Endo leapt towards the direction of the ball and barely managed to touch the ball. Endo made a brilliant save and stopped Gara's penalty. As the ball touched his gloves, it bounced forward. The players of Rendon Elementary School began to chase after the ball. But it was Kon who reached the ball before anyone else could. Just as gestured by Hiro, he had begun to run towards the post the moment Gara made his run. And luckily the ball bounced towards him as well. Go Hiro! He yelled as he shot the ball towards Hiro, who was already running forward. Chapter 35, I am here. Kon sent the ball flying towards Hiro. Since all the players of Rendon Elementary School except the keeper were gathered for the penalty kick at the defensive half of Ukami Elementary School, there was nobody present in the backline of Rendon Elementary School except the keeper. As Hiro was making his run, the ball flew past him over his head. It landed exactly at the kickoff spot and bounced a little further towards the edge of the circle. He was the first one to reach the ball. Seeing Noon in front of his sight, he began to dribble the ball forward. Kurosawa Taki, the keeper of Rendon Elementary School, came out of his box to defend against him. Huff. Huff. Hiro began to pant heavily. Because of the intensity of the game, he had exhausted himself from running all over the field. There's a chance for Ukami Elementary School as Hiro has taken control of the ball. Between him and the goal, only the keeper stands in front of him. However, he seems extremely exhausted. He had been running a lot in this match. In fact, nobody has covered as much distance as he did in this entire match. No wonder he looks exhausted. Will he be able to last until the end? Or will he burn out himself and collapse? As he tried to dribble the ball forward, he felt excruciating pain in his legs. His leg muscles started to convulse, and every step he took felt like walking on a path full of thorns. It was clear he was exhausted. System activate skill perseverance, hero mumbled. Perseverance activated for 15 minutes. Unlimited stamina has been granted to the host and the effect of exhaustion will be negated for the entirety of the activation of the skill. Just as the system activated the skill perseverance, all his fatigue started to fade away. He felt rejuvenated and he began to overflow with vitality. The tired muscle fibers in his body started to recover and the soreness he felt in his joints faded away. As if he was put under anesthesia, his body became numb to exhaustion. It's my first time activating this skill, but the effect is on another level. I don't feel any fatigue and it feels like I can run another 15 to 20 miles, he thought inside his head. However, during the time he was comprehending the effects of the skill, the defender of Rendon Elementary School had caught up to him. He was just behind his heels. Noticing Suzuki Otsumi, the defender of Rendon Elementary School who was tailing him, approaching him from behind him, he increased his pace and tried to distance himself from him. He thought of kicking the ball forward and chasing after it. But the keeper of Rendon Elementary School was already coming out of his box and kicking the ball too hard would have meant trouble for him as the keeper would have cleared it away. He couldn't make full use of his pace with the ball on his feet. Dribbling with the ball meant giving up part of his speed. He kicked the ball with just enough force that he could reach it before anyone else could. Just as he kicked the ball with a precise amount of force for him to reach the ball and was preparing to make a run, Suzuki Otsumi, the defender of Rendon Elementary School, performed a sliding tackle on him. He didn't even conceal his intention to foul him. Even after the ball was released from his legs, Suzuki Otsumi still performed a sliding tackle on him from behind him. He wasn't even aiming at the ball, and he was clearly aiming at his feet. Upon getting hit, Hiro fell down tumbling on the ground. Beep. That was a nasty tackle from the number 3 of Rendon Elementary School. He was clearly aiming at his feet. Now show me how you'll run. Otsumi scored while Hiro was lying on the ground holding his ankle, huffing in pain. Kuro came running towards him and pushed Otsumi. Otsumi was sent flying as he landed on his butt a few distance away from his original place. Other players followed soon and a fight broke out between the players of Ukami Elementary School and Rendon Elementary School. The field became extremely chaotic within seconds. Security personnel fled towards the stadium to stop those kids from rioting. Just a few minutes before the final whistle, the match between Ukami Elementary School and Rendon Elementary School took a chaotic turn. Never have I ever seen such a heated match between kids. The players are pushing each other and even the security personnel are forced to intervene. It took a while to separate all those players. Since a lot of players were involved in the riot, referee was forced to bring out his cards on multiple players. He gave Kuro a yellow card for his offense on Otsumi. He showed a yellow card on Taki, who was the second person to arrive at the place where Otsumi fell Hiro after Kuro. A total of 5 yellow cards were shown to different players from both sides. 2 for Ukami Elementary School players and 3 for Rendon Elementary School players. And finally the man who was involved directly in the foul, Suzuki Otsumi. He was shown a straight red card and was ejected from the match. A free kick was rewarded to Ukami Elementary School at the spot where the foul was committed on Hiro, a certain distance away from the circle. Since the free kick was awarded at a distance pretty far away from the goalpost, nobody expected Ukami Elementary School to score the goal. However, the expression on the faces of players of Ukami Elementary School said otherwise. They knew what Hiro was capable of. And since nobody except them had witnessed his free kicks, they were the only ones who believed in that set play. After separating both sides and handing out cards to the respective players who were involved in the riot, the referee sprayed the vanishing spray at the spot where the foul was committed. After that nasty tackle, a free kick has been awarded to Ukami Elementary School. The distance between the goal and the ball is quite far away, so I doubt anybody in their right mind would try to make a shot from that distance. They'll probably pass the ball towards the players standing at the penalty box. I wonder who will be taking this free kick from Ukami Elementary School. I haven't seen them perform any free kick in this whole tournament. As the commentator finished his statement, Hiro walked towards the place where the referee had marked with his vanishing spray. He placed the ball at the marked spot and adjusted the ball while looking at the post in front of him. 4 players of Rendon Elementary School formed a massive wall in front of him while the others were behind the wall, marking the players of Ukami Elementary School. Almost every player of Ukami Elementary School stood in front of the goalpost awaiting for the ball. Hiro took about 7 steps back and paused. As he paused, he stood straight in front of the ball, glaring at the keeper of Rendon Elementary School. System activate skill focus system activate talent for kick of Roberto Carlos. He activated every skill he possessed. He didn't want to make any mistakes. That for kick was probably the last set piece of the game. With all his skills activated, he entered the flow. The effect of Roberto Carlos's for kick magnified with the activation of the skill focus. He could see the point on the ball where he could kick the ball to magnify its power and curve. Beep. As the referee blew his whistle, he took a final glance at the ball and began to run towards the ball. Everybody looked at him with anticipation. Unknowingly, the spectators in the stands stood up to watch him perform the shot. The whole stadium went silent as he made his run towards the ball. Step. Step. Bam. He stretched his right leg while bending at an angle of 45 degrees and shot the ball with as much force as he can. The ball flew like a missile towards the post. At first it seemed like it would go wide. However, due to spin on the ball, it curved inside towards the post as it accelerated. Unlike Endo, Taki was able to react to his shot. Taki leapt towards the direction of the ball while stretching his arms. As he stretched his arms, it grazed the tip of his fingers. Thud. As his body slammed on the ground, he felt a faint sensation of the ball. But even though he touched the ball with the tip of his fingers, he couldn't save the ball. It was simply too powerful for him to block with his fingers. The ball went past him and effortlessly entered the net. The silent crowd burst out in cheers as he scored that unbelievable goal from such a distance. Well, yeah. With a goal from Hiro, the game was as good as over. There was simply no turning back at that point of the game. With only a minute left on the clock, Ukami Elementary School had secured their victory with that powerful goal from Hiro. Chapter 36. Flickering ray of hope as he scored that goal, Hiro ran towards the stands where the supporters of Ukami Elementary School were seated and celebrated his goal while raising his fist up in the sky and yelling at the top of his voice, "Waya! Yeah! Waya!" The crowd resonated to his victory chant and parroted after him. The whole atmosphere of the stadium lit up as he scored that goal. The game had completely changed after the goal. What are you people doing? Only a few people have jumped. That goal could have been prevented. Just what the hell were you thinking, standing in front of the ball like a mannequin? You're the walls that's supposed to block the ball. The calm and composed goalkeeper of Rendon Elementary School, who was quiet during whole match, burst out in fury and lashed out at his teammates for failing to block the ball. His face turned as red as tomato in anger. There was still a minute left before the final whistle of the match. With a minute and additional time remaining, the outcome of the game had yet to be decided. Finally, Ukami Elementary School had decided to use their substitution cards. It seems like they'll be subbing 3 players at once. And all 3 of them happen to be offensive players. They're subbing their forward and midfielders for defenders. After they finished celebrating their goal, the game commenced with the whistle of the referee. They subbed Kurosaki Kuro and Sato, the winners of the Ukami Elementary School, for Yamazaki Kendo and Daiichi Kamada. And finally they subbed Asahi Kon, the central midfielder of Ukami Elementary School, for Ryusgren, who played as a defensive midfielder. As the substituted players made their way towards the pitch, they parroted the instructions of the coach, mirrored the rest of the players. With those substitutions, they started to play in a formation of March 6, 2001 with Hiro as the sole striker. They fortified their defense and were determined to defend their 1-goal lead for the remaining minutes of the game. It was a do-or-die situation for Rendon Elementary School, and they could no longer play defensively. Even though their team was packed with defensive players, the coach of Rendon Elementary School didn't substitute any players. He let the players in the field complete the match. The players of Rendon Elementary School pressed high and showered them with barrage of shots. They didn't give them any moment to rest. But after saving the previous penalty, something had changed in Endo. He put his life on the line and blocked every shot that made its way towards the post. The referee kept on looking at his watch, and as the final minute of the game ended, he added 4 minutes extra. Witnessing their aggressive pressing gameplay, Ero was forced to drop deep. Karasato, the forward of Rendon Elementary School, became even more lethal as the clock ticked. At 63rd minute of the game with only few seconds remaining, he took the matter in his hands and began to dribble the ball all by himself. While dribbling forward with the ball, he encountered Ren on his way. Ren blocked his course with his massive body. Ren was a bit overweight and had a massive body. Garrett performed a chop and dribble past him. Kato and Kamada followed after Ren. To cover for Ren's mistake, both of them surrounded Gara. However, they proved to be inferior against him. Garrett performed 2 chops simultaneously with his both feet. He performed a chop with his right feet and dribbled past Kato. He then again performed another chop with his left foot and dribbled past Kamada. After breaking free from 3 players at once, he found himself in front of the D-box. Upon seeing Gara closing the distance towards the post, Endo started to rush forward. Upon seeing Endo's coming forward and having Noon on his support, he was left with only 2 options. Either he'd have to shoot or he'd have to dribble past Endo. If it were under any normal circumstances, he'd have picked the later option. But because of the pressure, he chose the first option. While he was stretching his right knee to shoot the ball, the referee glanced at his watch and was preparing to blow the whistle to announce the end of the game. "Come on, Gara. You can do it," the supporters of Rendon Elementary School chanted while looking at him with eyes full of expectation. He was their last ray of hope. As Endo was covering the entire floor, Gara decided to shoot the ball at the top corner because of short stature of Endo. He released the ball from his feet. With slight rotation in the ball, it curved towards top right corner of the goalpost. Endo's jumped with as much force as he could muster and dived towards the ball while stretching his arms out. Even with his arms sticking out, he fell short because of his height. He couldn't reach the ball. The ball went past him. Slam. The ball hit the top right bar and went out of play. Beep. 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 The referee blew his whistle and entered the game. Wahoo! Hooray! Yahoo! The supporters of Ukami Elementary School burst out in cheers as the referee blew the final whistle of the game. Ukami Elementary School won the prefectural tournament by defeating the reigning champion, Rendon Elementary School, in the final with a score of 2-1 and booked themselves a spot in the regional tournaments. As the referee blew his whistle, the players of Rendon Elementary School threw themselves in the ground in a state of disappointment and exhaustion. Pain of losing the game overshadowed the pain they accumulated through fatigue. Players from the bench of Ukami Elementary School burst out in the field as their team won the prefectural tournament. Truly unbelievable. The challengers have come out victorious and have dethroned the previous champion of the Tokushima Prefecture. The team of Rendon Elementary School showed us a brilliant performance. However, they still failed to win the match. They came totally prepared, but Soccer Wizard was too much for them to handle. That winning goal from him was totally a piece of art which we may not witness from anyone else in the tournament. The game between the two teams concluded with a victory of Ukami Elementary School. And as they lined up for a last handshake, his gaze once again fell towards Endo and Taki. "I guess you have really forgotten about me. But it's alright now. I'm glad that you are doing fine," Endo exclaimed calmly while showcasing a gentle smile on his face. Previously, when they spoke with each other, Taki had denied the allegations of having met him. When Endo mentioned it was his little brother, Taki blatantly refused the allegations of having any kind of ties with him. That statement alone had broken Endo's heart into pieces. Taki continued to stare at him while holding his hands. Unable to hear any response from him, Endo's began to walk away. And just as he was about to leave his sight, he heard something. "Big brother Endo's from Children's Cottage Orphanage. You still remember me? You haven't forgotten about me?" Endo's turned back and gawked in disbelief. His brows raised in surprised arc, he was stunned to hear the name of the orphanage. "Why are you pretending like you've forgotten about me?" "I'm not pretending. I just want to forget about everything from the time at the orphanage. Although I'm grateful for the orphanage and you, I want to live a normal life away from the orphanage. I don't want to remember anything related to the orphanage. And moreover, I don't want to remember that I'm orphan." Taki intoned while looking at him with pained eyes. As if he was suffering from the fact that he was an orphan, he desperately wanted to erase his past. After his adoption, he had managed to successfully erase his past after cutting his ties with the orphanage. However, the appearance of Endo once again reopened his closed wounds. And thus he pretended to be unaware of Endo when Endo tried to converse with him. Even though Endo wanted to maintain his relationship with Taki, he decided to accept his feelings and bid him farewell. After hearing his inner feelings, Endo accepted his feelings and raised his hands towards Taki to offer him one last handshake. I understand your feelings. I'm just glad that you are doing well. And I'd guess it might be our last meeting as brothers with each other. So will you allow me to address you as little brother for one last time? Taki nodded his head and took his hands. Please take care of yourself and shine brilliantly, my little brother. I'll always be praying for your success. Endo exclaimed softly with a gentle smile on his face. And as he was about to depart, he pulled him closer and hugged him. Taki's heart was filled with the warmth of Endo's genuine smile. However, he couldn't express his feelings and remained frozen at his place. With a heavy heart, Taki observed Endo leaving his side and vanishing into the crowd of players who were celebrating their victory. Chapter 37. Champions. After sorting things out with Taki, Endo walked towards his teammates who were jumping and humming in joy with a smile on his face. Did you sort things out with him? Hiro approached him and questioned him upon witnessing a smiling face. Yeah. We had a peaceful conversation with each other. Endo smirked. I'm glad you sorted things between yourselves. Now let's join the party. Hiro didn't want to pry more on his personal information and thus he ended his sentence without saying much. What are you two doing over there? Hurry up. The award ceremony is about to begin. Honda-san, who was celebrating the victory with the players, called out for them. Champions. Champions. His teammates were gathered in a circle and celebrating their victory over an elementary school. Congratulations Ukami Elementary School for becoming the champion of Tokushima Prefecture. And with this match the prefectural tournament has come to an end. With this victory they have booked themselves a spot in the regional tournaments which will be held a week from today. They'll be up against the winner of Kagawa, Ehime and Kochi prefectures. Now let us honor our champions. For that I'd like to request Mayor Yamada to come up to the stage. Suddenly an obese old man with a silver-arched mustache on his face, dressed in a black suit and leather shoes, made his way towards the pitch from the tunnel. He was the mayor of Tokushima Prefecture. As he made his way towards the pitch, the crowd burst out in cheers. While making his way towards the players, he waved his hands at the spectators. I'd also like to call the owner of Tokushima Vortis to help Mayor Yamada with the prize distribution. Another elderly person dressed in a navy blue suit with silver hair made his way towards the pitch. Seeing those two men, the crowds burst out in cheers. They were extremely excited to see the appearance of two famous personalities of Tokushima in the pitch. Those two men exchanged handshakes with each other and greeted each other. After that they exchanged greetings with the coaches of the two teams. Congratulations Coach Miura. I must say you've gathered quite an impressive team. The owner of Tokushima Vortis complimented Coach Miura while shaking his hands. There was a hidden meaning behind his compliments. And Coach Miura quickly understood the meaning behind those praises. Indeed, there are a bunch of talented kids that could play for Tokushima Vortis in the future. Coach Miura cheerfully accepted his compliments. If so, I'll be holding on to your words, Coach Miura. Haruhi, the owner of Tokushima Vortis, laughed heartily. After exchanging greetings with the respective coaches of two teams, two young ladies who looked like they were still in their early 20s walked towards the field dressed in maroon blazer and skirt. With some light makeup in their faces, they were dolled up. Each carrying a box and a flag in their hands, they walked towards the center of the pitch, where the two famous personalities were gathered. As those ladies were walking towards the center of the pitch, Hiro heard a voice from behind him. Would you look at those ONCHANs, big sisters, they're really pretty. Akashi smirked while looking at those young ladies. Huh? Where did you learn those words? You shouldn't be saying those stuff at your age. Hiro exasperated. And where were you hiding all this time? Oh. I was at the locker room. I had to fetch something. Akashi dumbfoundedly replied. Weren't you pissed like a moment ago? So how come you all smiles right now? Hiro intoned. And also, what did you fetch from the locker room? This. Akashi pulled out a black-colored banner from behind his back. He had tucked the banner inside his t-shirt. What's this? The banner confused Hiro. He then curiously took a peek at the banner. It was a black-colored banner with the figure of any Japanese mythological demon drawn in the middle. There were some words written above and below the Eni. The words read as such: Fearless Eni Gang what? Akashi, what's this? Hiro, exasperated, it's a banner, Akashi replied dumbfoundedly. I can see that it's a banner. But why are bringing a gang's banner in the field? It's my grandfather's gang's banner. So I'm displaying it while we take photos. Haha, Akashi replied goofily. No, you can't bring this out. The tournament forbids players to display any kind of banners that doesn't belong to the school. Huh. I can't bring it with me. Yes, you can't. So go put it away. Hiro exclaimed. Akashi frowned upon listening to Hiro's words. He contorted his face and started to walk towards the sidelines. Witnessing his sad face, Hiro felt sorry for him. You can take it out later when you'll get a chance to click photo with your grandpa. I'll help you take the pictures. Hiro mumbled. You'll do that for me. Thank you, Hiro. Akashi's mood lightened up as he heard the consoling words of Hiro. The players of Renton Elementary School started to exit the stadium with empty hands and bitter face. Only the champions of the tournament were awarded with an honor plaque and an honor flag. The medals or trophies were distributed for individual players. Since there were a lot of prefectures in Japan, the Japanese Football Association only provided the winning team with an honor plaque and an honor flag to reward them for their triumph. Individual players weren't awarded with anything for their achievements. Trophies, medals and certificates were only distributed for the national tournament. Now I'd like to call the coach and captain of Ukami Elementary School in front to receive the honor plaque from Mayor Yamada at the center of the pitch. Mayor Yamada, along with the owner of Tokushima Voice and 2 other young ladies, were gathered. It was a customary tradition for the winner to receive the honor plaque from the hands of the mayor of the respective city. Go, captain. Let's go, coach. And as Coach Miura Endo made his way towards the center of the pitch where the award was distributed, everybody started to cheer them. The reporters who were at the stadium broadcasting the match rushed towards the center of the pitch to take a better view of the award ceremony. Mayor Yamada unboxed the box which contained the honor plaque and handed it to Coach Miura. Owner Nakamura-san handed the honor flag to Endo. The honor flag was something that was provided to the school who had won the prefectural tournament. And unlike honor plaque, that flag was passed like a baton. Only the winners would get to hold it for the rest of the year. And if they wanted to hold on to it, they'd have to again win the prefectural tournament. And that particular honor flag belonged to Renton Elementary School the year before. It was a symbol of pride. Even though every player in the Ukami Elementary School performed exceptionally, there was one player who stood out among the rest. Scoring a whopping 14 goals in the tournament, he was the highest scorer in the tournament, and even though he didn't get anything as a reward for his achievement because of the tournament protocol, I'd like everybody in the stand to wake up from their seats and give him a standing ovation. That's the least we can do to show respect to such an unbelievable talent. The commentator requested the crowds to give him a standing ovation for his achievement. And as he finished his sentence, everybody in the crowd stood up. Sniff. Sniff. Somewhere in the crowd, a person was seen crying. With eyes full of tears, she held her mouth to cover her sniffing voice. All these people are standing for my little boy. Honey. Am I dreaming? Sniff. Sniff. Hiro's mother questioned Takashi with eyes full of tears. She couldn't hold back her tears upon seeing so many strangers showing respect to her son. Even though Takashi was on the verge of crying himself, he held his tears and aped it tough. With his chest puffed, he proudly replied, "No, honey. It's not a dream. Our son have earned this respect through his actions and hard work." Witnessing such a massive crowd cheering and showing respect to her son, she got emotional and began to weep. It was his first time getting such an ethereal treatment. In his previous life, he was considered a failure. Let alone receiving a standing ovation. Aside from the people close to him, he didn't even have a single fan who supported him. Witnessing such a large crowd giving him standing ovation, tears started to form in his eyes. The scene in front made him emotional. "Why are you crying?" Akashi inquired upon seeing his eyes full of tears. He gently wiped the tears from his face and replied, "I'm not crying. It's just I got dirt in my eyes." He tried to hide his tears. Yeah. It must be dirt." Akashi smirked. Chapter 38. Time skip in Japanese. Messi, April 9, 2019. Ajinomoto Stadium, Kef, Tokyo. The final match between Ukami Elementary School and Tokyo Elementary School was about to take place in front of a packed stadium. It was a bright and sunny day. The sun was shining brilliantly in the clear blue sky. With few white clouds drifting across the clear blue sky, the average temperature of the day recorded a whopping 33 degrees Celsius. While making his way out of the tunnel, he raised his hands over his temple to shade his eyes from the bright rays of sun and casted a glance at the roaring spectators in the stand. Even in that hot weather, people were shouting and cheering at the top of their lungs. Sweat dripping through their faces were all red. People cheering, drums rolling, the atmosphere around the stadium was extremely lively. Different people exhibiting different kinds of emotions, the crowd looked extremely energetic. Mesmerized by the energetic crowd in front of him, he stood frozen in his place. He couldn't take his gaze away from the crowd in front of him. Slam. "Finally, you're right." Akashi came from behind him and playfully smacked him on his back. "Indeed, we're finally here," Hiro exclaimed while keeping his gaze fixated at the spectators in front. Even though he never got to participate in the Nationals in his previous life, he had always had that dream of playing in the final of Nationals once in his life. Unfortunately, he could never fulfill the dream in his previous life. Let alone play in the finals of Nationals, his team couldn't even qualify for National in his previous life. But since the finals of Nationals were broadcasted nationwide, he used to watch the finals on television. And those energetic chants from the crowds and the emotion-packed dramatic game always mesmerized him in his previous life. "I have been dreaming of this moment for so long. And that dream has finally come true," Hiro muttered in a muffled voice with a smile on his face. "Huh? What did you say?" Unable to hear his words clearly, Akashi bewildering inquired. "Smack. Nothing. I said we should win this tournament this year. And to do that we need to hurry up to the stage first. The last person to reach the circle is the cousin of Monkey." "Ha ha ha." Hiro returned back the earlier smack and ran towards the pitch. Akashi chased after him. After failing 4 times previously, his dream of playing in the Nationals was starting to fade away. As depressing as those failures seemed, he didn't lose hope and persevered through the situation. Finally, after persevering through those painful defeats, he made it to the finals of the Nationals in his 5th attempt. The match was taking place in the home ground of FC Tokyo, one of the teams belonging to the first division of Japanese professional leagues. Tokyo Elementary School, being situated in Tokyo, often played practice matches with youth team of FC Tokyo. And thus Ajinomoto Stadium was like their second home ground. Even though the venue of the final match of Nationals were chosen at random, somehow Tokyo Elementary School had gotten lucky that time around. Having an unfair advantage of playing in their own home ground, there were a lot of supporters of Tokyo Elementary School in the stands. An estimated number of 20,000 spectators had showed up for the match between Ukami Elementary School and Tokyo Elementary School. One of the reasons behind the huge crowd was because of the appearance of a famous personality in the crowd. Ukami Elementary School, being the winner from the Shikoku region, and Tokyo Elementary School, being the winner from Kanto region, were facing against each other in the final of the tournament after defeating several other regional winners in the Nationals. Hiro and Akashi were already in their 5th year of elementary school at that time around. And many of their senior players from the time when they were first years were already in middle school and high schools. Players like Endo, Kuro, Sato, Kon and many others had already graduated elementary schools. Most of them were still playing football in middle school and high school teams, while few had given up on their dreams of becoming pro. It was totally reasonable for them to give up, after all that was a dream they dreamt while they were kids. After defeating Rendon Elementary School in their first year, they went on to play regional tournaments and came out victorious from their region. They then participated in the national tournament as a representative team from Shikoku region. Unfortunately, their stay in Nationals remained very short as they were knocked out in the very first round of Nationals by Tokyo Elementary School. The same Tokyo Elementary School they were facing in their 5th year. They not only eliminated them but they also humiliated them by winning the game with a score of 4-1. In their 2nd year, they again managed to defeat the teams in their prefecture and came out victorious from Tokushima Prefecture. However, in the regionals that year, a team from Hime Prefecture managed to secure a narrow victory over them with a score of 2-1. The game was tied until the last minute. And just before the final whistle of the referee, a boy named Sora with curly hair and short stature managed to secure victory for his teams. He broke the deadlock between the two teams by assisting a brilliant goal from the defensive half of their team towards the forward of the opponent's half. In their 3rd year, Karasnet Elementary School humbled them with a score of 3-0 in the finals of the prefectural tournament and sent them home empty-handed. Even though they were reaching the finals of the prefectural tournament consistently, they faced a major problem. They were lacking players with winning mentality. The new players which joined their team performed really well in group stages and knockouts. But almost in every big matches, they'd start to get anxious and end up ghosting the game. It's not like that they lacked talented players, it was more like they lacked the players with confidence. And even though Hiro carried his team on his back and performed exceptionally well in all those previously held tournaments, he couldn't lead his team to the ultimate victory all by himself. There was only so much he could do all by himself. The 4th year was no different as well. They were sent home by a team from Osaka in the semi-finals of the Nationals. During those 4 years, he scored more than 80 goals in the tournament. More than anyone had ever managed to achieve. Posting videos on YouTube once or twice a month, he garnered a massive fan following of 989k subscribers and earned a decent revenue to support his parents. His fame only continued to rise as he performed well in those tournaments. Some people in Japan even started to compare him with the likes of Messi, Ronaldo, Neymar, Cesc Fabregas and other generational talent. But while he was growing in Japan, another brilliant individual was also showcasing his talent in the Japanese First Division League. Joining the famed youth development facility of the world La Messi at the age of 10, he had impressed the people of the world. Due to legal issues regarding his transfer, he had to return back to Japan in 2015. The same year, Hiro's team won the prefectural and regional tournament and qualified for the Nationals. At the age of 15, he was already playing senior-level football in Japan. Many considered him the real jewel of Japanese football. Despite being younger than him, Hiro was often compared with the generational talent of Japan who was showcasing his skill in J-1 league. The Wonder Kid of Japan, also known as the Japanese Messi Taikubo, was impressing the people with his skillful dribble and gameplay. While the referee was preparing to start the match, Akashi came over to his side to whisper something in his ear. "I heard that Taikubo is here in the stadium." Akashi whispered. "So what if he's here?" Hiro shrugged him off. Even though he pretended like he didn't care about the presence of Kubo from outside, his inner voice said otherwise. "The generational talent of our nation is here to see us play," he thought to himself. Just like the people of Japan, he also admired Kubo in his previous life. Kubo was only 8 years older than him, but unlike him he had already performed in Europe. "I wonder what he's doing here. He'll probably go on alone to Yokohama F. Marinos in August. He's probably here right now because he plays for FC Tokyo right now," he thought to himself. "Is he feeling threatened about his title?" Akashi chuckled. "Why would he feel threatened?" Hiro replied dumbfoundedly. "Obviously because of our soccer wizard." "Ha ha ha. Yeah. Yeah. Now go back to your position. And don't blabber much. Watch over Ken, he's a little slow." Hiro instructed Akashi while pointing at the keeper of their team. "What about Sasaki in general?" Akashi questioned. "There's no problem with Sasaki. However, I'm worried about General, even though he's not selfish anymore. But under pressure he starts to get anxious and his old habit starts to take hold of him. So I'm a little worried about him." Hiro exclaimed his worries. Ken, Sasaki and General who were with him at the senior versus Nubas match had made it into the first team after the departure of several senior players. Chapter 39. Ukami versus Tokyo. While they were conversing with each other, the referee commanded them to assume their positions so that he could start the match. "Let's just play like we practiced. Hiro mumbled as the referee commanded them to assume their positions. "Yeah, let's play like we practiced." Akashi nodded his head and started to run towards his position. Before I go, there's something I want to tell you." He stopped midway and returned back towards him. Wondering what he wanted to tell, that sentence of Akashi made him curious. As Akashi approached closer towards him, he looked him in the eyes and smiled. "Let's win this game, partner." Hiro nodded his head and raised his fist forward. "Yeah, let's win." As they clashed their fist with each other and performed a fist bomb, Akashi fled towards his position. Hiro stood tall in front of the ball. He was already 4 feet 7 inches tall at the age of 10. With a sturdy lean body like that of Sergio Busquets, his body was well toned. Neither too bulky nor too skinny, he was dressed in the iconic black jersey of Ukami Elementary School with a captain armband tied around his left biceps. After the departure of Endo from the team, he had been appointed as the captain of the team by the coach of Ukami Elementary School. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and commenced the start of the match. Ukami Elementary School were playing in their traditional April 4, 2002 diamond formation with Hiro as their attacking midfielder. They had opted for a balanced formation with emphasis on both defense and offense. On the other hand, Tokyo Elementary School were playing in an extremely offensive formation. They were playing in April 3, 2003 formation. With 3 attackers and 4 midfielders, everybody could guess that they were going to play an offensive game. Hiro kicked the ball towards Sasaki, the 5th-year defensive midfielder of Ukami Elementary School. The opponent players of Tokyo Elementary School dressed in red and white jerseys began to scatter as the match commenced. Since they had already faced against them previously, they focused on stabilizing their position rather than pressing aggressively from the get-go. Thus they began to pass the ball among themselves. Even though Tokyo Elementary School played a very pressing game from the get-go, most of the time they ended up losing the control of the ball at the middle third of the pitch. While keeping the distance between them fairly close, the players of Ukami Elementary School stuck together in certain geometric patterns. Since Tokyo Elementary School relied more on their physicality rather than technicalities, the forwards of Tokyo Elementary School always tried to break free from the clutches of Ukami Elementary School by making use of their strength and agility. Every time when the opposing player of Tokyo Elementary School got the ball at the middle third of the pitch, the players of Ukami Elementary School immediately surrounded that player, leaving him no place to escape. While maintaining a certain distance away from each other, they kept pressuring the opposing player with the ball every time when an opponent player got the ball in the middle third of the pitch. In order to prevent making costly mistakes, only the forward chased after the ball in the defensive third of the opponent. At 27th minute of the match, Kaminari Shinji, the left wing of Tokyo Elementary School, got the ball in his feet at the left side of the half line. Nanaoshi Ren, one of the newly recruited central midfielder of Ukami Elementary, chased after Kaminari Shinji as soon as he got the ball in his feet. Kaminari Shinji tried to make use of his agility to break free from Nanaoshi Ren. But Nanaoshi Ren didn't give him any opportunity to shake him off. Unable to shake him off via his agility, he thought of making use of his strength and tried to break free from Nanaoshi Ren by pushing him aside. But Nanaoshi Ren stood his ground and endured his shoulder pushes without breaking any sweat. Erg. Why can't I budge him? Kaminari Shinji exasperated while trying to push Nanaoshi Ren. Despite his lean body, Nanaoshi Ren was as sturdy as mountain. The secret behind his sturdiness wasn't some kind of supernatural power, instead it all lay in his technique. Whenever Kaminari Shinji tried to push him, he'd intentionally increase the distance between his feet and push him before Shinji could come at him with full force. Both players equally matched in terms of speed and physicality. Kaminari Shinji couldn't shake off the mark of Nanaoshi Ren. Unable to shake him off, Kaminari Shinji started to look for other options to break free from the marking of Nanaoshi Ren. He looked at Mizuao, the center forward of Tokyo Elementary School. But he was being marked by Sasaki, the defensive midfielder of Ukami Elementary School. He then again glanced behind him to see if anyone was available. But Hiro was already marking the player behind him. He then looked at his right side in hopes of finding one player free from the tight man marking of Ukami Elementary School. Sadata Ren, another central midfielder of Ukami Elementary School, was already occupying the space in the center of the pitch. He found himself secluded between 4 players of Ukami Elementary School. Sasaki in the front, Hiro in the back, Rin in the side and Ren in front of him. He was inside the triangular space created by the players of Ukami Elementary School. The more he tried to break free, the more he found himself trapped. Unable to break free, he started to get anxious. He then started to dribble the ball forward without thinking anything. After trying countless times, he finally managed to shook off the mark of Nanaoshi Ren by tricking him with body finds. Ha, you thought that you could blunt me. Try again next time, he thought as he broke free from the mark of Nanaoshi Ren. Just then Sasaki stole the ball from him. He had been so much occupied with Nanaoshi Ren that he forgot about the existence of Sasaki in front of him. Sasaki gave away an excellent through pass to Hiro. Hiro, without controlling the ball, passed the ball towards Ichiyori, the newly recruited first-year forward of Ukami Elementary School. The ball rolled towards the penalty box. The keeper Tokyo Elementary School ran towards the ball to clear it away. Seeing the keeper approaching, Ichiyori tried to trick the goalkeeper by faking a shot. The goalkeeper of Tokyo Elementary School stretched his legs to make the stop. Just as the keeper stretched his legs, he tapped the ball lightly and made a turn. With the keeper lying on the ground, nothing stood before him in the goal. He tapped the ball lightly towards the goalpost. Suddenly the keeper of the Tokyo Elementary School stretched his arms and touched the ball. Even though that keeper was on the ground, he wasn't beaten yet. Due to the deflection of the keeper, the ball went out of bounds. Even though they failed to score a goal, the referee awarded them corner kick. It was already 32nd minute of the match. While the ball was in play, the referee had already added additional time. And even that additional time had already passed by the time they were awarded the corner kick at the end of the first half. Hiro walked towards the corner flag to take that corner kick. For that final corner kick of first half, all of the players except the keeper of Ukami Elementary School gathered in front of the goalpost of Tokyo Elementary School. Hiro kicked the ball long and high. The ball was heading away from the goalpost. It was heading outside the penalty box. When everybody assumed that the ball would go out of bounds and the referee would blow his whistle, a silhouette of a person became vivid to the place where the ball was going to land. That silhouette belonged to none other than Akashi. As the ball was about to land, he shot the ball in midair and hit a brilliant volley from outside the box. The ball went like a missile towards the post. Unfortunately, the ball hit the bar and went out of play. And as the ball went out of play, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the first half. Unable to open the scorched, the first half ended in a goal straw. That was an amazing volley, Akashi-senpai. Ichiyori complimented Akashi as they made their way towards the locker room. If only that volley would have ended in goal, it would have been the best goal of the tournament. Cough. Cough. Did you guys already forgot about my bicycle kick against the team from Fukushima? Hiro interrupted as he heard Ichiyori mentioning about the best goal of the tournament. The game progressed rather smoothly for the entirety of the first half, with both sides getting fair amount of shots on target. Chapter 40. European agent. While they were goofily making their way towards the locker room, his eyes wandered at the crowds and suddenly he caught a glimpse of a familiar person at the seat above the tunnel. Witnessing the sight of someone familiar to him, he paused midway all of a sudden to take a better look at the person. "What are you doing over there? Hurry up, or else the coach will scold you." Akashi spoke while looking at him and interrupted him. "Ah. I thought I saw somebody familiar in the stand." He got distracted by Akashi and couldn't see that person clearly. Once again, he looked at the seat where he witnessed the sight of the familiar person. But that seat was occupied by a girl with blonde hair and white skin. "Is it a girl?" "Heh?" Akashi chuckled as he made his way towards Hiro. He then started to look at the stands in front. Your taste is truly unique. I didn't expect you to be interested in foreigners." "No, it's not her. There was another person sitting in that seat." Hiro tried to reason with Akashi. Yeah. And that person happened to be a white blonde chick. Ha. But Akashi kept on teasing him. "Akashi-senpai, are you a part of the gang?" Kiji Togashi, second-year defender of Ukami Elementary School, interrupted them from behind. "No." "Which idiot told you that?" Akashi erupted as he heard the statement of Togashi. Nobody did. It's just you speak like a gangster and you dress up like one too. Togashi stammered and took a step back in fear. Most of the time Akashi spoke in gangster slangs. Already 4 feet 11 inches tall at the age of 11, he was a year older than Hiro. And because of his appearance and the manner of speech, people often mistook him for gangster. PFT Haha, yeah right, he's a member of a gang. A very dangerous one. You might have heard the name of the gang, Fearless Any Gang. Hiro chuckled. Togashi nervously shook his head. So I was right. You are indeed a member of a gang. Togashi exclaimed in fear. No. I'm not a gangster. Just stop scaring him already and stop joking, Hiro. You might mislead him this way. Akashi exasperated and began to stare at Hiro as if he would swallow him alive. Okay. Okay. Don't look at me like that. I was kidding, okay? Ha, he's not a member of a gang. It's just his grandfather used to be one of the Yakuzas in his younger days. Akashi here is just a normal student. Hiro reassured Togashi that he was only joking about the things he said earlier. Okay. Now let's head to the locker room. Or else Coach Mira will eat us alive. What are you looking for, uncle? The girl with blonde hair exclaimed while looking at a man in his early 30s, bending down in his seat, scavenging for something beneath the seat he was seated. Erg. There it is. My notebook. Just how the hell did it reach that far? The man was looking for his notebook, which he accidentally dropped during the time of the game. He was struggling to reach his notebook. Note. Uncle, please speak in English. While the girl was speaking in English, the man was speaking Japanese. The blonde girl was having difficulties understanding the man's words. He stretched his fingers to reach his notebook, which had somehow fallen beneath his seat. Just as he reached his notebook, he stood up and began to dust his clothes. Do they not clean the stadium at all? The man exasperated as he was dusting his clothes. Alright. What were you saying? Oh yeah, I forgot that you don't understand Japanese very well. Haha, I'm sorry about that. The man apologized goofily, forgetting that he was still speaking Japanese. And please speak in English, uncle. The blonde girl exasperated. Was I speaking in Japanese again? Ha, my bad. Sorry. Sorry. Even though he was apologizing to the girl in front, it was clear from the way he spoke that he wasn't even sorry for his mistake. Or are the players? Did you already forget that it's halftime? Yeah, right. I forgot about it. Ha. Just how the hell did you even manage to be a licensed agent in Europe with a clumsy attitude of yours? The blonde girl intoned as she witnessed the clumsy attitude of the man in front, while contorting her face in disbelief. She was clearly annoyed by his clumsy behavior. Having majored in sports science, the man she was talking to was one of the lesser-known agents of Europe. Born from a Japanese mother and British father, he was one of the youngest licensed agents in Europe. Though still not famous, he would go on to manage world-class players in the near future. Dressed in a set of Hawaiian shirt and shorts, he had a sun hat on top of his head. With a shade of sunglasses covering his eyes, he was dressed in a way that seemed like he was on a vacation. With brown eyes, sharp nose and chiseled jaw covered with patches of golden beard, one could hardly believe that he was already in his 30s. Just you wait and see my niece Luna. I'm gonna be the best agent with the best player under his wing one day. And everybody's gonna remember the name Eric Parker. Ha. He laughed maniacally while announcing his name, all of a sudden. There he goes again. Lost in his own delusional fantasies. And just how many times do I need to tell him to speak in English? Leave it. I don't even care now. Luna exclaimed in her muffled voice. She was clearly annoyed by his behavior. However, since she had seen that side of him several times already, she didn't even bother to explain her annoyance to him. She was already fed up of his self-indulging behavior. Luna was the only daughter of Eric's elder brother Kevin Parker. Born and raised in England, she didn't know any Japanese. Since her mother belonged to a British origin, everybody conversed in English in her home. and the only time she heard Japanese was the time when she visited her grandmother's place and when her father conversed to her grandmother. Since her grandfather had already passed away in his early 60s due to heart condition, her grandmother lived all by herself. Both Eric and Kevin offered her to move in with them several times, but she rejected them each and every time they asked her. And every time when she asked her why she didn't want to move in with either her father or her uncle, her grandmother always replied that the home she resided reminded her of her beloved husband. Also, Eric and Kevin normally talked to each other in English. She could rarely hear them converse in Japanese. That's why her Japanese was very weak. "Just why are we even here, Uncle?" Luna questioned Eric, who was still laughing maniacally. Eric paused as he heard her voice. He then perplexingly looked at her and replied, "Don't you know that already? We're here to visit your grandmother's homeland." "Yeah, I do know about that. But what are we doing here in a kid's game? This is one of the biggest school-level competition in Japan. And you're asking what are we doing here? Also, you're a 16-year-old kid yourself. So what right do you have to call this kids?" Eric began to blabber without stopping. "Don't call me kid. I'm already a grown-up. I'll soon leave the house for university after I complete my high school in few years and live independently." Luna exasperated. "Also, why are you scribbling on your note? Are you here to recruit some players?" Luna continued. "Hell no. Why would I recruit Asian players? With all due respect to Asian players, they are not talented enough to make us huge money. They don't get signed for a huge amount of money in European markets. And if they're not signed for a huge amount of money, I can't make money. So no, I'm not here to recruit players." Eric sternly declined her claims. Since Eric believed that Asian players were not up to par with European or South American players, he had never ever considered even in his dream to recruit any Asian players. Also, since the market value of Asian players were not too high in European markets, he couldn't make money out of Asian players. Thus he avoided signing any Asian players. And in being there was pure coincidence. He just coincidentally happened to be in Tokyo around the time of the final. And since he had a lot of free time, he went to the stadium just to enjoy the match and get entertained. However, even when merely spectating the match, he couldn't control himself from noting the details of players in his notebook out of his habit. He wasn't noting their playstyle to recruit them. In simple terms, he wasn't there to recruit or scout players, he was only there to enjoy the game as a spectator. End of Part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.